Good morning, California, and welcome to this second day of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission's meeting with a review of our initial visualizations. My name is Sarah Sadwani. I'll be serving as your chair today, along with Commissioner Pedro Toledo, who will serve as our vice chair. So welcome to all. I know many are in Sacramento today together. I'm so sad that I can't be there with you all, but looking forward to seeing everyone again soon. Ravi, could you call roll, please?
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Sanai?
Here.
Commissioner Taylor? Commissioner Toledo?
Here.
Commissioner Turner?
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez?
Here.
Commissioner Yee?
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad?
Here.
Commissioner Akutagawa?
Here.
Commissioner Anderson?
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Presente.
Commissioner Foranshari?
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Here.
Commissioner Lamons? And Commissioner Sadwani?
Here.
You have a quorum, Chair.
Thank you so much, Ravi. Before we get started today, I just wanted to say a few words and also remind us of our schedule for today. Today we're reviewing visualizations. Yesterday we completed our review of our initial visualizations for Los Angeles County. And as I was thinking about it last night, I just really wanted to uplift how incredible this process really is. We had so many visualizations from the communities of interest testimony that we spent all summer collecting. As a commission, we spent hundreds of hours on Zoom listening to callers from around the state tell us about their communities. And yesterday we had the opportunity to begin matching that communities of interest testimony with the first criteria of equal population and really thinking about what those communities of interest mean and look like given the population database that we have, the redistricting database that we have here in the state of California. So I really wanted to uplift the incredible work of our line drawing team who did a phenomenal job just putting together so many visualizations for us to contemplate and think about. That is no small task. And most certainly, I would wager to believe the most innovative approach happening to redistricting across the nation, where we, the Citizens Redistricting Commission, are truly taking citizen information, communities of interest information, and turning it into potential maps and districts. So really exciting. Just wanted to uplift all of the great work that I know has been going on behind the scenes. So yesterday we completed our review of Los Angeles County, and today we continue from our agenda on item number 2 in terms of the review of those visualizations and providing direction to line drawers. And we advance today to look this morning at coastal California and the San Francisco Bay Area, what was known as zones A, C, and E during our outreach phase. Today, I'm going to do my best to really keep us on track in terms of the time. We have a lot to cover and we have a very full day. So please refer to the schedule that is posted. I've gone through looking at our 90-minute time blocks with all of our mandatory breaks. So we'll be working on coastal California and Bay Area from 11 to 12:30. We'll take a quick break from 12:30 to 12:45 and come back with a second 90-minute session. We'll have a lunch break and then come back in the afternoon to be looking at inland and northern areas of California, as well as the Central Valley and Central California this afternoon. So I will be doing my best to keep us on track and to keep us moving. Please, for commissioners, use your hands, the raise your hand feature so that I can see everyone. Try to be diligent about also taking them down when you've completed your comment. And also recall, we have staff that is working behind the scenes to take notes on all of the directions. So be very clear and specific when you're giving that direction so that staff can capture it appropriately. With that, I'm very excited to hand it over to the line drawing team as well as our VRA council. My understanding is we have some late breaking news to share around some of the VRA analysis that is happening. I know Dr. Gall has been working all weekend and behind the scenes to try and get us those preliminary VRA ideas and conceptualizations. And so I believe the line drawing team is going to start with some of those visualizations for us to consider. Commissioner Sinai, I see you have a hand raised.
Yes, thank you. As I was going through all of this late last night and this morning, it really dawned on me that it would be helpful. I know some people aren't paper focused and other people are, but if we could have maybe create some type of, I know we were creating a playbook, but there are some pieces that would be really helpful as we're going through this, because I find myself looking at a whole bunch of different things. And some of the things that I had thought about was obviously the playbook when that's done, and making sure that the playbook includes the different district numbers or target numbers. The map of the counties, I know that we have the one that we used for zones, but it's really hard to read the counties because we were more focused on the zones. And I know all of this is available online and everything else, but it would be nice to just have, a packet that just helps us look at that. Anthony's memo on the criteria, not the criteria, but everything we need to know. The county population and demographic data from 2021, just kind of, what the census says for each of the counties. And it doesn't have to be in a lot of detail, but just there is some age information and stuff that can be helpful. And then a map of LA County and with just a big map of LA, just like we would have a county map, but a map of LA County with the city populations and that. And there might be other pieces that I'm missing. I know that yesterday one of the requests was the counties broken down with the ranges. But just so that we have that kind of our cheat sheet that we can go to and we carry it with us, and as we're working on our computer, we don't have to have 2 or 3 computers open to be able to get this work done. Thank you. So yes, that is a request. I don't know. It's not a visualization, but to be clear, I'm not sure who we give it to.
I hear you. So Commissioner Sinai, could I ask you, can you email me your list of items that you'd like to see? And I will work with staff and Alvaro, and maybe, I don't know if Ravi could maybe help out with this, or if there's other staff members. Print a small binder for commissioners to have all of that information at the ready. And if there's additional pieces, then shoot me an email and we'll make that happen. Commissioner Yee, did I see a hand go up?
Just briefly, the playbook already has most of that in the draft form. 1 or 2 pieces we need to get, but yeah, we already have most of that.
Perfect. That sounds great.
The cheat sheet.
And the cheat sheet, and as a reminder, we'll be discussing that during our business meeting on Thursday. Right. So with that, I am going to hand us over to the line drawing team to get us started today.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Chair Sadwani. And good morning, everybody. We're really happy to be here, especially be here in the same room with all of you. Today, I'm joined by my colleague, Tamina Alon, who's sitting next to me, and she's going to be working with you on the northern and central coastlines, including the Bay Area. And I just wanted to say, Tamina will be walking you through the visualizations that were created based on the directions that you provided, just like Jamie did yesterday for the Los Angeles area. And per your direction, again, she utilized public input as applicable and worked with VRA Council, of course. There were some slides that were posted early this morning, and I wanted to apologize for the miscommunication. Some visualizations for the northern coast were accidentally not posted with a batch that was uploaded a couple of days ago. Again, they are up now, and they are called North Coast Visualization Slides 1004.pdf. At the end of those slides, at the very end, there's also one additional slide, and that is actually the one that Tamina will be starting with today, and that is the slide that Commissioner Sadwani just alluded to. After we go through that particular PDF, we're also going to go through visualizations mid and southern coastline. So that is the name of that particular PDF. And so perhaps you could follow, if you'd like to, you can follow along. Just like yesterday, I will try to find the slides that Tamina will be presenting, and Tamina will be reading off the page number as soon as I've located it so that you can find it in the PDF. And we will also let you know which PDF we're working on. So with that, I believe that we are going to start with the PDF called North Coast Visualization Slide 1004. And we're going to be talking about slide number on page 11. Is that correct? Yes. Okay, and of course we have Mr. Becker here, not Dr. Becker today, just Mr. Becker today. I'm sorry. And as soon as that honorary doctorate has been awarded to Dr. Becker, we will be switching over. So he's also here, and he will be helping us, of course, with these visualizations. So thank you very much. And with that, I will send this over to Tamina.
Looks like San Jose.
Good morning, Commissioners. So what you're looking at right now, this is slide 11. It's the very end of the northern coastal packet that you received. And this is one of the two visualizations which, for this region, we worked with the Voting Rights Act attorneys to determine some areas that may, that they are currently studying for the jingles preconditions. And so wanted to show those to you. And we're going to have Mr. Becker talk about those in a moment, but I just want to show you a little bit around the geography, and then I'll let him take it away. So this first one is AD, Santa Clara to Fremont, and it is this 501,728 people. So that is within 5% of the deviation for an assembly district. The southwestern part is all of Santa Clara, and then it keeps together the neighborhoods of Berryessa and keeps together Alum Rock and East Foothills out of the district, and the northern part of San Jose. Also keeps together all of Milpitas, all of Newark, and parts of Fremont.
And over to Mr. Becker.
Yes, I'll just note, first of all, this is an area I know very well, and I have a lot of friends who live in this area. This is an area that does satisfy the first jingles precondition. In other words, there is a majority Asian population, citizen voting age population within this area. I should note, as was noted before, there's slightly more population in here than the ideal, but it's within the plus or minus 5%. There's been some very preliminary analysis of racially polarized voting in this area, and it does appear probable, I'd like to say, because this is still being done. It's still very early. We'll hope to have more firm answers for you very shortly. But that the second jingles precondition, that the Asian population here is cohesive around their candidates of choice. We don't have enough analysis or data yet to assess the third jingles precondition, but we will get that to you as quickly as we can. So first jingles precondition is met here. Second is probably met. Third, it's wait and see. We need to wait and see over the next period of time. I'll also note, just like the districts that were drawn, so many of the visualizations that were drawn yesterday, the line drawers have again done a really nice job of keeping a lot of the criteria for issues at the front of their minds, keeping cities together, obeying traditional boundaries, those kinds of things. This district really does a nice job of complying with the criteria under the Constitution. For this visualization, rather, I should say.
Okay, we'll move on to another visualization, and I'm sorry to make you hop around a little bit. This
Actually,
one,
Before we do that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Could we please get the CVAP for this area? For this district?
Yes, for this area, the Asian CVAP is 50.11%. The Latino CVAP is 17.22%. Black CVAP is 3.76%. And white CVAP is 27.04%.
What page is that on?
yeah, that is on the northern coastline PowerPoint not PowerPoint, PDF that was sent up this morning. It's slide 11.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to jump in, and we don't have pages 10 and 11. I just asked Robbie to print those out for us, for those of us that want it printed. Thank you. That's why we don't have it. We only printed part of it, but it is on the handout, if you go onto the handout. Yeah.
Okay, are we ready to move on to the second slide? Thank you so much. If you would please refer to the other PDF, which is entitled Mid to Southern Coastline, and refer to slide 35, please. And that is the district, or rather visualization, that Tamina is going to show right now.
This visualization is South San Francisco, and again, it was created in partnership with our VRA attorneys. The reason that it is number 35 in your packet is because it also followed some direction which you requested a visualization be made, and your request was to create an assembly district which starts in South San Francisco and includes the areas north of San Francisco and north to San Francisco, and south to Millbrae, and tried to create a district that had majority Asian CVAP. This area includes part of San Francisco, all of the cities of Brisbane, Daly City, Colma, South San Francisco, San Mateo, and Millbrae. And I'll pass it on to Mr. Becker.
I'm so sorry.
And I'll just,
Sorry, Tamina, which packet? I'm not finding these. Which packet exactly was this in?
This is the mid and southern coastline packet, and it's slide 35.
Got it. Thank you very much. Sorry about that, Mr. Becker. Go ahead.
oh, no problem. So first of all, obviously these census blocks go out into the bay. So this is a much more compact district than it might otherwise look like, because there's so much of it that encompasses the bay and the Pacific to the west. I believe the Asian CVAP, Tamina, correct me if I'm wrong, is I think 52.5% within this visualization.
Yes, that's right.
So the first jingles precondition is met. This is again slightly higher population than the ideal, but within the 5% up at that. Again, what we see here is it is very preliminarily, we think we likely see the Jingles 2 precondition met, that the Asian population is voting cohesively. We, just like the previous district, we do not yet have enough data or analysis to assess the third Jingles precondition as to whether or not other voters are voting in such a way to deny Asian voters election of their candidate of choice. So we'll get some more data on that and get that to you as quickly as possible. And just like the last district, I just point out again, note the real attention to criteria like city boundaries, which has been done very nicely, keeping Millbrae, San Mateo, for instance, in their entirety, along with several other small cities in this district together. So that's all something to note. One thing I don't say this really from a Voting Rights Act context, but more just in general. And Tamina, you might know the answer to this. Do you know what the population of San Francisco is that is not within that district?
I don't have that right now. I can definitely get that to you later.
It'll be important because I know, obviously that's where the land border ends. And so if this were a visualization that you want to pursue further, you'd have to try to figure out how to accommodate the rest of San Francisco and where it would go, whether it would go across the bay to the east or across the Golden Gate Bridge to the north. If it has insufficient population, my guess is it's probably pretty close. But it's probably a little low. But that's just I don't have the data in front of me.
Great, thank you. I see some hands raised. Commissioner Fernandez. No, sorry, Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was thinking exactly as Mr. Becker was saying, and what I'd like to see is the San Francisco numbers. Also, if San Francisco was, divided sort of within itself, and moving down the peninsula, if we take out population in San Francisco but add San Bruno, Burlingame, probably San Mateo, those are communities which have a lot in common, and where I'd like to see, how that would change our numbers, if that would dramatically change that, because once you, that little body of water there, that's actually where there's a large fault through there. And the terrain and getting Pacifica is definitely in another sort of section of the land. It's not the same, but the San Bruno, Millbrae, Burlingame, San Mateo, those are essentially all one neighborhood. It does change a little bit when you get to Hillsborough. So I'd kind of like to see if that shifted down the peninsula a little bit, what that would look like. So that's a request for a visualization.
Very good. Thank you for that specificity, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. Thanks for doing this visualization. This is great. The one piece I would like to request a visualization, keeping the San Francisco, again, thinking about it as an Asian, potential community of interest or VRA, depending on where we are. And just take out Millbrae, so the same visualization, but without Millbrae, for the same reasons that Commissioner Anderson spoke of, that San Bruno, Millbrae, Burlingame, that area is really cohesive, and they all shop in each other's and visit in each other. While the northern part of San Mateo is more business, is more blue collar, and as well as has a large Asian community. And the only reason I know those things is I did work in San Mateo for a while as an outreach person. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for that, Commissioner Sinai. Anyone else want to weigh in on this visualization that we're seeing, or provide direction for a next step for this area? At 516,000, we're certainly over for an assembly district and under for congressional. All right. Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Anderson, were those new hands raised or? No,
Sorry,
no
I thought I lowered mine.
Yeah,
no problem at all.
Mine
And then I think
actually
you came back, you popped back up. No problem.
Yeah.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yes, thank you. I wasn't actually clear. I would like to see San Francisco as, I think the numbers are, it could be a Senate district and possibly 2 assemblies. I'd like to see if that is actually true. So I'd like some visualizations on San Francisco. Thank you.
So can I ask you this, Commissioner Anderson? What it sounds like what you're suggesting is asking the line drawers, in collaboration perhaps with Dr. Gall, to take a look at what are the ways that we can turn this into 2 assembly districts. Is that correct? And 1 Senate district. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Correct.
And maintain these as Asian.
Well, I'd like to see what San Francisco by itself looks like as a Senate district, in terms of considering VRA issues. Because, see, we're only looking at one portion of San Francisco. I'd like to see, because, for a Senate district, it's a little different than the assemblies. And then I'd like to see possibly 2 assembly districts in there, if the numbers work out that way.
Is that clear for the line drawing team?
Yes, that's clear.
Yeah, we're fine with that. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you very much. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, I think maybe I'll start with the question. And I think, sorry if I must have spaced out, but did you say you knew what the population numbers are for the city of San Francisco?
I don't offhand. I can take a look.
Because I think along the lines of perhaps what Commissioner Anderson was just asking, is there enough just in the city of San Francisco to have its own assembly district? So would there be roughly enough to be around, 500,000? So if San Francisco were its own separate assembly district, and then at where that point would be, then so I would like to see that visualization. I think that piggybacks on what Commissioner Anderson said. A second visualization then that I would like to see is one that would start at where San Francisco, where the borders end, and that would include then the portion that you have shown there, including cities like South San Francisco, Daly City, Colma. I'm just thinking about all the BART stops that I see when I go along from the airport. So then, but that also, it would also then include San Bruno, Millbrae, and Burlingame, if that would be enough for its own assembly district.
I am happy to look at keeping San Francisco together in one or two assembly districts, if that's what's being directed.
Yeah, well, when you say one or two assembly districts, are you talking about the whole of San Francisco, or are you talking about breaking up this visualization into two separate assembly districts?
Oh, yeah, that would be up to you. The population of San Francisco is 874,961.
Oh,
Yeah, and that's the unadjusted. I just Googled it. I'm trying to pull up my spreadsheet of the adjusted, but basically it's definitely over an
Okay.
assembly district.
thank you, that's helpful to know then. Okay, then, all right. Okay, then I will withdraw my request then. I think the other requests are fine. I didn't realize there's that many.
Yeah, and I think we will be seeing additional, we're only on the second visualization, so we'll also be seeing some more that are prepared as well. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. Commissioner Sadwani, you helped me be able to be more clear and more general, which I think is kind of helpful. I'd like to keep this visualization without Millbrae, but is there a way to actually see 3 assembly districts? San Francisco, the San Francisco part we were talking about, what's left, is that enough for an assembly district? And then the rest of San Mateo, and Millbrae would be included with the rest of San Mateo, going all the way down to Hillsborough, Foster City, all the way to the line, because all of those communities are very, very connected with Redwood City. All that is really connected with each other. So if you could please help us see 3 visualizations for assembly. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much. Commissioner Akutagawa, did you continue to have a hand raised?
I didn't, but I'll just comment real quick then. I guess maybe just for clarification, Commissioner Sinai, if you're talking about a 3rd assembly district, that would then include, for example, perhaps South San Francisco, San Bruno, Millbrae, Burlingame, San Mateo, Foster City?
I would keep what they have here in SSF 1004, with the exception of Millbrae. I would take Millbrae out. The 3 assembly districts would be what's left of San Francisco, and we would need to know what the number is, right? And then the rest of San Mateo going south from the visualization they already shared with us.
Thank you for that clarity.
So if I can ask a clarifying question, the remainder of San Francisco, if you are going to keep this shape and it needs more population, would your direction be to go over the bridge?
Sure.
Okay.
No one else will say it, so I will. If need be, yes. I think going over the bridge would be the first option.
I see Commissioner Anderson chomping at the bit to get in here. Commissioner Anderson. Or actually, sorry, Tamina, did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. I realized I was a little unclear. I was talking about to make the two, back to San Francisco, because the population of 874,000 around, what I'd like to see San Francisco and then going south include like Daly City, South San Francisco, enough to make it a Senate district, and then see how you could make 2 assemblies in that. So, and also including for a congressional even, take out, like say, the southern parts of San Francisco. A little bit in the southern part. And, and then, say you have 2 assemblies in San Francisco, then continuing south, including, from the rest of, if South San Francisco's in it or not, then, Redwood City, Burlingame, San Mateo, Milpitas, not Milpitas, going south.
So,
Include that.
Commissioner Anderson, may I please ask for clarification? When you're saying try to draw a Senate district and then try to create 2 assembly districts from that, are you saying that you want a nested?
Yes, very possibly, if the VRA would allow that.
Okay. Which one would you like to comply with the VRA, the Senate or the Assembly? Where should we start?
I'd like to, that's a good question. Well, it's easier to start with the assemblies, is that correct?
Yeah, I was just, Commissioner Anderson, I was just going to suggest it might be better to start with the assembly and see where you get with that. Again, there's still some data we need to compile there, but I think because then it's obviously much easier to comply with the first jingles precondition with an assembly district, so that might be a good place to start.
No, thank you. That's exactly it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Akman.
Thank you, Chair. Just really quick, in a couple sentences, can someone talk me through how SSF 1004 visualization was created? What was used to create this visualization?
This visualization was a direction from the Commission to create a balanced assembly district, which starts in South San Francisco and includes surrounding areas north of, including part of San Francisco, and south to Millbrae, and to look at the ACVAP and see if an assembly district could be created that was over 50% ACVAP.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. So, if we're required by the VRA to create a district here, then it meets all 3 requirements, then I would like to ask that if we have to hop over the bridge into Marin County, that it be on the, not on the coastal side, that it be closer to the Sausalito, Larkspur side. So where the 101 is, right? So that would be right of the 101.
They're going to hate that.
Where the population centers are.
Great. So I guess the question is, Commissioner Sinai had provided that direction to cross over if need be. Commissioner Sinai, does that seem like a reasonable request to you to just bring those 2 concepts together, that if crossing over does have to occur, that it be on that Sausalito side, as Commissioner Toledo is suggesting?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So that can just clarify that one direction that was given. Commissioner Toledo, did you have more to add?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Great, thanks. I'm going to be tough on you all for having your hands raised. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna I'm gonna just start all over again. So Assembly District, you said that San Francisco is likely 2. I would like to ask then that you take San Francisco, split it into 2 assembly districts, taking into account that you may have to go slightly beyond, to the south, beyond the San Francisco city borders to be able to have the appropriate amount of population needed. I understand that there are VRA considerations, but I would be curious as to whether or not it is possible to create 2 districts that still honor at least the VRA consideration for the portion of San Francisco that is at least predominantly, I'm going to say maybe people of color, you know, so, and I think what I'm seeing from this visualization is that they tend to be on the western side. Is that accurate surmising?
So this visualization was created to get the maximum number of ACVAP that we could out of this area. So if it's not included from San Francisco in this visualization, then it wasn't a block that had high ACVAP.
Okay, so so in other words, that western part of San Francisco does have a fairly high Asian CVAP in there. Okay,
Yes.
so what I'm just gonna leave what adjustments you have to make for the 2 assembly districts from the San Francisco area. Then given that I want to move south for an assembly district that would take into account, again, parts of South San Francisco, Daly City, San Bruno, Millbrae, and Burlingame. I want to see, is that possible to create an assembly district with those cities? Is it too small? Is it going to be too big? I would be interested in seeing that. I do believe that actually once you cross over into San Mateo, while there may be some slight similarities, I think that has changed, especially when you get into Foster City and Hillsborough, Redwood City, Belmont, and you go further south. And so I would like to see, and I know this is where it's going to start to get complicated with the remainder of the COI testimony that we've received around CD 17, CD 18, and I believe also now CD 19 is kind of a consideration based on the visualizations that I saw. Is it going to be possible to then create an assembly district that would incorporate San Mateo, Foster City, Hillsborough at its westernmost border, so that would border the 280, going down through Redwood City, Belmont, and then I think it gets into then it starts to get into like Palo Alto, but maybe stopping just before Palo Alto. So that would be the 3rd assembly district. And then I saw other visualizations for further south.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Sinai.
I just wanted to also say, in this visualization, what informed this visualization, besides just the commissioners asking for this visualization, this is where it gets difficult, is that we did get several COI input about trying to keep the Asian community together as a community of interest within San Francisco as well as in Daly City. And so it's hard when people ask what informed this, what informed us as commissioners to say that, but we did get COI requests in that area. So just wanted to share that.
Yeah, I think that's so right. You know, and I think that's what this process is, right? Is really trying to bring together all of the different threads that we are operating with here, from the COI input, from what we know from the census, from the analysis that Dr. Gall is creating. So it's tricky, but also very exciting. Commissioner Anderson.
Sorry, just one last thing. The one thing that's really, it's a glaring, I'd really like to see the numbers on, Chinatown is not included in this. And that's a very dense Asian population in San Francisco. And it's, yeah, exactly, it's right, you know, where Tamina was showing. And so I'd like to see, you know, it might be a little slightly different if it came up a little bit. So, and we certainly got, well, we don't have a great deal of community of interest input from this entire area, actually. So Anyone out there who wants to submit some public comments, please do. But I just
If I
wanna
may
mention that.
address Commissioner Anderson's point, the Chinatown area was not included in this visualization because it is surrounded by areas of very low Asian CVAP. And they actually brought the visualization itself out of the 50% range. But I'm happy to look at a visualization that includes it if you'd like.
Yeah, thank you. I'd be very interested in coalition in this area.
Yeah, and it sounds like also, I mean, from the VRA standpoint, this will be an area where the team will have to be thinking a lot about packing versus cracking and just the trade-offs that we're going to need to be thinking about as we advance in this process. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you for saying that. I think that was the question for clarification. I think maybe this is for Mr. Becker, and I know you've said this, but I feel like this is one of those things that you just got to keep repeating until we actually like understand it. But I think 50% Asian CVAP, I heard that, but where does it have to be? Because we've also heard other presentation where it says maybe it doesn't have to be, it could be slightly lower and still be able to achieve the same results that the VRA is intending. And so I think that, I guess I'm just trying to understand again.
Yeah, so I'll try to. So it's really important, and believe me, I understand this gets really complex. I remember several weeks ago we were constantly having to say citizen voting age population, and now you're all experts in just saying CVAP off the top of your head. So, so basically, there's two parts of this. The first part is what's been called liability. I don't really love that term, but it's basically, does the population, the minority population, meet all the preconditions to be entitled to a district where they can elect their candidates of choice? And that's where we apply the three jingles preconditions. And that's where the majority minority requirement, the 50% Asian CVAP, is required just to establish liability. If, for instance, the population were too small to form the majority of a district, Section 2 wouldn't kick in. We'd never get to the racially polarized voting analysis. Then we do the racially polarized voting analysis. And as I suggested, we're seeing preliminary indications that the second jingles precondition, that the Asian population within this area, this visualization, does tend to be cohesive around certain candidates. And the jury is still out on the third jingles precondition. We don't know what's going on there yet. Only if both of those are met does this require a district to be drawn consistent with Section 2. If they're not all met, they don't, but you could still draw districts with regard to communities of interest and other criteria. So if they're all met, the remedial district, the district you actually end up drawing, does not need to be majority minority. It does not need to be 50%. It can be significantly under. It might in some areas need to be significantly more than 50%. It really depends on the characteristics of the population and their voting patterns. So we're going to look at things like how much crossover vote there is for the minority candidates of choice. How are there turnout differentials between the Section 2 minority in these cases and the rest of the population that can affect outcomes? It's actually more and more common for districts that are particularly districts drawn for Asian and Black voters to not require the full 50%, and we'll want to be attentive to. In fact, you could argue that going much above that could, hypothetically speaking, could be packing in certain circumstances. So we'll look at this. It'll be really a fact-specific inquiry about this particular population in this particular area and what we're seeing in the voting patterns. And as I said, I wish I had. Megan's been doing such a good job getting all of this data done. It's a lot of work. She's been working nonstop. But I think by next week we'll have a pretty complete picture for you on most of that. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, thank you. Along those lines, specifically, if you do go to an area like say this particular district we have drawn here, and you find yes, it's huge crossover voting. So then you actually need to. Do you actually then at that point decide, okay, we need to actually change the district to accommodate that? Is that where you kind of find, okay, essentially, because where I'm going for is, say you have a district that you'd like to draw, but it's 25, 25, 25, and then, well, there are very few 25 all four, but something like that. So there's clearly not a 50% of any particular thing, but in terms of the crossover, so because it is that, you would never ever even entertain of Section 2 district?
So again, you always go start with the jingles precondition. So let's use the most complicated scenario, the 25, 25, 25, 25 scenario, right? What we know is no single group could form a majority in that district. What we could do at that point is look at whether two of the minorities are voting so cohesively together to form a majority in that district. And if they are, that would probably satisfy the first jingles precondition. And then we'd look at the second jingles precondition. Are they voting cohesively together? We probably would look at those at about the same time, because if they're not voting cohesively and they're not large enough, then neither one would be there. Then the really key question would be, is the other just under 50% of the population in that district voting in a way that they would defeat that coalition's cohesive joint candidate of choice? Now, this is a very complex situation. I don't know that we're necessarily going to be at that point here. The areas where it's most likely are a lot of the areas we looked at yesterday in Los Angeles, where we have 30 to 40% of one minority group and maybe 25 to 35% of another minority group, and trying to figure out how that works. So I don't know if we're going to get there here, but it is possible, again, if you can't find a single minority that can form a majority within a district. You can look at cohesion between minority groups. That's what I've always called coalition districts. The terms coalition districts have been used in different ways. I think I mentioned this in our last call. And a lot of the confusion is because the courts use them in different ways, and there's often some confusion about how they talk about them. Coalitions are kind of the next step. If you can't meet the jingles precondition 1 with a single minority group forming a majority within a district, then you would go to potentially seeing whether there are two minority groups, potentially even more, that are operating cohesively, consistently to vote for the same candidates of choice, and whether those candidates of choice would be defeated by other voters in the area unless a Section 2 district were drawn.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Back to though, if you do have, like, say, this particular district, and say, it's like when you start looking at the details of it, the, 50.1% is would actually be almost considered packing. What do you do then? Do you actually then
we'll look at the voting patterns. We'll try to. So what we do is we'll get the racially polarized voting analysis. Right. We will do an assessment of what we're seeing there. A lot of this is more appropriate for closed session discussion when we get into the specifics of that. But what we'll try to do is work at your direction with the line drawers to draw a district that meets all of the redistricting criteria, while also affording what would be a Section 2 legal opportunity for the minority to elect their candidates of choice. So we'll try to advise that. And as I said, I wish I'd give you an easy answer. It's not always 50%. There are going to be lots of districts where 40% is enough. There are going to be other districts where 55% is necessary, and we're just going to have to see what the dynamics of those districts.
Perfect. Great. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Commissioner Anderson. I think that was a really helpful question for all of us to hear the answer to. I mean, definitely very fact intensive, and yet at the same time an art form, right? To really balance out all of these competing priorities. I know that I saw a couple more hands. I also want to be mindful of time. So let's go to the commissioner questions, but then let's keep moving. We still have more than 50 slides to see in this packet. So trying to balance all of the questions as well as make sure that we're covering as much as possible. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Becker. I think I'm starting to get it. So that made more sense than before. Just a quick question in terms of I'm just looking at or thinking about the entire peninsula area that we're looking at right now. Are you looking at that entire area as almost an entire VRA district in some ways, looking at both Asian CVAP and also, from what is coming out, the potential for, additional RPV analysis in that entire section of what I would call the peninsula from San Francisco all the way down to San Jose?
Yeah. So what we're doing is we're not reaching any conclusions yet, but because the population concentration and numbers are sufficient for Asians in that area, and also in the area of kind of Southeast Bay from Fremont down south into San Jose. We are analyzing that entire area, both and invite visualizations and instructions to be given, and looking at racially polarized voting patterns in most, not all, but a lot of the assembly district races have been assessed already, and there'll be more assessed soon. So I think we'll have a really good picture for you to discuss. And ultimately, we'll be able to make a recommendation, either yes, all three jingles preconditions are met for the Asian community in this area, or no, there is one or more preconditions that don't appear to be met. And in which case, it may still be, as we've discussed, that there are certain communities in here. I mean, I'm looking here at the San Francisco portion, that if again, it's not zoomed in a lot, but a lot of that's the Sunset District of San Francisco. That's a pretty coherent community of interest. Within San Francisco, there are some other communities of interest. And obviously, also, I mean, just a huge, I wish I could take credit for having done such a nice job in keeping all of these cities together. It really is a testament to the skill of the line drawing team that they were able to do this in these visualizations.
Yes, we are one lucky commission with a whole lot of experts working to move us through this process. Commissioner Toledo.
Just a process question. Do we have many more of these VRA maps to look at this point, or is this the last one? And are we starting with the what's the next map? I guess is if we could have a little roadmap of what's going to come, which maps to look at.
Sure. This is the last one for this region that we'll be looking at today, and then we have other visualizations which were requested by the commission.
Great. And with that, Tamina, I think we can you can take back over and lead us through the additional visualizations.
And would you please refer to the visualizations Northern Coastline PDF? That's the one that was sent up this morning, and we're going to start with slide number 2, I believe. And if it's not slide number 2, then I will let you know.
Slide number 1.
No, it's 3, actually. Slide number 3. This one. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so we're going to start with our North Coastal area. There were several different visualizations which were requested by the commission, and they are slightly off, so a lot of these are going to look the same, but you requested to see what the population would look like if you added certain counties and took out certain counties. So this visualization, DN to Marin, is a straight line Del Norte south to Marin County, and it has 1,001,842 people. Sorry, I don't have commas. And this was requested that we do not separate Del Norte from Humboldt. This also takes into consideration 2 different COIs, one which is the Del Norte Humboldt COI, and then the other which is a Del Norte to Sonoma and Marin COI. The second is Del Norte to Marin with no wine country. This is slide number 4. And this is similar to the previous visualization, except for it includes Trinity County and it excludes the section of Sonoma County to the east of the freeway, which was denoted as the wine country. And this district has 790,000 and this visualization has 790,870 people. This is page number 5. This is Del Norte to Marin, including Trinity, Napa, and Lake counties. And this has a population of 1,224,642. This keeps together several COIs, including the Emerald Triangle COI of Trinity, Humboldt, Mendocino, and the Sonoma Napa COI and the Sonoma Lake COI. Moving to slide number 6, this is Del Norte to Sonoma, including Trinity. And this visualization has 759,388 people. Moving south, this is the Sonoma, Marin, Napa visualization, which was a requested visualization by the commission to keep Sonoma, Napa, and Marin whole and together. And this visualization has 886,566 people. This is page 7. Page 8 is the Sonoma, Napa, Lake County visualization, which includes the direction to keep Lake, Napa, and Sonoma whole and together. And this visualization has 696,412 people. We are now on page 9, and this is the Petaluma, Napa, Solano visualization. And this includes areas Petaluma East, including Napa County, Solano County. And the question was whether or not Yolo County could be included as well. And so this is without Yolo County, we are at 682,917 people. And Yolo County, as the question was, would put us over the population for the district that was requested.
Tamina, if we can
Of course.
pause, I see Commissioner Yee has a hand raised.
Yes, thank you. Going back to number 3, the first one, coastal, Del Norte to Marin. I'd like to see a visualization of the same thing except omitting in Marin County everything from San Rafael south on the bay. So San Rafael to Sausalito. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. We will move on to our next, sorry. We are now moving to actually your next PDF. So we are moving to the Mid and Southern Coastline PDF. Coastal visualizations.
Could we go back a little bit, please? Thanks.
Sure.
Sorry about that. I see a number of hands raised here. Let's start with Commissioner Akutagawa.
I'd like to go to the map that is DN to Marin 1004 or 1004.
Would you mind telling us which page it's on?
That is on the North Coast visualization page 3.
Thank you.
On this one, could we see a visualization if Marin were removed? Would that achieve a Senate district number? And then I'd like to also see a visualization if Marin and Sonoma were removed, would we achieve enough for a congressional district? And sorry, I have a note that now I can't remember what I meant by it. I guess it would be, sorry about that. Then there's also one more question I have in terms of the total numbers. I think this visualization, and I think it was the next page, it's on page 4 of this particular visualization. So this particular one has over 1 million people. And then the next visualization, which is named DN to MA no wine, 1004, and it says the population number is 790870. But basically, it's the same one as the previous one, but it includes Trinity. Why is it a lower population number?
Because it doesn't include no wine means no wine country, and it doesn't include the eastern part of Sonoma.
Oh, I see. My bad. I was like trying to, it's like, what am I missing? It looks exactly the same. Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutika, was that the end of your comments?
I have other questions or requests, but I was just going to save it for others.
Okay. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. And sorry for having to go back to Mina, but you went through it quickly, which was great. So I was trying to catch up and catch the differences. So going back to the one on page 3, which is the Del Norte to Marin, can you split that up into two, like if there was 2 assembly district sizes? I'd like to see that. Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez. Okay. Commissioner Anderson. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Actually, if you go to page 7 or slide 7, it's the Sonoma, Marin, Napa. And what I'd like to see is this visualization, but removing the rural Sonoma and also the rural Marin to see if we can get that number down to a congressional district.
May I ask what you mean by rural Sonoma and rural Marin?
Well, might need some help on this one.
Maybe the 101.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah.
It was like
I would just say going just a little bit west of the 101 all the way down. Essentially, don't cut directly at the 101, but just go a little bit further west from the 101, and then everything from that line to the coast would be rural.
Thank you.
And then if you go to page 6, slide 6, I'd like to see adding Lake County to this and removing the, essentially the wine country part of Sonoma. And see if that hits, again, thinking congressional. And then thinking, well, okay, if we just add Lake, if we add Lake and Marin, I think that's too much, right? Yeah, that's too much. Actually, if you go to page, slide 4, and if we add Lake, are we getting to, no, we don't have enough for Senate. Actually, if we add Lake, Sonoma, and Napa, are we at a Senate district?
Was that it for your comments, Commissioner Anderson?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, just as an FYI, Marin County is 258,000 people, and Lake County is 68,000. I have a question on this visualization that you're showing right now. You said you cut everything east of 101. Did you cut Santa Rosa in half then?
Sorry, was that to me?
No, it's to the mapper.
No cities were split.
If you scroll down, it looks
Take
like
it back.
Santa
It looks
Rosa
like-
was split.
I'm sorry, this followed, let me turn on the freeway.
Followed 101, right?
Followed 101.
Okay, so yeah, a number of cities were split. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Akutagawa.
I guess if you're still on this particular map, I'm just wondering, just to bring it down, because I believe my understanding is for a congressional district, we have to be as close to zero as possible. I guess maybe 2 visualization options. Can you scroll up to Trinity County, up to that kind of tip that juts out? Yeah. Just trying to understand, like, how much of that particular area adds to the numbers, and would it be better would it be better to split Trinity to bring the numbers down closer to the 760 we need? Alternately, another visualization is to go back down to Sonoma. And I know that some of the cities are split, and although you're following the 101, can you just zoom in on that Sonoma area? Perhaps would it be better to move around Santa Rosa and take out Santa Rosa? I know that this isn't really super great to do that, but would that then get to the numbers that you need, but also enable Santa Rosa to stay whole?
Okay.
And perhaps if you need to, again, for the line drawer's discretion, if you need to perhaps move the lines a little bit so that to try to minimize the splitting of the cities, maybe, if you need to move the line for Roner Park, and perhaps even into Petaluma, keeping in mind trying to keep the cities whole, would that then get to the number that we would need to be at? And I would say that would be up to your discretion.
That makes a lot of sense. Was that the conclusion of your comments, Commissioner Akutagawa?
May I comment on the other things?
Sure.
Okay.
Actually, before we move from that, are you going to move away from that one?
Yes.
Could I jump in? Go
Yes.
back to, sorry. On this one, if we could take Santa Rosa out, but put in Rohnert Park and all of Petaluma. Yes, exactly. Go down. Wait. Nope. Go back. Okay, go east, and there's a ridge line. Go a little bit further east. Yeah, and then there's a ridge line essentially right through the white area there. Essentially, right. So put the part that's west of that, Rohnert Park, Cotati, Penn Grove, Petaluma, in the area. Take out Santa Rosa, and then going north, probably Windsor. Go like the Fulton, Larkfield, and Windsor. Take those, move those areas out, and see if that population does it. Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Akutagawa, do you want to take maybe one more of your comments, and then we'll move on to Commissioner Smith?
Sure. Let's go to the next visualization, DN Mar Trin Nala, the green one. These are really interesting names. My only comment on this is I'd like to see a visualization that would remove Trinity from this map and would then potentially create a Senate district. Would that be enough to create a Senate district? So I'd like to see a visualization of that. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. Commissioner Sinai.
I've got a question on process because we're not going to get done, as we said, and I'm fearing for San Diego again and Southern California. I think at this point, we're not supposed to get hung up on the numbers yet, because this is just visualization, and that the community is going to give us a lot of public input on how to move lines from here to there. So I'm concerned that we're spending a lot of time trying to do math and trying to get the exact number when this is just visualization, and there's a lot of changes still to come. And maybe we need to think before we ask questions, is this the time, or is this going to be for the next rendition? I'm just worried that we're just not going to get to Southern California today.
Well,
Okay, I don't see us getting to Southern California at this rate.
Southern California is actually scheduled for tomorrow.
Yes, no, I hear you, but.
Yeah, and so we have 2 90-minute blocks and the possibility, if need be, to go into the afternoon tomorrow as well. But depending on how much public comment we have, that might make our meeting go a little longer. So be prepared. No, I think that's a point well taken. And I think the key piece here, and certainly if the line drawing team wants to jump in on this, I think for moving forward, we should be concerned about population, but I think the direction could also be fairly simple to say, what are our options to get us to a congressional district target population or an assembly district? I don't know if Karin or Tamina want to weigh in on that, but that's kind of my understanding as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think this has all been helpful. We may be able to go a little bit faster without having the calculators out. And if you'd just like to, give direction without trying to figure out the total population, we're very happy to bring that back to you also, just to maybe move a tiny little bit faster through these visualizations. But we really appreciate all this direction. I should say that also.
Yep.
Very much so.
Absolutely. Commissioner Fernandez, and then we'll move on.
Okay, yes, and it'll be quick. And I understand wanting to move fast, but I also don't want to be rushed. There are some areas where some of us may feel a need to spend more time, and I will give you the table and the time for that, which is great, but I also don't want to be rushed, so that's just my comment right now, because this is for the next 10 years, people, so we signed up for this, and we're going to do it right, and we're going to take our time, and if it bleeds into another day, it bleeds into another day, so thank you.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and I think it's a question of balancing those components about the level of specificity that we need today, and also being cautious of time. Commissioner Fernandez, did you have an additional comment about the maps or visualizations? No. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, I want to just support what Commissioner Fernandez said. I think if it's possible, if we need to take extra time today, I would also suggest that we do that, because I think I don't feel like we're trying to do all the calculating, but I think these visualizations, and I think to what Commissioner Fernandez says, I don't want to rush through all of these. I think all of these have important implications, and so I want to make sure that we do it properly, and we were also asked to do our homework, and so I think it's only fair to honor the work that we've also put in to ask these questions too. So with that, I would like to move to a map that says Son Mar Nap 1004. It's the Sonoma Marin Napa. And
Page 7.
Page 7 on the North Coast visualization. I'd like to see a visualization that would add lake to this visualization and remove Napa. And so adding lake for actually 2 visualizations, adding lake for a Senate district, and then another visualization that would remove Napa for potentially a congressional district. So it would just be a Sonoma Napa congressional district. And then moving on to page number 8, I think Commissioner Anderson did ask about this, but on this particular one, would it be possible to add perhaps the northern, more rural portions of Marin? And please forgive me because I'm not super familiar, but I'm just also thinking that for a congressional district, given where the numbers are, would adding a portion of the northern part of Marin add to that? That's not the same map that I'm looking at.
On page 8.
Page 8, green one, light green map. Yes. Yes, that one. And would that get us up to a congressional district? Or I think as Commissioner Sadwani had said, what would be the amount that would be needed to get us up to a congressional district?
Sonoma, Napa, you were asking about it. That is in the other packet on page 5. So we've got that.
which,
Mid and southern coastline, page number 5.
No, Solano, Napa.
yeah, I think it's.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's a different one. And that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that detail, Commissioner Kutiko. I really appreciate that. Commissioner Toledo, and just as an FYI, we are up against a break at 12:30. Commissioner Toledo.
On map number 9, which is the Petaluma Napa Solano map, I'm wondering if we add a portion of Yolo County, if we can get that up to a congressional level. And I'm thinking of the Davis, Winters, Woodland area, West Sacramento as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have another comment? Tamina, back to you.
Sorry, Commissioners, are we ready to move on to the next PowerPoint set?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And
Tamina,
that
back
is,
to you.
okay, wonderful. And that is entitled Coastal Visualization Slides 1004. And we're going to start with page 4, please.
And I'll go through a series of them, and please let me know if you'd like to stop and discuss in between, and that's perfectly fine. So this is the Solano Yolo visualization, and this is Solano County with Yolo County. The total population together is 664,779. We were also asked for Solano plus Napa County, which is 586,155. Page 5. And this is Solano County in conjunction with Solano Napa County. So you have on page 6 this visualization with the two of them together, and then we'll go through them separately. The reason that they're together is because there were two visualizations which were requested. One was to take a look at putting Vallejo in Napa County, and the other is to leave Vallejo with Solano County. So first, this is Solano County, and Vallejo is included in Solano County with 447,857 people. And second, this is Napa County whole, including Vallejo, with 268,307 people. This is page 8.
Commissioner Toledo, did you have a comment?
On page 6, I believe Lake County asked to be connected to Napa County. I believe we received correspondence from both the Board of Supervisors and various agencies. So I'm just wondering if we can connect Lake County to Napa and Solano and see what that would look like. Thank you.
Yes, of course. So we'll move on to our next section. Oops, excuse me. Are there any more comments on the last section of slides before we move on?
I had a quick question, yes. Did you show Yolo and Solano County together? 4?
This was page 4, the very first one.
Thank you. Thank you. 66447.
Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, on the same one, so could I see a visualization if adding Napa would either create enough for a Senate district or a congressional district. And then also, if needed, add Lake County as they had also requested in their visualization, in their communities of interest testimony. There was also one more that I wanted to ask about, which is the Solano County one. I remember from the communities of interest testimony, I also heard testimony asking that American Canyon also be included with Vallejo. So if you were to add them, would that also bring this district or this visualization up to the assembly district numbers? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. Back to page 4, the Solano YOLO. I'd like to see what that is without West Sacramento. I don't know what the West Sacramento numbers are. And then, that's all. I'll wait until we start going look at Sacramento and cutting a section out of Solano on page 6. Actually, no, since we are, can you go to page 6? Let's see, numbers. This area you see here, for Solano, a little bit further out, we actually take out Rio Vista and part of that, essentially the Delta area out of Solano County. And I'm just wondering, population-wise, what that does to us, if it lowers it enough to affect anything virtually. And by that, I believe it's the picture you actually have on page. Contra, Costa. Sorry, a little bit further out. Rats. East Bay, inland. Oh, I'm sorry. It might be in the north section. Okay. I'll come back to that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We've got about 5 minutes before we go to break. Commissioner Sinai.
Just quickly, I just wanted to double check on the Sonoma and Napa visualization. Did we include lake? I know you had brought up lake earlier, Commissioner Toledo. And if we haven't, can we do a visualization that has Sonoma, Napa, and lake all together? And it falls in one of the 2 packets. I'm not sure. And then we did receive a lot of input that Benicia and Martinez want to stay together. And so I just want us to keep that in mind as we're looking at Solano. I know Martinez is part of Contra Costa, but they do, they're, what? Well, on page, I was saying it in general because it comes up several different times where Benicia and Martinez are not together. So I just wanted to remind us that we did get calls in on that one. So if possible, sorry, I didn't say where to do the visualization. On page 7, if we added Martinez into that one, what would that do? And I saw that you did do page 9, just the 2 of them together, which was helpful. But I just wanted to make sure that we kept that in mind with other visualizations where we haven't connected them. And I think this is one of those areas that as we dig deeper, we'll know if it makes the most sense at a state assembly or a state senate or a congressional district where to keep those together.
Great. Thank you for that. We've got 3 minutes before we go to break. Commissioner Okutagawa, did you have something you wanted to jump in again? No? Okay, with that, why don't we pause here? This seems like a natural place to take a break. I'm going to give you 3 extra minutes. We will come back at 12:45 as scheduled. Thanks, everybody. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are well on our way reviewing visualizations from the coastal and San Francisco Bay areas of California. I'm going to turn it back over to our mapping team to continue leading us through the next set of visualizations.
Thank you very much. We will be turning to page 9 of your coastal visualizations packet. Going right into Benicia and Martinez, this visualization keeps both intact and together. And this visualization has 67,152 people. We'll now be moving to the Contra Costa visualizations. Starting with Pitt and Co-May Bay, Pittsburgh, Bay Point, Antioch, Antioch, Martinez, Benicia. So this contains Pittsburgh, Bay Point, Antioch, Concord, Martinez, Benicia, also adding Mountain View and Pleasant Hill for contiguity. So this is the I-4 corridor. The commission had asked for several visualizations along the I-4 corridor. So this is the first of those visualizations. The second visualization goes west, and this is the Pinole to Concord along Highway 4 visualization. Pinole being on the west side here, traveling along Highway 4 into Concord. All of the cities are kept whole within this visualization along Highway 4. All of the cities which touch the delta up here were also included. This visualization has 234,126 people.
And Tamina, I'm just going to make a clarification because I know everybody likes to refer to this as the delta, but it's not the complete delta because I'm at the end. So it's part of the delta in that county. So thank you. I just want to make sure that people aren't confused by that. So thank you.
Moving along to some more delta area on this side as well. This is eastern Contra Costa County. This is Pittsburgh to Knightson. So this includes the cities of Pittsburgh, Antioch, Brentwood, Oakley, and Knightson. 301,663 people. This is called...
Sorry, one minute. Back to page the 13. Could you add, in the visualization, could you add Bay Point in that? So we can then see what would it be if it went, page 13 and 12 and 13 right across? Or add Bay Point to, no, put 13, please. Visualization 13. Which was 13?
Commissioner Kutagawa, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, and building on what Commissioner Anderson just asked about, I know that in some of the communities of interest testimony we heard, there was also a request to keep Bethel Island with this area. So could you do a second visualization that would include both Bay Point and also Bethel Island?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And Commissioner Sinai.
Whoops, sorry. Thank you. On this one, is it adding to what they had said of adding Bay Point and Bethel Island? I had also included Clyde. I had written down my notes Clyde, but I can't even see where Clyde is. Yeah, but it's not in it currently, right?
Correct. Clyde is this area west of Bay Point.
Okay, I think I looked up all these other I used different maps to help me figure out when counties weren't there, and then listened, and then reread the testimony. So I think that's where I got add Bay Point and Clyde to that for another visualization to add to number 13.
Commissioners, may I just remind you of something that we're trying to do between today and next week when we meet again on this area? We're going to try to put some of these together and see how they fit together to kind of get to a, maybe quarter or so of a plan, as we call it. So just wanted to remind you of that also. So there may be quite a bit of hopping around there because we're getting a lot of feedback here, and that's fine because you'll see the trade-offs basically next week on how one decision is going to affect another one and so forth. So just wanted to point that out. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that reminder, Karen. Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have another comment? Commissioner Sinai, another comment?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I did. So looking at page 11, the first one, I just want, and this goes kind of to all the visualizations, Concord, Clayton, and Walnut Creek, including Pleasant Hill, are a really tight community that moves from one to the other. And so in some cases, Concord is very different than Bay Point and Martinez and Clyde and Antioch. So I was wondering if it was possible to look at a congressional district which is Solano, Martinez to Antioch without Pleasant Hill and Concord. And it might be too big, but that was, and I think that might be what you all had asked for earlier, but I just wanted to bring that up. And it may not, yeah, let me just stay at that, my notes versus ad-libbing.
Thank you for that. Any other commissioners hoping to get in before we continue looking at additional visualizations? If not, we will pass it back to you, Tamina.
Thank you. We have 2 more visualizations in this area. Oh, sorry, we just did that one. Moving on to this one. This visualization is page 15. It keeps together Antioch, Pittsburgh, and Bay Point for a combined population of 216,208 people. And the last one for East Contra Costa, there was a request to draw Pittsburgh all the way out into San Joaquin County. In this case, we go to Taft and Mosswood. It includes Pittsburgh, Antioch, Brentwood, Oakley, Knightson, Bethel Island, Discovery Bay, and Byron, as well as the unincorporated areas of northeastern Contra Costa County, and then continues through to Stockton, Taft, and Mosswood. Stockton is not whole in this, not whole because there's a few little areas over here which are not included for whole. This is page 16.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
I think on this one, I'd like to see a visualization that splits this visualization at the Contra Costa border for an assembly district. So, splitting them into 2 so that we could create a Contra Costa assembly district. And if more population is needed at that Contra Costa going west, am I looking at it right? Going west, then adding Bay Point, perhaps some of the unincorporated areas up to, I guess, that the Delta Waterway. Right now, it looks like it's an unincorporated area, and it says Sacramento. Yeah, just that little bit there. I don't know. It's kind of like almost like a little spit or something like that for
This is
Sacramento.
the southern part of Sacramento County.
Yeah, so adding that southern, a portion of a southern part, I think up to whatever you would need to do if you need to add additional area for the Assembly District. But creating a Contra Costa and Sacramento County, would that bring it into an Assembly District number? Like, yeah, right, yeah, what you were circling. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that.
I'm sorry, clarifying question. How far up in Sacramento County would you want to go, you think?
I was thinking up to Rio Vista and Ileton, if you needed and again, your discretion in terms of what you need in terms of numbers for the district. But I also recall receiving some COI testimony that spoke to incorporating Rio Vista and Ileton in that kind of greater delta. Even, I know it goes up further, but incorporating it together with like Bethel Island and some of the counties to the south there.
Great. Was that the completion of
Thank
that?
you.
Yeah. Perfect. Thanks. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. I wouldn't have thought of this one. I mean, I know it came from the community, but it was kind of it's kind of a cool figure. But I wanted to add on this one to see if we can get to a congressional district by adding Bay Point, Martinez, and the unincorporated area that I think is between Bay Point and Martinez. Yeah, Clyde. I keep calling it Clyde. I don't know if it's unincorporated area or Clyde or. And I know that would separate it from Benicia because Benicia would be too much. But I was just curious what would happen if we added Bay Point and Martinez there. Thanks.
Thank you.
Can I just ask if that's adding Bay Point and Martinez to this current visualization?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. Yeah, I was actually going back to the one before, on page 15. Well, I guess it was kind of the same area, but basically the Bay Point, but going all the way out, including Byron, essentially, dropping down Brentwood, Byron, Discovery Bay, all, that entire area of eastern Contra Costa County. And all of it, going up north too, the Bethel Island, up that entire, that entire area. I'd like to see the numbers on that, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Was that the end of your comment?
Yes, for now.
Great, thanks. Commissioner Toledo.
On map 16, I do have some concern about adding Stockton and some of the San Joaquin area to this map. Given the demographics of that community, more working class, more agricultural in nature. I understand that there's some agriculture in this portion of Contra Costa County, but I wonder if it doesn't quite seem the same to me. It does seem different, and I can just see this as a means to. I would just worry about diluting the population out in the San Joaquin area, given that that population is more working class and less likely to participate in the COI process. With that in mind, I'm thinking more along the lines of not including the San Joaquin area, so not including the San Joaquin, so keeping San Joaquin separate and adding more of the Sacramento region, the Rio Vista, Delta communities, not going all the way to where Commissioner Fernandez lives in Clarksburg, but enough to get enough population to make a district.
I think that was the same one I just requested.
Which is aligned with, which is aligned with what Commissioner Kutagawa was saying, so thank you. It was fabulous, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Great minds think alike.
That's right. That's right. Commissioner Kutagawa, I see your hand is still raised. Did you have another comment that you wanted to put in?
but okay.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, I thought I had lowered it.
Oh, okay. No problem. I think a bunch of people lowered their hands now. Any additional commentary? Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I'll have a lot to say about Stockton, but when we get to the other maps, I think this is kind of just a bleed over from where we currently are, but we'll be coming back to this area, right? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's great. All right. Very
And
good.
may I just request a clarification? Rio Vista is part of Solano County, so you would request a visualization which takes part of Contra Costa, part of Sacramento County, and part of Solano County, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Turner, did you have another comment?
I hope you're having a great day, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. It's sunny in LA again. The rain has passed, so having a great day. All right. If no other comments, we will continue on. Tamina.
Okay, we're moving on to South Central Contra Costa County. This is the La Marinda, which is Lafayette, Moraga, Orinda, plus Pleasant Hill, Relias Valley, was used to connect Pleasant Hill into these. And this is 100,022 people. And the second visualization, very similar to this one, was to add Concord to that and see what that looked like. And so this is the same Lafayette, Orinda, Moraga, plus Relias Hill and Pleasant Hill, adding Concord, and that is 226,493 people.
Perfect. And I'll pause you there, Tamina. I'm seeing a couple hands. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. On this map here, I'd like to see added to that all of Walnut Creek and essentially that entire area except Walnut Creek, Northgate, Shell Ridge, all the little San Miguel, all the little things in there, but not Alamo. Also add Clayton. And I'd like to see what those numbers are, like not Alamo. But all those areas, and if need be, picking up, I'm not sure, going up by Lake Berryessa, San Pablo Dam Reservoir, going to the north of Lafayette in that sort of unincorporated area. I know there's population in there. I'd like to see a portion of that in there as well. Again, sort of thinking, can we get to an assembly district in this area? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Sinai.
I think mine is similar to what Commissioner Anderson said, but if we had to just pick some of the areas, so I'm on page 18 on the La Morinda PH Con 1004. I would add Contra, Pleasant Hill, Concord, Walnut Creek, and Clayton. Make sure that Walnut Creek and Clayton are added, and then move to add all the other little cities as we need. So it's a similar visualization to what Commissioner Anderson said.
Very good. Tamina and team, was that clear?
It was, thank you.
Perfect. Great. And Tamina, back to you.
Okay, now we are moving to the East Bay Coys. We're going to look at these as a pair. This is on page 20 of your packet. So these were two, you'll see they're labeled as AD, which means that they were balanced to try to get to within 5% deviation of the population of an assembly district. And the request was to try to make these two districts to respect the COIs in the area. So the first district, which incorporates the majority of Oakland and Piedmont, was made to respect the Oakland, North Oakland, Longfellow, Temescal, Rockridge, and Piedmont Hills, and the Hills COIs, and has an LCVAP of 15.71 and a BCVAP of 27.2. Believe the request was to see what the BCVAP in this area was. So this keeps together all four of the Oakland COIs that we had, and includes both of the areas with the BCVAP which were requested. The second district, which stretches from Alameda up north to Hercules along the 80 corridor, was made to respect the Greater Richmond and Urban East Bay COIs. Greater Richmond COI was up here, and Urban East Bay was this area. Also to look at the BCVAP of that area was 36.07%. Moving on to 80 Hayward Richmond. This was an assembly district visualization which was drawn to try to get the highest BCVAP possible out of all of the BCVAP in this area. And so this is a balanced assembly district within 5%. And we brought pretty much all the BCVAP blocks which were above 30% between Hayward and Richmond together. The result, this district still has a negative 16% deviation, but the highest we could get was 36.07%. So wanted to make sure that we showed it to you that this is what we could do with BCVAP in that area. This is page 21. Moving on to the Alameda County section, and our first visualization actually has a little bit of southern Contra Costa in with Alameda County. This has the Alamo, Diablo, Blackhawk, Danville. This is the I-680 corridor down to the I-580 corridor, which includes Dublin, Pleasant, and Livermore. This is called 80 Diablo Valley. The district includes, the area is all the way from Alamo in the north, east, and then east to Livermore.
And Tamina, we'll pause right there. I see Commissioner Fornashari has a hand raised.
Yeah, thanks. Let's see, I'd like to see a visualization that went from, that goes from Blackhawk, that little corner by the K of Blackhawk, goes east straight to the county line, the intersection of the county line down there, yes. Includes Mountain House and Tracy, and then comes back through the unincorporated area to Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa?
I'd like to see perhaps two visualizations now. I agree with what Commissioner Fornachari just said. I am curious as to whether or not adding a second visualization that would include Sunol would also bring it up the numbers enough to create an assembly district. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Tamina, back to you.
Okay, we do have a few more in this area. This next one is 80 Hayward Tracy. And this was also bringing together a population that would be close to an assembly district. This kept together Hayward, Union City, Sunol, and Pleasanton, all the way east to Tracy. Opted not to include Mountain House in favor of keeping Tracy whole in this particular visualization.
Great, and I see a hand from Commissioner Kutagawa.
All right, thank you. I would like to see a visualization that actually removed Hayward and Union City and anything that is west of the 580. Okay, and then add in Mountain House and all of the unincorporated areas. Actually, I said west of the 580, but I would include Sunol in this. And then all the unincorporated areas that stretch out to Tracy.
Did you mean west of the 680?
Oh, I'm sorry, west of the 680. I couldn't see it very clearly. And actually, I take that back. I would like to keep Pleasanton whole, so I don't want to split Pleasanton. It's kind of hard to see late at night and on the maps. So if we could keep Pleasanton whole, keep Sunol whole, and then stretch out all of that unincorporated area that's below Livermore and Pleasanton all the way out to Tracy, and also include Mountain House.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. On the same map, I'd like to see us go, Tanaya, include Castro Valley, San Lorenzo, and what is that? Yeah, all of that area there.
Fairview.
Include also Mountain House and take out Tracy.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you so much. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Not a direction, but just a comment to the rest of the commission that a thought just occurred to me. I know that we have a priority, but not a hard and fast rule of not splitting up counties. And I just wanted to flag that particularly for state, Senate, and assembly districts, that so much of our state's dollars are administered at the county level. In fact, even over the last 10 years,
That's right.
so much more of our state dollars are administered at the county level that I really want to be very, very, very mindful and strategic in the Senate and Assembly districts about when we are crossing county boundaries, because my concern overall is that we'll disenfranchise those little pieces of counties that we split up, because they'll be advocating for their state representatives, and they may not be sort of taken into account in the county administration of those programs for which they may advocate for. So yeah, just a thought. It only occurred to me now, but I think we should be really mindful of that, even more so than I think we were previously.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Vasquez. I think that's really helpful. Would anyone else like to make a comment on this piece? I saw Commissioner Fornashari that you had a hand raised earlier. I just wanted to make sure you meant to take that down.
Well, I was just going to offer to Commissioner Kutagawa that there's a ridge line there that is probably the demarcation point, the better demarcation point, but she included all of Pleasanton, so that's close enough.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to say it's on this particular map, or I guess. I would actually like to see San Leandro, Castro Valley, San Lorenzo, essentially following the 580 through to Dublin, Pleasanton, Sunol area. Or actually not Dublin, but Pleasanton. So yes, I'd like to see San Leandro, Castro Valley, San Lorenzo, not Union City, not Hayward, Union City. Well, I guess following the 580 south, Pleasanton down to Sonoma, but not Livermore. I'd like to kind of see that and see what that looks like, playing with that, and then possibly removing Hayward. And actually, in this, is Union City cut up? In this particular, the AD Hayward? I can't quite tell if it is.
I don't believe so. Let me see.
It looks kind of like it is. In which case, take Union City out. Okay,
No,
okay.
Union City is whole.
I
and
got
then
it
this
now. Okay,
jagged
thank you.
becomes-
Thank you. I couldn't tell what that was. Yeah, I'd like to see then, keeping Hayward, Union City, through San Leandro, Castro Valley. Actually, if the numbers work, include Dublin, Pleasanton, Sonoma, that whole area. To see what that population looks like. So, yeah, so going up to San Leandro, just stopping at the Oakland line. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. I was thinking, well, first I just wanted to get the CVAP data for this particular map, and then because I am aligned with Commissioner Anderson in including San Leandro, Costa Valley, Ashland, San Lorenzo, Fairview, that they seem to have similar demographics in terms of the type of population that is there in terms of in terms of demographic. But also just in terms of the CVAP data, if we can get that.
The CVAP data for this visualization is 22.22% Hispanic CVAP, 6.88% Black CVAP, 26.88% Asian CVAP, and 40.80% White CVAP.
Can you repeat the Black CVAP?
Black CVAP is 6.68%.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, 6.88%.
Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. Commissioner Anderson, did you have another comment? You're on mute. You're on mute.
Thank you. Yes, on page 23, we have the, what's it called, the Tri-City, the San Ramon, the Dublin, Pleasanton, that entire area. I'd like to see actually then going out, including the, actually, I'd like two different visualizations. One would be, excuse me, including Castro Valley, Fairview, like San Lorenzo, not San Leandro, but that essentially the 580 in that. The other would be just take what we have, but then go east, essentially going, what I think Commissioner Fornshari said, Black Hawk out through Tracy, or, well, that might not, go out as far as we can to see how much before you could get to what the numbers would be if you just went to the county line, and the other would be if you went out to include Mountain House and Tracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, Tamina. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we could get San Leandro, Ashland, Castro Valley, San Lorenzo, Fairview, which is very similar in just in the type of population, with Hayward, Union City, and see if we can create some kind of assembly district there, because that's a very similar population. And Castro Valley, yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. And with that, I think Tamina, back to you.
Okay, thank you. We have one more visualization for this area. This is called Sunolan Rural. This is 172,204 people. Goes all the way to the Alameda County line. Includes Sunol, Pleasanton, Livermore, and unincorporated areas in the western part of what was previously CD 15 as requested.
Commissioner Sinai.
Poor Dublin looks so alone in this visualization. It feels like if we just brought Dublin in, we would have, they might, it might be more complete. That, for some reason, that struck me. But so, could we have a visualization with that with Dublin included?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Toledo.
I was thinking something similar, Dublin, but also San Ramon, given that San Ramon and Dublin area are so similar, in the tri-city areas is what they wanted to be kept whole too.
You can just add that to mine so that you don't have to do two.
Very good. I like the teamwork. Commissioners Sinai, Toledo, both are complete? Yeah. All right, Tamina, back to you.
Thank you
Oh,
very much.
Commissioner Toledo, did you have another one?
Just a quick question. Is Mountain House split in this, or is it kept whole in this map? Because it looks like we're following the Alameda County line, but I'm not sure
Yes.
if Mountain House.
Mountain House is here, so it is not in Alameda County.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that, Tamina. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, thank you. In this particular one, I'd like to see, and it's actually on the next page, there's a portion of Fremont which has been separated out. Because, from Fremont to Sonoma, that's where the Niles Canyon goes through. And those communities really are connected, sort of historically, as well as it's a major travel corridor. And so I'd like to see that portion of the Fremont go up with that entire rural area that we'd spun before. Yes, please. Oh, and when you're up if you're considering going up to San Ramon, I'd like to see it just keeping it in Alameda County. But then if you go up into grab San Ramon, I'd also like to see Norris Canyon in that too. Because that's San Ramon, Norris Canyon are kind of the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai, I saw a hand earlier. Did you still want to jump in there? No. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you. I have a question, and I guess maybe this is going to be up to the discretion of the line drawers. Based on the visualizations that were just requested, including what Commissioner Anderson just said, if the numbers are not going to be enough to get to a assembly district number, I would like to request seeing a visualization that would also go up into Danville. Actually, it's the previous map. So if you move to the previous map, the rural Sonoma one, yeah. So I think what Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Toledo just asked for is Dublin, and then also including North Canyon and possibly San Ramon. If you need to, and also that part of Fremont that Commissioner Anderson said, using that as the base, if you need to increase the population to get to an assembly district, I'd like to see a visualization that would also include Danville as part of that as well too, if you need additional population. But I'm going to leave it to your discretion if you need to do that. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Seeing no other hands, Tamina, I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. We are moving to ADSJ SLZ. And this was a shape that was requested of an assembly district. And the direction for this visualization was to look at the LCVAP in the area of Hayward and San Lorenzo, taking off the west half of Fremont. So we have Union City, Hayward, Newark, and part of Fremont and part of San Jose. This district resulted in, this has a 0.23% deviation, and the LCVAP for this is 23.85% was the highest we could go.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yes, on this particular one, do you also happen to have the CVAP for the Asian community also and the Black community?
Sure, one moment, please. The Asian CVAP is 38.97%. The Black CVAP is 7.77%.
Okay, I'd like to request a different visualization. On this one, I'd like to remove all of Fremont and San Jose. And I think this is close to the visualization that Commissioner Toledo was asking about, and include a visualization that would have Newark, Hayward, Union City, Fairview, San Leandro, Ashland, and Castro Valley. And it may be the same one that he asked for. Thank you.
Great. Was that the end of your comment, Commissioner? Good to go. Commissioner Anderson. Oh, no? Okay. All right. Tamina, back to you.
Okay, the next three we're
Right, I
going.
did have a quick question. In this particular one, why was Fremont cut where it's cut?
The direction for this was to try to get the highest number of CVAP, LCVAP, Latino CVAP possible.
Okay.
So it was cut on any lower Latino CVAP blocks.
Got it. Great. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I think, Tamina, we're ready to continue on. I think we have about, correct me if I'm wrong, about 20 more visualizations to look at.
Yes, so we are now moving into a series of visualizations which were requested around the previous CD17. The request from the commission was to look at several ways to look at the Asian CVAP and see if I can get it above 50% for congressional districts. Again, these have not been reviewed by the VRA attorneys. They have not looked into the congressional pieces yet. But are just some preliminary numbers to look at the LCVAP in the first jingles precondition. Oh, sorry, ACVAP. I'm sorry, ACVAP. So this first one was the first attempt, and it took away Cupertino out of what was previously selected. So this includes Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, the Berryessa area of San Jose, Milpitas, north into Fremont, with a little bit of Union City and a little bit of Hayward. And this visualization has 761,132 people. The ACVAP of this is above 50%. This is the second, which has an ACVAP above 50%. And this started with the previous visualization, but replaced the areas of Sunnyvale and Santa Clara with areas in San Jose. So removed these two areas and came further south into the San Jose area.
Very good. Commissioner Sinai, it looks like wanted to jump in there.
I messed up. I did have a question on map 26, on page 26, so I don't know if we can go back or I should just hold on to it till later.
I think it's okay to go back and.
Okay, sorry, I was.
No problem.
On this one, I understand our goal. I just had a question if it was possible to a visualization, bringing East Palo Alto into this visualization, and maybe taking out the southern part of San Jose if needed. Just because East Palo Alto is very different than all of their neighbors. And so I was just trying to find a connection for them, but it might not work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just clarify, is the direction to come through San Jose South to East Palo Alto? To go around here, or were you?
Well, I was trying to figure out, that's the bay, right?
This is the bay. Yes, this is water
We
right here.
can't just connect them through the bay, right?
The bridge goes across there.
Yeah, that's
There is
what
a
I thought,
bridge.
that there was a bridge, and so it was, my thought was East Palo Alto connected with the bridge over to Newark. So not going,
Yeah, the
not
bridge
going
is
through
up here.
San Jose Park. I mean, San Jose Park, I heard you. Not going down through San Jose.
Okay, thank you.
And then I think with that, I think we're good to go back to the CD17 visualizations that you had to me.
Okay, we have one more CD17 visualization. This is page 30 in your packet. And this is different because it actually keeps all of Fremont whole. And again, is above 50% ACVAP. And this has a 0.04% deviation from a congressional district.
Commissioner Sinai, you gonna jump in? Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. I might have missed, you gave the agency VAP on 28, but I missed that on 29. Did you give that on 29? And also if you could repeat it for 30?
Sure, let me go through each of these.
Actually, I guess if those were 3 pages, if you're looking back, we could get all the CVAP on those, please.
Sure, the Asian CVAP for this visualization is 52.34%.
I'm sorry, which page? This is you're on 30?
This is 29.
This is 29, great. I'm sorry, what was it, 30?
It is 52.34%.
Okay. And can we get the other breakdowns?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Page 28, the Asian CVAP is 50.41%. And the ACVAP for page 30 is 52.82%.
Okay. Commissioner Anderson, did you have a follow-up question or comment?
No, thank you.
Great. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you. I'm going to request a visualization. It could either be the current one or actually, let's go to the previous one. This is the one that says CD 1750. Yeah, that one. Thank you. I'd like to remove Newark and Union City from this visualization. I would like to make Fremont whole. And is that all going down next to Milpitas, between Santa Clara and Milpitas? Is that part of?
This is San Jose.
That is San Jose. Okay, that's what I thought. All right. I'd like to actually then include all of Fremont, all of at least the part of the San Jose that borders up to Santa Clara, and actually even including Santa Clara. And then does that, where it cuts off at in San Jose there, is it cutting off down by around Morgan Hill? Or is that
Hill's
further
still
up?
Further down.
Oh, okay, okay, so you're cutting it off further. It's hard to tell from these maps, okay.
And Newark is completely encased by Fremont. So
Oh, okay.
Would you like to keep Newark whole, or would you like to take out, keep Fremont whole or take out Newark?
Let's, okay, that was hard to see on the map. Okay. Yeah, okay, sorry about that. Let's scratch that request. Let me think about this then, because it was hard to see that part on the map that I was looking at. My apologies.
Problem. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. These three visualizations were really helpful, and it was really helpful for you to walk and tell us what was missing, because sometimes I look at these and I keep going back and forth, and I'm like, I don't see the difference here. Why are the numbers? Of the three, if I really liked page 30, the CD 1753 1004, because it does keep the counties whole. I think it is important to keep Fremont and Newark to get whole. So I just wanted to put it out there that there was a couple of other ones where they were very similar, and we didn't quite say which of the visualizations we liked more, but I thought it might be helpful for you all to hear that, but you can tell us if it's not.
Super helpful, thank you.
Commissioner Kutagawa, did you want to jump back in there? No. I was just going to actually ask a question myself here. Tamina, if you could tell us, it looks like on the right-hand side of Milpitas, there's a little bit hanging off out there, and what that is, and
This area up here?
mm-hmm.
There is a little bit hanging off. Again, we were looking at the ACVAP areas, so we were looking at cutting off any areas which had lower ACVAP population.
Got it. Okay.
Small
I think
census blocks.
Yeah, my sense is like we're really close to a congressional district here. So if there are, I see on both sides of Milpitas, there's that possibility of adding a little bit more. I think that could be potentially one solution, but again, I would want to see the VRA analysis in this area as well. Commissioner Kennedy, I think I saw a hand and then I went down maybe.
It went down. I was going to say, yes, I'd like to see it with Milpitas whole, and if we need to lose some population at that point, then maybe we could just clean up some of the lines, either in the south in the San Jose portion, or in the north Union City area. But yeah, I would like to see Milpitas whole in that. Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Kutagawa.
I'd just like to ask, could you just zoom in more on that southern San Jose border area? Yeah, down at that area, just to see where are you cutting off San Jose in terms of what you're creating. It's really hard to tell from just the maps.
Is that helpful, Commissioner Kutagawa?
I'm just trying to see that road.
Yeah.
What's that southern road there? Capitol Expressway? Okay. Can
This
you
is
go-
Capitol Expressway.
Okay,
right here.
can you just scroll, I guess, so that I can see south a little bit more? Yeah, it's hard to tell.
This is Silendale Avenue.
Okay. Can you go down south a little bit more, just a tad? Thank you. A little bit more.
This is Hellier coming across this way.
Okay.
This is Coyote.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. That helps. Thank you.
Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. On this map on the 30, I actually like the visualization on 29 more, just because the demographics in Newark and Hayward and Union City in terms of the types of industry, the types of type of residential and other transportation systems tend to be more aligned with that than Fremont. Fremont having much more connection with Milpitas and the rest of Silicon Valley. Although I can see it either way. I would like to see on 29 potentially to get it into a congressional district to get a little more population. The areas surrounding Milpitas and potentially further down in San Jose to get it to a congressional number. And while keeping the and of course if there's VRA requirements, I think we'll get to that when we get to that.
Great. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Toledo. I think that's where I was trying to go with it too. And perhaps, I hate to put you on the spot, but I will, Commissioner Akman, maybe your thoughts on where would be a good dividing line in terms of splitting Fremont so that we respect that Newark. I agree with what Commissioner Toledo was saying, that I think it is better aligned with Hayward and Union City, picking up parts of that northern San Jose area that borders Santa Clara, maybe even picking up part of Santa Clara and not going so far down south for San Jose. And actually maybe even bringing that southern border up a little bit more.
Okay. Commissioner Akman.
Thank you, Chair. I did have a thought earlier. I agree with what the visualization that Commissioner Kennedy was requesting to include Milpitas and maybe shave off some of the ends either at the top of that visualization or the bottom. In terms of Commissioner Kutagawa, your question, when reviewing the community of interest input that we had received, most of the visualizations that we've seen today are encompassed in the COI inputs that we've received. Granted, those COI inputs did not take into consideration population size, which is where we're at now. So in respect to the visualizations, they do, for the most part, include public input regarding communities of interest. I will have to think a little bit more about the bottom border.
Yeah, I think this area, there's a lot more to still consider. And I'm anxious to move forward and see some of the additional visualizations on the other side of this and what the Asian CVAP is looking like on that side. I'm not seeing any other hands. I also just wanted to have a little time checked. We have about half an hour left. Tamina, about how many more slides do you have? Are they generally in these areas?
I have about
I'm wondering if
15
it might
left.
make sense if we go through all of the slides and then take commissioner feedback. Would that make sense for you with what you have left?
I have about 15 left, and I'm happy to go along whichever way you'd like.
Okay, let's get started and we'll see how far we go. We definitely, I think commissioners are trying to manage here, making sure that we can be as thorough as possible and also have some time constraints as well. So let's let Tamina get started here, reviewing the rest of the 15 slides that are left, and we'll see how many questions and comments that we have.
Okay, moving on, we are moving to Fremont Uni-New, and this is keeping Fremont, Union City, and Newark together. We are on slide 30, page 31. And this was requested to see what the CVAP in this area would look like. And this results in 49% ACVAP and 17.05% LCVAP. This next one we're going to look at as a set. This came from the direction was to look at if Cupertino, Santa Clara, and Sunnyvale were part of the previous CD18, what would balancing CD19 look like? And so for CD19, we took Los Gatos and parts of Saratoga, Cambrian Park, Lexington Hills, Zayante, and Scotts Valley, which gave CD17 parts of Burbank, Campbell, and Saratoga.
Could you give us a CVAP on that one, please?
Sure, 1 minute. So the CVAP, Asian CVAP for this right-hand visualization would be 30.45% Asian CVAP, 2.81% Black CVAP, and 27.03% Hispanic CVAP, and 38.0% White CVAP. The CD18 has 30.41% Asian CVAP, 2.36% Black CVAP, 11.35% Hispanic CVAP, and 54.44% White CVAP. And the CD17 has 38.30% Asian CVAP, 4.22% Black CVAP, 19.56% Hispanic CVAP, Latino CVAP, and 36.15% White CVAP.
We're going to pause right there. I see Commissioner Sinai has a hand.
Thank you. I did notice that page 26 and page 31, the visualizations of those two are very similar. But with your help on the last one, I realized that Fremont got cut on 26 and not on 31. So I was wondering if, for visualization on page 31, if we could add Hayward and East Palo Alto, the visualization I asked before, but using 31 instead of 26 for that, the visualization I had requested before.
Yes, no problem.
Thank you.
Seeing no other hands. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. I thought we had it someplace else, but I'm not seeing that. This creates all kinds of issues here. Gilroy's cut in half, and I know that San Benito they have a very valid area of Watsonville, Gilroy, down that south. And it's lumping things in together with don't necessarily go. I thought we'd requested a visualization from Pacifica south, which it basically splitting the reservoir, the reservoir essentially west of 280 south, which would include, Woodside, Atherton, Palo Alto, not East Palo Alto, but Palo Alto, Stanford, Portola Valley, and then keeping it within, essentially because I know it sounds like Palo Alto is not, West Palo Alto is actually extremely rural. It's hugely hilly. Portola Valley, Woodside are, and then down south, Loma, Pescadero, down that way to see a limited, basically going up north, grabbing that population, and then coming down. So basically, it moves the CD18 up north and allowing the Santa Cruz area to be part of a different, essentially like, the line, which is CD 19, I'd like that to be moved north and west. To do our slightly different visualizations, grabbing population from Pacifica down south into that more rural area.
And Commissioner, we do have a visualization like that coming up that I think
do?
will address what you're concerned with.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Tamina. Commissioner Kitagawa.
Staying on this particular one, I have a few visualizations that I'd like to ask about, starting with CD 17 CSSC 1004. On that particular one, I'd like to see a visualization that would actually remove Campbell and Cambrian Park from CD, this particular visualization, and add Santa Clara to this visualization. I'd like to see what that would be. And then for CD 19 CSS 1004, having Campbell and Cambrian Park be added to that CD 19 visualization. And then I'd like to remove the portion from San Martin and Gilroy going south. And if you need to, I think, okay, so I think I'll stop there on that one. And then question or clarification, again, it's hard to see on the map. Does the CD CSS visualization, does that include Menlo Park and East Palo Alto in it? It's kind of hard to tell from that visualization.
Menlo Park and East Palo Alto are not included.
Are not included, okay. All right, thank you. Let me come back to that part. On the CD 18 visualization, I would like to remove, and I think this is what Commissioner Anderson was saying, I would like to remove Pasatiempo and Santa Cruz if it's not already separate. And again, it's hard to tell from the map.
Pasatiempo and Santa Cruz, this is the county line here, so they are not included.
Okay, they are not included. Okay, very good. All right, so then on this CD 18, I would like to then see a visualization that would split CD 18 right now and remove that western portion along that, I think it's Highway 35, it looks like, all the way to the coast. And then, again, I think this might be repeating what Commissioner Anderson said, and I think this is in a later visualization, like you said, but moving that portion up the coastline to at least Half Moon Bay. At least up to Half Moon Bay, and I'll leave it to your discretion if you need additional population, if you have to move it further up, maybe towards north of that section there. Then on the section that is to the east of Highway 35, which would include Cupertino, Los Altos, Sunnyvale, Palo Alto, Portola Valley, Woodside, I would like to request one that would include East Palo Alto, Menlo Park. I know it's not ideal for East Palo Alto, but for contiguity, I'm going to include them. Menlo Park, moving up the 101 and the 280, including San Carlos, Belmont, Redwood City, and San Mateo. And I'd like to see what that would look like in terms of population and whether that would be assembly district size or congressional district size. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. The natural boundary in San Mateo between the coast and inland is the 280 versus the 34 and 92. And I think if we're going to go, I guess, and I think that's where the visualization is that you had brought up that was coming. So I just wanted to bring that up since you had brought up a different boundary.
I think I was looking more towards the southern part, but as you go up a little bit further north, like, you go past Woodside, then you could use the 280 as that natural boundary. And then on that side, that also includes Hillsborough, but that should be included to the, to that more inland district.
That sounds great. Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have another comment that you'd like to make? All right. Tamina?
Okay, moving on to the next one. This is another group of group of visualizations which were created together to respect all of the COI testimony that we received in the area. So we got a lot of COI testimony about the Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, Cupertino area being kept in what was formerly CD17 with Fremont and Newark. So that gives this representation. And then this area keeps together the Berryessa neighborhood of San Francisco over here, as well, San Jose over here, as well as some of the smaller San Jose COIs, which were testified about. And this might slightly be what you're speaking of. I have another one coming up next that does go, this is what it looks like if you were to take this whole section of San Mateo County, the combined population of both the coastal side and the inland side would be 783,500.
I see commissioners' hands, but Tamina, did you say you have one more to show us kind of in the same area?
Yes, just like to show this one. This is keeps all of the cities along the San Mateo coast intact, from Pacifica south to Santa Clara, keeping away from the inland corridor. It also keeps together Santa Cruz and to Los Gatos, this area right in here, along Highway 17, which was requested as a COI. And this is 353,687 people.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Commissioner Sinai, do you want to kick us off here?
This is more of a general question, and I was curious. I guess I got a little nervous when we started using the CD14, CD17. We started using the congressional districts with the numbers because I know we talked about them that way, and I know that people that called in talked about them that way, but that's not what the numbering's going to be in the future, and I don't want, it just made me nervous to start using that. And so I wanted to bring that up to see what my fellow commissioners thought about that and if we should avoid. I know in LA they use letters and not numbers so people wouldn't get confused, and then at the end everybody got confused anyway, is what that article explained. And it looks like Karin has an answer for me.
I just wanted to say we only use those because you gave specific direction to build on those. Usually we do not use them. So it was really just to be responsive to you. And we're happy to not use them at all, obviously. So
I think we should move away from using them because it just has that political connotation to it all. Thank you, Karin, for the explanation.
Thank you. Commissioner Akman.
Thank you, Chair. On page 33, if we can go back to that visualization, can you zoom in on what is labeled as CD18 COI 1004? I just want to see more clearly what those boundaries are. Thank you.
Is that helpful, Commissioner Akma? Do you want to have to me to move the map at all, or?
No, this is good. I just wanted to see. I will keep my thoughts to myself at this point.
Okay, sounds good. Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, if you could go back to page 36, please. It was the one that went from Pacifica to Santa Cruz County. Yeah. So, okay. So you said you kept Los Gatos in this one because of COI testimony?
Yes, the COI testimony was to keep
The 17
along
corridor.
the 17 corridor and keep Los Gatos with Santa Cruz.
Okay. So if you can zoom out a bit. So what I guess I have two COI requests for you. I'd like you to do one with Los Gatos and one without Los Gatos. And I'd like you to take this district down the coast towards Monterey until you get to an assembly district. But I want you to keep on the coast. I don't want to include Watsonville. I don't want to include, certainly not Salinas. So yeah, just Pajaro Dunes, Moss Landing, right along the coast down to Monterey. If you would do that, please. And until you get to an assembly district size.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Akma, did you want to jump back in? No.
Oh, I forgot to lower my hand, but while I'm here,
Yeah, you got it.
my thought on the other one, since we can share our thoughts, I just thought it was really interesting that this CD 18 COI is including Eastside San Jose with Los Altos in the same district. So it was just perplexing to me thinking about those communities. You can't afford a house in either of those places, but it's a very, very different demographic, both racially, economically. So just interesting.
We'll stay tuned and see if there are additional thoughts for that area. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. Could we go to page 36, that one from Pacifica, kind of that goes down through Santa Cruz? And could we zoom in a little bit in the San Mateo County area? Okay, because what I'd like to see is, a little bit at the top, exclude San Bruno, and then come down a little bit further, include, actually, can you throw the 280 on here? Perfect. Okay, so include Woodside, Portola Valley. I think we need Emerald Lake Hills. I think that is as well. Essentially include from Portola Valley. What is the next city to sort of south and east? Is that part of Palo Alto? If we going, that's a yeah to the right of Portola Valley, that yellow one. What is that one? Is that no? It doesn't have a name. Pardon? Is it?
Pardon me, the yellow what, please?
That yellow area between Portola Valley and Los Altos Hills. What is that? Do we know?
Just, this is a landmark area.
Okay. All right. Well, Portola. So I'd like to include in this area is the Woodside, Portola Valley. I don't know what that one is, so I don't know if I want to include that. Well, let's say that the yellow one that not actually Los Altos Hills, and then it is Palo Alto. Okay, so it's western part of Palo Alto. Okay, yes, include that, please. And then there's a ridge between, kind of coming along that somewhere, I don't know exactly where, but not Cupertino, in this. And then, since we've added those populations, going down south, please, I'd like to then remove essentially, wait, didn't we hit where's the Santa Cruz line? Is it back up there? Well, I'd like to move, yeah, there it is, okay. I'd like to have the Felton, Ben Lomond included in this, but going further south, I'd like to, like essentially to make this area up, I'd like to lose population from the areas that, like essentially that's Corlos, Day Valley, the Aptos, Del Mar, Seacliff, lose those populations to, when we gain the populations up top, to try to get to making an assembly district. I'm sorry, that was a bit vague. Was that, shall I be a little more clear on that one?
No, that was actually good, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, I didn't realize Daly City was included in this. So for both of the visualizations I asked for, San Bruno. Take San Bruno out, please.
Was that the end of it, Commissioner Punjay? Perfect. Seeing no others, Tamina, we have about 5 minutes left. So Tamina, just a little over 5 minutes. Tamina, whatever you can cover. I'm also talking with staff to see if it's possible for us to extend a little bit later tonight so that we can finish up this portion of the state after lunch. So stay tuned for that update. Tamina?
Okay, thank you. We are moving into Interlochen through San Jose, to San Jose through San Benito. This includes the areas of Watsonville, Interlochen, Pajaro, Los Lomas, Prunedale, Aromas, San Juan Bautista, Hollister, Ridgemark, Tres Pinos, Gilroy, San Martin, Morgan Hill, and the southern portions of San Jose. Population 514,220.
Looks like a couple hands on this one. Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, I'm just curious, where did this come from?
This came from direction from the commission to put these areas together.
Really?
Yes.
Huh, okay.
Or else I wouldn't have drawn it.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Thank you. I'd like to see a visualization that would remove San Jose, at least perhaps at somewhere between Morgan Hill and San Martin. I think the more north it goes, it doesn't make sense to be with the other sections of Santa Cruz County and getting into Monterey.
Thank you. Was that the completion of your comment?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yes. I have problems like unbuttoning myself. Oh, that didn't sound right. No. Too many buttons to push.
That's a good comedic relief at this point. We're about 5 minutes away from a break. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, in this area, what I would like to see actually is Gilroy and the areas in between here included. So Gilroy going across to Interlochen, Watsonville, to the coast, Moss Landing, all the way down, including Castroville. Sorry, still on the coast. Yep, Castroville and the Prunedale out, including this area. It goes up and all very tidy. I want that big general section going across from Prunedale, across through, was it Los Tres Palmas? Is that? And then going up, including all of Hollister and part of the area around that, up to the county line. That essentially that general whole area through there. I'd like to see. I'd like to see population in there. So essentially, it's like a large circle as opposed to the little particularly individual lines from Gilroy, Interlochen, Watsonville to the coast, down the coast, Castroville, directly east, possibly even to the county line over at, including all the San Benito, up, go up, and then back straight across in Gilroy. Yeah, actually, including part of the Santa Clara, that area. Yeah. I'd like to see what those population numbers are.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I'm just, in terms of the Gilroy, Watsonville area, I mean, and some of these other portions of, they seem very high farm worker, or at least they used to be. I think there's a lot of change going on in this area, but lots of farm workers, and so I'm curious about the CVAP for this area, and then in addition to that, I'd be curious to see what the CVAP, if we took out the some of the San Jose and the Morgan Hill area, might there be what this would look like. But if we can get the CVAP just on this map, that'd be great.
Sure, one moment, please. The Latino CVAP in this area is 33.28%. Asian CVAP is 17.2%. Black CVAP is 2.48%. And white CVAP is 45.29%.
Thank you for that, Tamina. Commissioner Toledo, any follow-up on that?
I'm just, at this point, I'm just thinking if there may be some areas in the Santa Clara, if we added some of the like areas in the Santa Cruz area and even in the Monterey area to this, that are agricultural in nature. It might be better than going up to San Jose, or even closer to the San Benito area as well.
So is perhaps the direction for line drawers to contemplate a more agriculturally based potential district, including the areas that you mentioned?
That's correct. So in the Monterey and San Benito area, potentially some of the Santa Cruz area as well.
Got it. For line drawers, is that clear?
Do you need more direction? Or?
If you could tell me, where you mean by agricultural areas, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, so including potentially Salinas, which is the strawberry capital.
Yes, it is.
Some of those, so certainly the Salinas area, potentially some of the, if you go down a little bit more, this whole area is very agricultural in nature.
Down like the one, is it the 101? Yeah. 101?
Yeah, we can't see the 101 here.
Sorry, we're talking about the 101 because
Yeah.
that is highly agriculture.
Yeah, so that whole area on the 101 down to Gonzales is all agriculture.
Yeah, so
Was the direction to keep the 101 corridor here in Monterey County up with Gilroy San Martin?
With Gilroy, definitely, but maybe at the Gilroy area down, trying to create an agricultural space area. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that clarity, Commissioner Toledo. I see a whole bunch of hands. I've got Commissioners Kennedy, Fornashari, Sinai, and Akutagawa. We are up against a lunch break, however, so please, if need be, and Commissioner Fernandez, I'm seeing that too. So please, I've taken note of that order. When we come back from a break at 3 o'clock, we will pick up where we left off. I have a request into staff to see if we could add time this evening and go until 8 p.m. If need be, if needed. And so as soon as I get that word from staff, then we will confirm that. But my intention is when we come back from lunch, we finish up this area and Tamina can finish this piece. And if need be, we can also potentially go later tomorrow. Okay. Thanks, everybody, and enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back at 3 o'clock. Great, thank you. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We continue on in our agenda, still on item number 2, and we are going to be finishing up our conversation regarding the California coast and the San Francisco Bay Area. Before the break, there were a number of questions from commissioners. I noted down the order of the hands that had been raised at that time as Commissioners Kennedy, Fornashari, Sinai, Akutagawa, and Fernandez. So we will go in that order and try to finish up this area. In addition, I have received confirmation from staff that we can go later tonight. So woohoo, we're gonna keep on moving today and finish up this section before moving into the next, and really try to stay on task for our days so that most certainly the San Diego and other Southern California areas don't get shortchanged tomorrow. So with that, I know Tamina is still our mapper at this point. Commissioner Kennedy, I'll call on you first.
Thank you, Chair. If Tamina could bring back up the last map that we were on, that's the yes, thank you. So I think when we were talking about the visualization coming down the coast from San Mateo County into Santa Cruz, I believe it was Commissioner Anderson who had suggested perhaps dropping areas east of Santa Cruz, like Aptos, Day Valley, Corralitos, Rio Del Mar, etc. So I'm thinking if we could see a visualization that started at San Martin over on the east side, came through all of that white area, and then included Day Valley, Corralitos, Aptos, Rio Del Mar, etc., and connecting back to Watsonville, and filling in the white area between Gilroy and Watsonville. I'd like to see that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Fornashari?
Yeah, to follow on with Commissioner Toledo's comments, if we go just a little bit, if you can move the map up a little bit, I expect there's potential VRA considerations in this area. San Benito County is very rural. When I asked for my visualization starting Pacifica, I specifically skipped Watsonville and that area because that's very rural, and going down to Prunedale, Salinas, the whole Salinas Valley, and again, all of San Benito County. I expect we're going to be discussing that area in much greater detail. So I don't have a visualization at this point, but I think we'll probably touch on that next week.
I'm wondering, thank you for that, Commissioner Fornashari. I'm wondering if the line drawing team, or I believe Mr. Becker has rejoined us, if they have any insights on whether or not this is an area that you're looking at from a VRA standpoint and conducting.
I can just tell you briefly, it's an area we identified with large populations and high concentrations, Monterey, San Benito counties. And we are looking at racially polarized voting in that area as well. We'll have more to report on that next week.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that update. Commissioner Sinai.
Thanks. Just following up on that, this is an area where there's a lot of I think the right terminology is cross-voting among different communities. So just to make sure that when we're looking at the racial polarized voting, that we're not just looking at one, but if we can look across Latino and Asian. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Akutagawa. Is Commissioner Kutagawa back with us?
She's not back yet.
Okay, no problem. We can come back to her. Commissioner Fernandez.
Sorry,
You all are having too much fun
Commissioner
there.
Turner just made a good joke, so I'm trying to put myself together here. So back to the, yes, right there, that would be great. Tamina, can you show the towns? Can you, yeah. And I can't remember what Commissioner Toledo, I think we said following the 101, right? And I think that's right. Because honestly, all the way from Gilroy to San Luis Obispo is lots of farmland. So my request would be to keep going down the 101 until you get to the size of an assembly district. All those small little towns, yep. Yeah, thank you. Or that's my request for a visualization.
Great, thank you so much for that. It looks like Commissioner Akutagawa is not back yet. Tamina,
She
why
just
don't we-
returned.
Oh, got it. She is next up in the order, or last up, I should say, for this last visualization. Commissioner Kutagawa, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I was just going to make a comment about making sure we include Castroville, which is the artichoke capital of the world, apparently, according to their marketing and the signs that I see when I drive around there. And so we should make sure it includes that part and then all the way down to like Salinas. And I'm sure that all just got discussed. So that was just going to be my comment, but I wanted to make sure. I also wanted to also note that we did receive a community of interest input around Seaside and Marina, and I know that was also one of the visualizations that we've been giving, but that was submitted to us as a historically Black community. I do also want to just note, though, that my observation of Seaside is that there's also a significant Latino community in that area as well, too. So just for consideration in terms of perhaps it's going to be I guess in a sense, a coalition kind of area as well, too. So.
Okay, great. And your inclusion of Castroville sounds delicious. Tamina, back to you.
Okay, thank you. That's actually a great segue into our next visualization, which is Marina Seaside. And this is 38 on your page numbers. This was a visualization which was created in response to a request for the percentage of Black CVAP in this COI. And so in Marina Seaside, there are 55,258 people, and the Black CVAP is at 9.7%. We're now going to be moving down to San Luis Obispo. There were requests to do two separate visualizations, and we'll go through each of them. One was to put San Luis Obispo County with Southern Monterey, and then the other was to take San Luis Obispo County and go south into Santa Barbara. So we are going to be looking at page 39 right now and then going to page 40.
And Tamina, I think I saw a hand from Commissioner Akutagawa. Did you want to jump in at this
Yeah,
point?
I just wanted to ask Tamina if she can also share the CVAP for the Latino community for that previous visualization too.
Yes. The Latino CVAP for Marina Seaside is 25%.
Commissioner Kutagawa, any additional follow-up or direction on this one visualization?
No, I just wanted to understand and make sure that what I visually is seeing is aligned with what the CVAP may be. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, Tamina, thanks.
Okay, so this is San Luis Obispo with Southern Monterey County. There's 300,000 people, 300,415 people. And the alternate request was to go south, taking the northern part of Santa Barbara, instead of going up into Monterey County, and San Luis Obispo with this area of Santa Barbara is 517,000 people and 129,000. 517,129 people.
Commissioner Sinai.
On this visualization, the purple one, I'm not sure what that coast area is. I mean, I know what it is because I've driven. Yes, that's what I thought. Is it possible to add that coast area to this visualization? And then at times, Ojai was mentioned to be connected with Santa Barbara. And so I don't know let's just keep the visualization just capturing the rest of that county, right, that corner.
Okay.
And then we'll later maybe talk about a second visualization. We're at 40. Yeah. It is 40. Oh, it's 41 including Ojai and the Channel Islands, but not San Luis Obispo. So that's another, okay. Thank you. So just add that little piece that's missing. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Tamina.
Okay, moving on into the Santa Barbara, I was given direction to look at 3 different Santa Barbara districts. So this would be, visualizations. So this one takes in Oakview, Miramonte, Miners, Oaks, and Ojai. I'm sorry, I will zoom in a little bit so you can see the city names in here. So the western area here of Ventura County, included with the entirety of Santa Barbara County. And this area has 478,610 people.
Commissioner Sinai, was that a new hand up or? Oh, no. Okay, go ahead, Tamina.
The second visualization takes Santa Barbara County and goes a little bit north into San Luis Obispo County. And so in this visualization, we have Santa Barbara with, looking at the wrong note here. Santa Barbara with Nipomo, Woodlands, Callender, Blackdale, Los Barros, Oceano, Arroyo Grande, Grover Beach, and a portion of Pismo Beach. This visualization has 517,827 people. And then the third visualization is for Santa Barbara, has 480,508 people. And the direction here was to take in a small portion of Ventura to create an assembly district deviation, which would be under 5%. And here we are at 4.81.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. Going back to page 42, the Santa Barbara with the portion of Ixnapimo and into San Luis Obispo area. I think, didn't we actually request, and maybe I just missed it, a visualization of San Luis Obispo County? We have one going north, which is on, so on page 40. Well, no, I guess we don't. The San Luis Obispo County and actually going south into Santa Barbara some, because, including, and you'd have to pop in a little bit, zoom in so I can see the cities there, but including some of those areas south, immediately south of the border into Santa Barbara County with San Luis Obispo. Yeah, I don't know. Could you zoom in on that, please? Yes, correct. Right, the Santa Maria and Sisquoc, I think those areas. Actually, I think it said including Lompoc, but not Vandenberg. It was something like that, going north. And going north, and then actually up, because I'm just looking at population, that would be a visualization. And then I thought we said one. Oh, is that on page 39, including going up into Monterey County? But I was under the impression it was not around the 101 corridor. It was actually going up to possibly catch Monterey itself. Is anyone else remembering this, or not quite?
So Commissioner Anderson, perhaps your direction is to review the COI testimony and develop.
Well,
Is that where you're going with this?
I'm actually, yes, but a little bit more, the commission tried to put together a bunch of the different COI testimony to create a couple of visualizations, and I'm not quite, I'm seeing a few of them, but not quite all of them, including that one that goes San Luis Obispo County and going south, and then they also said San Luis Obispo County and going north, but I did not think it included the 101 corridor. I thought it was, and that's why I was wondering if any other, I guess either another commissioner who also recalls what we were trying to do there, or what community of interest testimony created this map going north. Oh, I have a waving hand of Commissioner Fornashari.
Okay, I'm not seeing that, but if Commissioner, oh, sorry about
So
that.
so the community of interest testimony we got related to the coast of San Luis Obispo County just talked about going up to the Monterey border, up to the border of Monterey County. It didn't talk about going into Monterey County itself.
Actually, now I'm remembering, there was another one we requested, was along the coast, going from Monterey down south to, what's by Hearst Castle? I can't think of it. It begins with a C. Cambria. Down to Cambria. Thank you. If we could see that, I don't know what the population would be for that. So I think those are two different then. Not, we have the north, San Luis Obispo, including that area going south, and then that coastline. If we could see those, thank you.
Got it. For the line drawing team, was that clear enough?
So just to clarify, it would be all of San Luis Obispo County plus all of Monterey County west of the 101?
No, I think I was imagining that. Stop at the San Luis Obispo County, don't go north. The San Luis Obispo going south.
Going south, okay.
And then the other visualization I would request would be from Monterey, including, Pacific Grove, et cetera, going down the coast to Cambria. And that would include like Carmel Valley, that sort of, that ridge area.
Right, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Kutagawa.
I was actually, for me, my general comment about the visualizations with Santa Barbara is the inclusion of the Channel Islands. I believe they should actually be paired more with Oxnard, because usually Oxnard and the Channel Islands are usually paired together. A lot of the activities that they engage in, a lot of the, just what you see, it's oftentimes Oxnard and the Channel Islands, not Santa Barbara and the Channel Islands. However, it does become a little bit more complicated because I know that removing them may reduce some of the numbers. And what I'll say is I will leave it up to the discretion of the line drawers to add the additional population that is needed. Although I do want to support the map that is on page 41 that includes Ojai, Miramonte, and Oakview But I know that if you do remove the Channel Islands, it will become a little bit smaller. I also just generally want to comment that that little shark fin at the top of one of the visualizations is a little, I can't remember, I know we talked about this, but it is a little odd, just how it just dips a little bit into San Luis Obispo, so I'm not really supportive of that. I'm just wondering if that could be, if it could work without the Channel Islands.
Sure, and just for clarification, Commissioner, the Channel Islands, the census block which encompasses this area is connected to Santa Barbara.
Is it?
So
That's
unfortunately, I could take out this part of Santa Barbara, which would take out the Channel Islands.
No, then that's okay. It is interesting though, because when you see the way, if you go to Oxnard, everything is Channel Islands and Oxnard, not Santa Barbara and Oxnard, so, okay. We will keep it together. Thank you. Forget.
That is definitely very interesting, especially given the location of Cal State Channel Islands in Ventura County. Commissioner Sinai.
I was thinking for a congressional district, looking at page 43, so San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, the Channel Islands, but including Ojai, Carpinteria. I was trying to Americanize it. Carpinteria, is that right? Okay. And West Ventura. And that comes from our COI testimony, and I'm not sure how they're defining West Ventura. That was the hard part on the different COI testimonies that we received. But what I would encourage us, and you may have some suggestions as you look at this, is just the visualization starting at the coast and moving in until we have the right numbers for a congressional district. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fornashari.
Oh, wait, my math is off.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Was that
no, yeah, I was just looking at this going, wait, the congressional district is already basically Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo makes that number. So I think I was looking at a Senate district, so I'm jumping forward when we're not talking about that yet, so I apologize.
No problem. Thank you so much. Commissioner Fornashari.
I was just getting in the queue and because I thought we were going to go through the whole thing, but I'm going to wait until after we've gone through the whole thing, and I'm going to start at the south and I'm going to go all the way north. So I will wait.
Very good. We will come back to you. Commissioner Anderson, did you have another comment?
Just on the Santa Barbara Channel Islands, UC Santa Barbara, Scripps, or not Scripps, but they have a huge program, ocean program, which deals with the Channel Islands. And all diving goes out of Santa Barbara to the Channel Islands. There's a huge connection. I think, and I don't quite know, but I believe the school districts, there's just one little bit on one of the islands. But it's also part of a national park, I think, is included in Santa Barbara County. So just to, keep them together.
Great. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. What is the, in the Channel Islands to the east, that area that's not highlighted, what is that? And then down further on map 43, there's another little blue bubble. What are those pieces? What is that?
So this is the census geography. This blue bubble here is one of the islands that is connected to the Channel Islands in the census block, which is connected to Santa Barbara, whereas this part of the island is actually connected to a census block in Ventura.
Wow. Oh, my.
What about the other two?
I just looked it up,
then
and
the
Channel
regions too.
Islands are part of LA, Santa Barbara, and Ventura County. So it depends which one we highlight, which bubbles are going to pop up, because it's part of all three counties.
And if you zoom in to the blue connected part to the Channel Islands for Santa Barbara, the connected because it's blue, not because it touches anything, not because it's contiguous. If you zoom in, does it have a different name?
No, this is the same.
The circle at the bottom?
This one on the side?
Down the blue.
Oh, here?
Uh-huh.
Does it have a different name?
Yes, it's still just
It
Channel
is-
Islands. I just wondered how to refer to it later. Does it have a different name at all? Or is there a name?
Do
No.
Do we know the island name?
Actually, I don't know the name of the island. We'll investigate.
Santa Barbara Island.
Santa
Okay.
Barbara Island.
Got it. Thank you.
Commissioner Sadwani, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Thank you so much. I think given Commissioner Fornashari's previous comments, we should continue and then you're going to jump in. Is that correct? Or do you want to jump in now? Continue. Okay, great.
I only have two more.
Perfect. Let's do them both and then we can have comment.
This is the Port Hueneme through Piru visualization, and it keeps Oxnard, Point Hueneme, and the Santa Clarita Valley together, and away from Thousand Oaks and Camarillo. There was also testimony to keep away from Ojai. So this includes Piru, Fillmore, Santa Paula, Satacoy, Ventura, El Rio, Oxnard, Point Hueneme. And I think there's one more little one right down here. Oh, and the base, Channel Islands Beach. And this has 406,520 people.
And Tamina, yeah, perfect. Yeah.
And now we have the other little bubble on the left, the other part of the islands. This is the Simi Valley Ventura visualization, and this keeps Simi Valley in the county of Ventura with Thousand Oaks, Camarillo, Moore Park, and Santa Rosa. The population here is 409,008, and as you can see, the census block down in the south over here is connected to this island, which is in pink. And that is all of the visualizations I have at this time.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We will start with Commissioner Fornashari.
Thanks. Yeah. Go back to that visualization 47, please. So what I'd like to see is if you all could head south, adding Westlake Village, Agora Hills, maybe Malibu, see if we can get close to Assembly District, please. Then if you could go to 46. So we received an awful lot of comment about this specific visualization, and I want to honor, try to honor their request. And Mina sort of went over it. They don't want to be with the Conejo Valley to the south. They don't want to be with the Ojai Valley to the north. They need about 85,000 people. But there was a strong connection, and we're just doing visualization. So this is kind of maybe a little crazy, but I want to see, and I want to try to honor their request. I'd like you to go north through the rest of Ventura County, and see how much we can make up, and then head west, because there was a connection, specific connection that they wanted with, if you go up a little northwest in Santa Barbara County, go west, with Santa Maria, Orcutt, and Lompoc. It's going to be a little weird, but I just want to see. So if you could do that, that would be awesome. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense.
Okay. Then if you could go to 44, please. Is that 44? Okay. So where, yeah, what happens if you add the Ojai and around Ojai to this for me, please? As a visualization, please. Thanks.
Okay.
And then go to 41, please. So zoom out, please. And then, so along the lines of what Commissioner Sinai was saying, can you add all of Ventura and San Luis Obispo County? See what we get, please.
So the direction is to add all of Ventura County and all of San Luis
No,
Obispo?
all of the city of Ventura.
Oh, all of the city of Ventura. Thank you.
Yeah, and San Luis Obispo County. See what that gets us population-wise. Yeah. And then one last one. If you can go to 40, please. So we're at 517. So if you could thoughtfully move that southern border north till you get to about 494,000-ish, plus or minus 5%. So maybe bypass Buellton, Solvang, also Levos to start with, and see where you get population-wise. But we're kind of thinking if we had all of San Luis Obispo County, and then how much of Santa Barbara County would make an assembly district. That makes sense?
Yes, that makes sense. That's kind of what this visualization is.
Right, but it's too many people. So I just move that southern border north to
Okay.
get to,
Closer to.
well, it's not too
Got
many
it.
people, is it? Oh, I'm sorry. It is not too many people. Okay, well, forget it. That's good enough for the time being. Thanks. Sorry, I thought it was too many people. I just, thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm done. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner Fornaciari. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Actually, to what Commissioner Fornaciari was saying, I thought it was too many people. I thought we had to get that number down a little bit more for an assembly district.
Plus 5% would be 518, 745.
Yeah,
518.
yeah, I know there's that plus 5%, but I think
Yes,
because, I guess I would support what he was asking for, because Solvang, Buellton, Los Olivos is usually a lot more attached to, the greater Santa Barbara city area versus just the larger county. So maybe if you do just, remove some of that part, it might get it a little closer to an assembly district. Just, what did Commissioner Fornaciari say? Just for the sake of seeing it, is what you said, I believe. But that wasn't why I was actually asking to speak. I do want to go to the Ventura County one. I thought this was where Commissioner Fornaciari was going, and then he took a left turn somewhere. It went all the way up into San Luis Obispo, a literal left turn. I was curious, given this is page 46, which is the Oxnard, Port Hueneme, all the way up to Piru. So one question, this first is a question before I get to the visualization. If you zoom into El Rio and Saticoy, you'll see that it looks like what's a census block, at least on the map that I'm looking at, the PDF map, there's like a little census block that is, I don't know if you could see that or if you could show
Yes,
it.
I see it, and that can be cleaned up. No problem.
Yeah, and is that part of El Rio? I'm just kind of curious why that's not included in this visualization. It looks like El Rio's kind of cut in half, that's why I'm asking.
Definitely looks like it's part of El Rio. I'm not sure why it didn't pick it up, but I'm happy to clean that up.
Yeah, and then just on the PDF, you could see that it looks like a little square. So if you, I don't know if that's a census block, if you take all of that, how much more will it be? Also, if you look to the north, and you'll see a lot of that unincorporated area from about, I think it's Highway 150, excluding Ojai, but anything that goes a little bit more north and then eastward, that larger, yeah, up to the Santa Barbara border, that entire, and I know a lot of it is actually a lot of hills, a lot of probably farmland based on driving past it on the 5. But I know that there are maybe small pockets of people there, and would that bring up the numbers enough that you might actually be able to make a assembly district from it? And I will leave it up to the line drawers to make their best judgments to see where, if it makes sense, how far up you need to go.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. I put myself in the list here. This same district, I agree with everything that's already been said about it, but I just wanted to flag it for VRA Council. We did receive very strong testimony about this region and the areas that they did not want to be connected to. I certainly want to, honor that to the extent possible, but doing a tight VRA analysis in here, looking at crossover voting and looking at options and seeing if it indeed requires any VRA oversight, I think would be really helpful. Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, I meant to ask, can you tell us what the CVAP is for this visualization, please?
Absolutely. The CVAP for this visualization is 49.94% Latino CVAP, 3.12% Black CVAP, 6.51% Asian CVAP, and 38.89% White CVAP.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Akutagawa, did you have another comment?
Yeah, it was more of a question. I think to your point, Commissioner Sadwani, Chair Sadwani, I am kind of curious, are you able to give us a CVAP for that larger unincorporated area that's above the current visualization, or is that something that would be difficult to do right now?
Not in this current map, unfortunately.
Okay, just wanted to ask. Thank you.
That's great. Okay, I'm not seeing any additional hands. I believe Tamina has completed all of the visualizations. Oh, Commissioner Toledo.
Well, I actually think your comment got to the point that I wanted to make, because you asked for the VRA analysis to see if we can get to the 50%, and maybe the line drawers can work with VRA Council to see how we can make or if there's a possibility for a VRA district here, since it's so close in terms of the CVAP. For at least looking at it. Thank you.
If you wanted just a quick comment, I think we can absolutely look to see whether we can get a district that could meet the first jingles precondition, and then see if the racially polarized voting exists there. The next question would be whether or not we could draw a district that would actually enable Latinos to elect candidates of choice if we determine that the jingles preconditions, and that might be a separate question. It might be it could potentially be more challenging depending upon the demographic makeup of the surrounding areas there.
Agreed.
Great, thank you so much. And with that, I think that concludes our review of the visualizations throughout this area. I do know that the line drawers will need some time to switch over. And I believe we had Ashley taking notes, but before we switch to hearing those notes from Ashley, I'm seeing 2 more hands, so let's finish those off. And I also want to give a huge thank you to Tamina and to the line drawing team for all of your work. This is truly incredible, and really pushing us forward and thinking about how these districts might start to look. So big thank you there. Before we move on though, and Tamina, before we lose you, Commissioner Akutagawa. you have
Just
another
a
comment?
quick question on, this is on visualization page number 47, which is the very last one. It's the S Valley Vent, which is Simi Valley and Ventura, yeah. Just a real quick question. Can you zoom in on that El Rio Saticoy area in that corner? It's a little weird. I'm just kind of wondering, again, it's hard to see on the map, but is it covering, yeah. Okay, it is covering a part of El Rio, it looks like. It's just a little odd, and I was just wondering why, and could it be moved? Or is that not El Rio? I think I'm just,
I'll take a look at that to see whether that was a census block or a tract. It might be a tract that I could just separate apart, but I will definitely take a look at that.
okay, because I know that they were pretty clear that they didn't want to be connected, and even if it's just a small sliver of it, I think it would be a little odd. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, great. And might provide some clues to that CBAP question that was asked.
I will double check the shape of El Rio too. There's some questions about whether or not that's actually included, so I will take a look at that.
Great, thank you so much. And I thought that there was one additional hand. Commissioner Sinai, did you have a hand up? Did you want to get in the last word? No? Okay, sounds good. Commissioner Kutagawa, any final comments? Your hand's still raised. Okay, perfect. So with that, Tamina, thank you so very much. Ashley, I see you just popped on there. I'm sure you have an extraordinarily long list of, to read back to us. If you wouldn't mind going ahead and doing that. And I think, and during that time, the line drawers are going to transition over to Kennedy.
All right, thank you, Chair. So starting off, going all the way back to our SSF district, visualization, we have a request from Commissioner Anderson to take out San Francisco population, but then to add San Bruno, Burlingame, San Mateo, and Millbrae, shifting down the peninsula there. And then from Commissioner Sinai, the same area, but taking out Millbrae. From Commissioner Anderson, we have San Francisco by itself for a Senate district, and then possibly seeing 2 assembly districts in there. And then Commissioner Kutagawa, so start at where the San Francisco border ends, and then going down into Daly City, Colma, including San Bruno, Millbrae, and Burlingame. And then Commissioner Sinai asked for 3 assembly districts, 1 which would be what is left over of San Francisco from that visualization, and then the current visualization without Millbrae, and then a 3rd one that would include Millbrae, and then the rest of San Mateo going south, so included rest of San Mateo with Hillsborough, Foster City, and Redwood City. And then from Commissioner Anderson, to make a Senate district with all of San Francisco and going south. So South San Francisco, Redwood City, Burlingame, and then 2 assembly districts, preferably nested in this area and then complying with the VRA and assembly district populations.
Sorry, Ashley, on that, could you clarify, because that was a clarification. It's San Francisco, and then to get the more population to create the Senate district, it would be South San Francisco, Daly City, and before you'd ever hit Redwood. You know, going south. So it's starting the ones directly adjacent to San Francisco, and then going south as needed to add the population in.
Okay. Thank you for correcting that.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Okay. And then Commissioner Toledo, this was a comment that Commissioner Sinai agrees with, if that we have to cross over the Golden Gate Bridge to keep it closer on the Sausalito Lake Larkspur side where the 101 is, and not to include the coastal side. And then Commissioner Kutagawa, so 2 assembly districts that still honor the VRA considerations of which would be the portions of San Francisco that are predominantly people of color, taking into account also South San Francisco, Daly City, San Bruno, Millbrae, and Burlingame. And then a third assembly district for San Mateo, Foster City, Hillsborough, Redwood City, Belmont, stopping just before Palo Alto. And then from Commissioner Anderson, the same visualization, but also including Chinatown. Okay, so that was the San Francisco one. And then going up from to the Del Norte to Marin one, from Commissioner Yee, he wants to see a visualization that is the same, but omits everything from San Rafael south to the Bay. So the San Rafael to Sausalito area, omitting that. And then from Commissioner Kutagawa, wants to see if Marin was removed to see if that would achieve a Senate district. And then if Marin and Sonoma were removed, if that would achieve a congressional district. And then Commissioner Fernandez wants to see this area split into 2 assembly districts. Okay, so for Sonoma, Marin, and Napa, Commissioner Anderson to remove the rural Sonoma and rural Marin areas to see if that will get the number down to a congressional district. The rural areas, for clarification, would be a line that's a bit more west of the 101 and then going towards the coast. Okay, and then Del Norte to Sonoma and Trinity. From Commissioner Anderson to add Lake County and remove the wine country part of Sonoma. And then another one to add Lake, Sonoma, and Napa to see if that would be a Senate district. And then the next visualization from Del Norte to Marin with no wine country from Commissioner Kutagawa to see if splitting Trinity would bring the numbers down. And then another one to possibly take out Santa Rosa. And then also to move the line from Roner Park and perhaps into Petaluma, but also trying to keep those cities whole. And then from Commissioner Anderson, take Santa Rosa north to Windsor out, but put in all of Roner Park and Petaluma, Pengrove, and Cotati area. So for the Del Norte, Marin, Trinity, Napa Lake area, from Commissioner Kutagawa to remove Trinity to see if that would create a Senate district. And then for Sonoma, Marin, Napa, from Commissioner Kutagawa to add Lake County for a Senate district. And then this one, I actually did need clarification, Commissioner Kutagawa, if you're listening. I have a comment from you to remove Napa to create a Sonoma-Napa congressional district. I believe you would meant to say Marin in place of one of those Napas, but I wasn't sure if you wanted to remove Napa to create a Sonoma-Marin district or to remove Marin to create a Sonoma-Napa district.
I need to go back to that map. Do you remember what map it was?
It was Sonoma, Marin, Napa. I don't have the page numbers, but that was the district. But I will just highlight that so that
I'm trying to scroll up as quickly as I can.
But I do have another comment from Commissioner Kutagawa to add the more northern, more rural portions of Marin to see if that would meet the congressional district. And then the Petaluma, Napa, Sonoma area, or no, I'm sorry, Petaluma, Napa, Solano, from Commissioner Toledo to add Yolo County, the Davis, Winters, Woodland, West Sacramento area. And then I did not have what this district was called. Sorry, I don't have the pages in front of me, but this was page 6. So from Commissioner Toledo as well, to put Lake County with Napa and Solano. And then from the Solano Yolo visualization from Commissioner Kutagawa to add Napa, and if needed to add Lake County for Senate or congressional districts. And then to also one with the adding American Canyon to see if that would be enough for an assembly district. And then from Commissioner Anderson, Solano, Yolo County without West Sacramento, and then one where you take out Rio Vista in the Delta areas. Okay. And then for the Solano Napa one, we have from Commissioner Sinai to add Martinez. And then I have Pittsburgh to Knightson from Commissioner Anderson to add Bay Point, from Commissioner Kitagawa to include Bay Point and Bethel Island, and then from Commissioner Sinai to include Bay Point and Clyde. And then I have a note for page 11 from Commissioner Sinai for Solano and Martinez to Antioch without Pleasant Hill and Concord. And then for the visualization that was Pitt to Taft, from Commissioner Kitagawa to split at Contra Costa border for assembly, and if more population is needed, to add Bay Point and unincorporated areas in the Delta waterways of Sacramento County up to Rio Vista and Ileton. From Commissioner Sinai to add Bay Point, Martinez, and unincorporated area between the two, specifically Clyde. And then from Commissioner Toledo to do not include San Joaquin, but rather include Sacramento County area and Rio Vista in Solano County. And then the Pittsburgh Bay Point Antioch, or it's Pitt BP Annie, I believe it was Antioch. From Commissioner Anderson to add Brentwood, Byron, Discovery Bay, and north to Bethel Island, that entire area there. And then the next one from La Miranda, PH Con. From Commissioner Anderson, we have add Walnut Creek and small areas around it, but not Alamo. Also add Clayton and population portions above Lafayette. From Commissioner Sinai to add Pleasant Hill, Walnut Creek, Concord, and Clayton, then move to add other little cities as needed around that area. And then for AD Diablo Valley, from Commissioner Fornashari, Black Hawk East to the county line, include Mountain House and Tracy, and then come back through the unincorporated area to Livermore. And then from Commissioner Kitagawa to include Sunol with that area. And for AD Hayward Tracy, from Commissioner Kitagawa to remove Hayward and Union City, add in Mountain House and the unincorporated areas that stretch out to Tracy, and keep Pleasanton and Sunol whole. From Commissioner Turner to add Castro Valley, San Lorenzo, Mountain House, but removing Tracy. And then from Commissioner Anderson, add San Leandro, Castro Valley, San Lorenzo, Pleasanton, Sunol, Dublin, but not Livermore, and then also stopping at the Oakland line. And then for AD Diablo Valley, from Commissioner Anderson, to include Castro Valley, Fairview, and San Lorenzo, going east to the county line, and go east to include So one that would go east to the county line, and then another one that goes east to include Mountain House and Tracy. And then Commissioner Toledo requested one for San Leandro, Castro Valley, San Lorenzo, Fairview with Hayward and Union City. So the Sunol and rural visualization from Commissioner Sinai and Commissioner Toledo, they want to both add Dublin and San Ramon to that. And then from Commissioner Anderson to add Niles Canyon, the Niles Canyon portion of Fremont, that area that shares the transportation corridor with Sunol. And then to add Norris Canyon with San Ramon, if adding San Ramon to this area. And from Commissioner Kitagawa, referencing the request above to also include Danville if additional population is needed in that visualization. There's a lot. From AD SJ's, looks like Sliz, From Commissioner Kutagawa, we have remove all of Fremont and San Jose, including Newark, Hayward, Union City, Fairview, San Leandro, Ashland, and Castro Valley. From Commissioner Sinai to bring in East Palo Alto and take out the portion of San Jose. For CD 1752, from Commissioner Kutagawa to remove Newark and Union City, include all of Fremont, include parts of San Jose that border Santa Clara, and include Santa Clara. Oh, I do also have a note that they wanted, or Commissioner Kutagawa wanted to return to that request, so they might have an edit for that. And then for the same visualization from Commissioner Toledo to add areas surrounding Milpitas and potentially further down into San Jose. And then for CD 1753 from Commissioner Kennedy to include all of Milpitas if needed to clean up the lines around San Jose portion and the North Union City area as well. And then the Fremont, Union City, Newark visualization, from Commissioner Sinai to add Hayward and East Palo Alto. Yeah, okay. And then from Commissioner Anderson, Pacifica South, including Woodside, Atherton, Palo Alto, not East Palo Alto, but also Stanford and the Portola Valley. And then CD 17 CSSC from Commissioner Kutagawa to remove Campbell and Cambrian Park and add in Santa Clara. For CD 19 CSSC, Commissioner Kutagawa to add Campbell and Cambrian Park, to remove San Martin and Gilroy, and then going south. And then CD 18 CSSC from Commissioner Kutagawa to remove the western portion along Highway 35 to the coast, move portion up the coastline to at least the Half Moon Bay City, and then add Menlo Park and East Palo Alto to move up, including San Carlos, Belmont, Redwood City, and San Mateo. And for the visualization that was labeled SMAT Stop Claw Coast from Commissioner Fornashari, I have notes to take San Bruno out for all requested visualizations from him, and then to see one that has Los Gatos and then one without it, and then one going down the coast towards Monterey for an assembly district size, not to include Watsonville or Salinas, but do include Pajaro Dunes, Moss Landing, just going down towards Monterey. Then from Commissioner Anderson, to exclude San Bruno, but do include Woodside, Portola Valley, and Palo Alto. Not Cupertino, do include Felton and Ben Lomond, and then lose populations of Corralitos, Day Valley, Del Mar, Seacliff, that area there. Then for the visualization labeled Interlocks, San Jose, S-Ben, from Commissioner Kutagawa to remove San Jose and perhaps somewhere between the Morgan Hill and San Martin area. From Commissioner Anderson, the Gilroy, and so Gilroy in areas in between there and going across Interlochen and Watsonville to the coast, including Moss Landing, all of Hollister, and then go down to include Prunedale and Castroville, and then east, possibly to the county line, including all of San Benito and part of Santa Clara. Then from Commissioner Toledo, to take out San Jose and Morgan Hill, include Salinas, the whole area of the 101 down to Gonzales, adding Gilroy area and down to create an agriculture area. From Commissioner Kennedy, to start in San Martin to go east, to include Day Valley and Rio Del Mar, and connect back to Watsonville, filling in the white area between Gilroy and Watsonville. From Commissioner Fernandez, start from Gilroy and go down the 101 to get an assembly district. From Commissioner Kutagawa, make sure to include Castroville in these areas with the agriculture areas. And then the San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara area, from Commissioner Sinai, add coast area to caption the rest of Santa Barbara County. From SB2, Commissioner Anderson, to see one with San Luis Obispo going south, and then one with Monterey, including Pacific Grove, going down the coast south to Cambria. And then the S Valley event visualization from Commissioner Fornashari to add Westlake Village, maybe even Malibu, to see if we can get an assembly district there. And then the Port H to Peru from Commissioner Fornashari, go north with the rest of Ventura County, then head west to Santa Barbara County with Santa Maria, Orcutt, and Lompoc. And then from Commissioner Kutagawa to clean up the El Rio area and then add the unincorporated areas north and eastward towards the Santa Barbara border. Then from SB3, page 44, I have Commissioner Fornashari to add Ojai. Yeah, add Ojai. SB1 from Commissioner Fornashari to add all of the city of Ventura and San Luis Obispo County. And then the slow stop Santa Barbara visualization from Commissioner Kutagawa to remove Solvang and the Bhutan cities. And that would be it.
Wow. Thank you, Ashley, for that. You definitely deserve a break now. And with that, I think we will be moving on. So thank you so much for that, Ashley. We will be moving on now to inland, northern, and central California. Previously, what was known as zones B, D, F, and G, with the lead mapper Kennedy from the line drawing team. I do believe there's about 50 slides to go through here as well, or visualizations. And I don't know if Marcy's there to remind us who will be taking notes for us at this point. But I do recall that someone is assigned to take notes as well.
Yes, Andrew. This is Jose. I'll be taking notes.
Jose Eduardo, thank you so much for that.
And he'll transition off at 6 and Soma will take over until the end of the meeting at 8 p.m.
Perfect. And maybe we don't have to go that long, but let's see how it goes. And so with that, Kennedy, I will hand it over to you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much. I guess I'm going to get us started for just a second before I hand it over to Kennedy. Thank you again for all of the note taking, and Tamina, of course, now has to map all of that. So sending my best wishes to Tamina, who is currently driving south. And I wanted to just let you know, we sent up an additional visualization just not very long ago that is posted now on the website. And that, of course, came about, as you know, because we're working with the RPV analyst and with VRA Council, and we are receiving feedback and input from them as it becomes available. And Kennedy worked last night and created this particular visualization for you that we would like to show you. And she's going to just tell you really quickly what's part of this visualization. You want to pull it up? Yep. And then Mr. Becker is going to walk you through a little bit of detail on this. So with that, I will give you Kennedy.
So right here we have, and first of all, hello to the commission. First time meeting in person. Hello, everyone. So we are going to start off with this AD, meaning it's an assembly district sized visualization I've drawn here in mostly western Fresno County. And you cannot see the cities, which I will turn on for you so that you can see it grabs underneath where the Ridley, Sanger areas are, and all of Kings County, and just a smidge into Merced and Madera. And the population is 488,684. And I will now give it over to Mr. Becker.
Thank you. As I understand it, this visualization has a CVAP, Latino CVAP, just over 52%. Kennedy, do I have that right? Yeah, okay. White population is just about exactly a third, just over 33%. And so clearly this visualization would meet the first jingles precondition for a minority forming a majority in a district. We've got some very preliminary racially polarized voting analysis for this area. It does, and this is preliminary, so I need to just couch it in those terms. We're getting more detailed, but it does appear that the Latinos are cohesive and vote for their own candidates of choice, satisfying the second jingles precondition, and that non-Latinos are voting in such a way that would ordinarily defeat the Latino candidate of choice. So it appears preliminarily that the third jingles precondition might be met as well. So this is an area we're going to keep a close eye on for VRA considerations. And as we continue down this process.
I think I was quick to jump in the line this time, but I'm curious. This is really helpful. Thank you. And certainly I think we had received testimony that we should be looking in these areas. I'm wondering if the team has begun to look, this, of course, is on the assembly side, if there's reason to believe that a congressional district would potentially come out of this area as well.
Karin or Kennedy, I don't know that I necessarily have this information off the top of my head. Obviously, that's a pretty large population we'd need. I don't know if the population is large enough to meet Jingles 1 here with regard to Latino population for a congressional district. But if we don't know that offhand right now, we can absolutely look at that. That's something that would absolutely be a relevant concern.
Yeah, we have not looked at that yet, but we will be looking at it, of course.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Sinai.
So when we're looking at the other visualizations, do we keep this in mind that this may be a potential and work around it, or that's jumping to the next phase and right now we just keep doing the visualizations the way we've been doing them?
Commissioner Sinai, what I'd recommend is probably just continue to look at the various visualizations and not get too hung up on these borders right now. It's just a visualization. One of the things we don't know yet is if we determine that Section 2 is implicated here, that Latinos satisfy all three Jingles preconditions, they satisfy all the totality of the circumstances, which may be the case, then we'll need to move to the remedial phase and try to determine what a district might need to look like demographically in order to afford Latinos the ability to elect their candidates of choice here. And that might be somewhat different than what we're seeing here, but this is, I'd view this as kind of a starting point. But this is not at the ending point. We're still at the beginning of this journey. We're still confirming the Jingles preconditions. We got to look at some of the surrounding communities and obviously also balance out the other criteria that are out there to make sure that we're complying fully with the Constitution.
Great. Thank you for that. Any additional questions? Commissioner Toledo.
I just wanted to get some clarification from the line drawers that I believe Commissioner Sidwani, I believe Chair Sidwani had asked for the possibility of looking at and seeing whether a congressional district that meets at least the threshold of the VRA compliance is something that we're looking for. So I just want to make sure that that's captured in the direction that we're giving to the line drawers in terms of potentially looking at the Los Baños areas that have quite a few farm workers, Fresno as well, and some of the Madera area to see if there's enough population.
We will absolutely do that, Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Commissioner Toledo. I appreciate it. Anyone else want to jump in on this visualization? And if not, Kennedy and Karin, I turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much. We would like to move over to visualizations, Northern Inland California, please. Those were posted yesterday, a couple of days ago already. And we're probably going to go through these pretty much in order, but we will read off the page numbers. So if you have those ready to go, then we're going to start with this visualization that you're seeing on the screen, and that would be page 4 of your PowerPoint.
So we are going to start here in Northern California with this national forests visualization that has 1,054,142 population. And the forests that I found in this area were Klamath, Mendocino, Shasta, Trinity, Modoc, Plumas, Tahoe, and Six Rivers. And so this is all throughout here, and I think this was to keep those together in terms of fire concern and everything else. So this is your very first visualization from this area that I'll be showing today. And I will pause.
I gotta say,
Oh, yeah.
it's a nice way to break our stereotypes of the far north with a nice big visualization. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And I will hold if there's any other questions. But now I will go to the next one. And we have Northern California, which was spoken about as a congressional district. So I wrote here CD because that was what somebody wanted to visualize for that. This has a population of 829,396. And this is on page 5. Sorry. So that everyone is there. And I see a hand.
Yes, Commissioner Kutagawa.
I'm just wondering if we remove Del Norte, Humboldt, Mendocino, and maybe Trinity, would it bring it down to a number that would make it a more realistic congressional district size? Or in other words, I would like to see a visualization that would remove Del Norte, Humboldt, and Mendocino, and using your discretion if you need to remove Trinity.
And now moving on to our next one, had something similar of what you're asking for. Northern California version 2 is what I titled it. It has a population of 792,037. This goes from Siskiyou all the way down to Placer. And this is on page 6.
Great. And I think the difference here is Tehama and Butte in exchange for Sierra Nevada and Placer. Commissioner Fornashar.
Yeah, so I would like to ask for visualization. Please remove Roseville and Rockland from Placer County and add El Dorado County. It'd be about a congressional district, I suspect. And on the next one, if you would remove Shasta County and add Lake. I'm sorry, I got to get it in because I have to leave at 4:30. Thank you all.
This one here, yes. Sorry. This is on page 7. And so this is the one that Commissioner Fornachari was referencing. But here it goes from Shasta down to Yolo, Sutter, and Yuba. This has a population of 911,377.
Great, thank you for that. Commissioner Fornashari, did that conclude? Okay, yeah, I think so. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you so much for these, because it was hard to visualize without the numbers. The numbers have really helped kind of look at this. So I've got 3 visualizations that may not match anything we have right now. If I can, it just felt easier to write them down versus say take out from each of the pages, but I'm sure that's not easier for you. So the first one was Del Norte, Humboldt, Siskiyou, Trinity, Shasta, Tehama, Modoc, and Lassen. And then one of the COIs we received was for the Klamath watershed. And that was Siskiyou, Del Norte, Modoc, Trinity, Humboldt, and Shasta. And they said if needed, to add Lassen, Tehama, and Plumas, but I don't think it's needed. Oh, wait, the first one I gave you, just delete it, sorry. That was my notes that were wrong. So the Klamath watershed is number 1. Number 2, Mendocino, Lake, Glen, Butte, Plumas, Sierra, and Colusa. And that was going back to all the COIs that we received. And then the third one, I had a big one, and then when we got the numbers, I shrunk it. Sonoma, Napa, and Marin. And that one kind of went, I think, with the last, when we talked earlier, but I was looking at this whole area combined with these numbers. So if I could have those 3 visualizations, thank you.
Very good, thank you. Just a reminder, we are up against a break at 4:30, so we've got just over 10 minutes to continue this conversation, and then we'll come back to it after the break. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. It's actually kind of on the map on page 6, the one just before the one we're seeing here. I'd like to see adding Tehama, Glen, Butte, but taking out, starting with essentially in Placer County, what was it? Essentially from Lincoln on down, essentially that little kind of square block on the west end, taking that out, and to see if that is enough for a congressional district, and then backing out all of Placer, all of Nevada, and Sierra to see what that results in. So those are like 2 different visualizations. The one is Siskiyou, Modoc, Shasta, Lassen, Tehama, Plumas, Glen, and Butte. See what those numbers are. And then the others are adding in Sierra, Nevada, and but only the portion of Placer which is in the hills.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Fernandez.
Kennedy, were we on 7 yet, or am I jumping ahead? Okay, all right. Okay.
I changed it back so that
No.
we could see what Commissioner Anderson was talking about, but here it
Okay,
is.
Perfect. So on this one, I would like a visualization that adds Siskiyou, Trinity, and Lake, and then removes Yolo and possibly Sutter and Yuba if needed. Okay, thank you.
Great. Commissioner Kennedy? And Commissioners Anderson, Fernandez, if you're complete, then please put your hand up.
Thanks. Just for convenience, ease of reference, I think previously, and we'll probably see this shortly, the area of Placer County, kind of the mountains to the border, is Supervisorial District 5. So that's just hopefully making it easier to refer to that area, or alternatively refer to supervisorial districts 1 to 4 as the more urban Sacramento-focused area of Placer County. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. I'm not seeing any additional hands, so Kennedy, I'll send it back to you.
Okay, now we will be moving on to page 8. And here we have a Lassen to Sutter visualization that has a population of 439,595. And here it's including, you can't see this title coming up, but Sutter, Yuba, Butte, Plumas, and Lassen. Now we're moving on to the Sierras to Tahoe. and this is on page 10, and I'm going to zoom in so you can see this a bit closer. And here we have Sierra, Nevada, and a portion of Placer, which is the Supervisorial District 5 that takes over this part, and El Dorado. Population, sorry, is 373,805. Now, moving on to our next one, we have Nevada, Placer, and El Dorado all together. That part is all mixed together, and the population is 699,048, and this is on page 11.
Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I was just wondering if I can get the CVAP data for this map.
You may. And the Latinx population is 9.92. The CVAP black population, the percent black population is 1.56. Percent indigenous is 1.46. CVAP. This is all CVAP. Sorry. There we go. Make that clear. Percent CVAP Asian is 5.5. Percent CVAP white is 80.99.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And now we'll be moving on to our next one on page 12. And this has...
Sorry, could I go back to 11? Sorry.
Yes, of course.
Could we have that one and add the, add Sierra?
Add Sierra.
To, trying to see if that's enough to get us to congressional.
Okay, so now moving to Placer and El Dorado. This...
Sorry, I have a quick question because I'm really confused on 10 and 11 because 10 looks bigger than 11, but 11's number is a lot bigger than 10. So I'm wondering if I'm having...
It has,
This one?
right,
This is 10.
that chunk of Placer County is missing.
Yeah,
page
if
10.
like when the Supervisorial District 5 has mountains onward, and so I heard there's like the Rockland area, all of those cities that are close to Sacramento on the northern Sacramento border all have most of that population there.
Right.
So just to understand, did we cut any counties in either one of these two, or they're full counties?
This one is full counties.
Okay.
And I can turn on those cities for you to see that. And here you have Lincoln, Rockland, Roseville, and a chunk of nothing, and then out to Tahoe area. So that is where that comes from.
Okay. And then can you show me the one before it?
Yes, before this one is here.
Okay.
And this is where I cut it out.
Okay. All right. So for visualization on this one, ideally we wouldn't cut out Placer. I think up in this area, as much as we can keep counties in the same district, it would be good.
I think, is that, Commissioner Anderson, was that what you had just requested is the previous visualization that we just had up on the screen that had the entirety of Placer and add
Probably.
Sierra?
Actually, what yes, it is. But I was thinking that what if, because I meant to say, but I put my hand down or stop talking. What if we add Yuba and Sutter to this on page 10? If we could see that.
So the direction is for two separate visualizations.
Two separate visual on 10. Please add Yuba and Sutter to that population, thinking we might be able to get to an assembly district. And then on page 11, which does include that portion of all of Placer County, add Sierra to that and see where, that's, actually, then on 11, add Sierra, Yuba, and Sutter, all of that area. So all of Placer.
Got it. Is that clear for line drawers?
I believe so.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. We've got about 4 minutes before the break. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yeah, you know what? Actually, Commissioner Anderson just said the one I wanted to say, and I just want to note that on number 10 with Roseville, all of those are major cities that really butt up against Sacramento, and they are so different than the other towns in the rest of the county. So I can see the reasoning to split those up because there's a lot of coordination between Sacramento and those cities. So, but I'll second Commissioner Anderson's suggestion.
Very good. Commissioner Kennedy, and perhaps in the time remaining.
Thanks. Yes. I mean, I was the one that suggested splitting off Placer Supervisorial District 5 in the first place. And to me, it just makes sense because Eastern Placer County is more Tahoe focused. The supervisorial districts 1 through 4, as Commissioner Fernandez said, are very Sacramento focused. They're just very different realities is my sense of the place. So yes, in a lot of these cases, we're doing our best to keep counties whole, but sometimes it just makes sense to split them. And I think this is one of them. Thank you.
And before we go to break, I know Commissioner Toledo, I had seen a hand raised. Did you want to jump in there before we get a break?
No, I just wanted to reiterate or highlight, underscore Commissioner Anderson's map, not this one, but the map that keeps Placer whole, adds Sutter and Yuba to try to see if we can get a congressional seat in this area.
Excellent. Commissioner Sinai can have the last word before break.
Thank you. And I understand kind of that idea for Sutter because on my hashtag redistricting road trip, I was up in that area. And I met up for dinner with friends who live in different parts of that area. And it was interesting to hear them talk about how they do see all of it more as Sierra and not necessarily want to be part of Sacramento, though I do understand that they do have a lot of interaction with Sacramento.
All right, great. And with that, I think this is a natural pause. Let's go to break and we will return at 4:45. Thanks, everybody. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are in the afternoon block of discussing inland and Northern California and Central California as well. Before the break, we were taking a closer look at some of the visualizations around Placer County and El Dorado and others. And with that, I will hand it back to Tamina to lead us through the next visualizations.
Kennedy.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Kennedy.
Close.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
All right.
So, no, you're totally fine. So going back, starting with page 12, and we have a visualization here of Placer and El Dorado with a population of 596,764. And now moving to our next one. On page 13, we have West Placer and El Dorado that is west of the Sierra Crest Ridgeline, and we have a population of 552,422. And now we're moving on to, this is a mistake. I wrote in there Placer, El Dorado, Yuba. Yuba is not a part of this visualization. It should be Sutter. So my mistake to the commission and anyone watching who had this document should be Sutter. And we have a population here of 696,694. And now we will be moving on to Greater Sacramento, and that was the end of this section from the Sierras to Tahoe. So any questions or you can speak on it.
It looks like we sure do. Commissioner Kitagawa.
Yes, and I'm going to apologize in advance if I had a brain fart here. If you can go to page 10, and it's the it's the visualization with Sierra Nevada I think it must be Placer and El Dorado. Yes. Okay. I would like to see a visualization without El Dorado and with Yuba and Sutter added for a potential assembly district. And you might have had it, but my apologies. A little bit of a brain fart going on right here. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you, Chair. Kennedy, could you go to 13 and kind of zoom in a little bit more on the cities for me, please? Or for us, not just for me, for everyone. I'm very inclusive. And I was thinking, I mean, if you're listening out there, I'm just looking at this visualization. Woo, how about this scenario? That's probably easier for me to say. A different scenario that would remove Grizzly Flats, Pollock Pines, and Alta for it. I'm trying to get down to maybe assembly level numbers. And I think, I might also want to, if needed, maybe no Colfax. Thank you. Oh, and I do have one more. On 14, if we go to 14. I know we're already over, but can you please have this plus Yuba? I just want to try to include Sutter and Yuba. They have so many combined services between the two counties that I'd always love to try to keep them together. So maybe it'll be a congressional district size, but thank you. That was it for me. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, on this map, the 14, can we get the CVAP data for this?
We sure may. So Placer El Dorado Yuba has percent Latinx CVAP of 11.78, percent CVAP Black is 1.78, percent CVAP Indigenous is 1.48, percent CVAP Asian is 7.37, and percent CVAP White is 76.83.
Thank you, and I would support adding Yuba and potentially some of the Nevada county if we need the population.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa? Commissioner Fernandez?
Actually, if that's it, I just wanted to make a comment before we start Sacramento, but I saw that Commissioner Kennedy has a comment first.
Great, Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to see a visualization of this, this plus Yuba plus Nevada, but cutting Nevada, Placer, and El Dorado at the ridge line. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Fernandez, did you want to come back?
Yes, thank you. And as we move into Sacramento, there were quite a few visualizations that I asked for, and there was a method to my madness. I purposely asked for them knowing that they're going to be much smaller than an assembly district. And it was just for the public as well as the commissioners to show how small some of these communities are. And if you break them up, their voice is even less, it's so much harder for them to try to move forward if they're divided up. When you see that some of these are like 2,000, and if you divide the 2,000 by 1,000, it's hard enough to coordinate, let alone having to coordinate with separate districts. So I think we'll probably be able to go through some of these fairly quickly. So thank you, Kennedy. I really appreciate you bringing these forward.
Commissioner Fernandez, if I may, if we go in order, then we would go to Greater Sacramento first. Would you like us to just hop forward to Sacramento or just go in order?
No, just go in order. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And before we start Greater Sacramento, Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, is there a way that we can look at the terrain? I just wanted to see the ridge way that that Commissioner Kennedy was speaking of.
So if you can see where my mouse is here, it follows these. I'm going to turn off the visualization so that you can see the terrain layer. The terrain layer does not have the crest line labeled, but I can go around it, and it's right around this area here, following those mountains up that way.
Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fernandez, did you have one more comment that you wanted to make? No? Okay.
No,
I
that's
think
$10 for me.
Good. I think with that, Kennedy, we're going to move into the greater Sacramento area. Is that correct? Do you want to try and get through several of those before we pause for feedback from commissioners?
Sounds good to me.
Great. Thanks so much.
So I'm going to turn off this city layer, and we're going to be looking at a few counties. And so I'm going to start. Oh, here we go. So first we have Sutter, Yuba, and Butte paired together with a population total of 394,471. Page 16. And now moving on to page 17, we have Placer, Yuba, and that portion of Sutter that has those cities with a higher population in them. And this population is 510,411. Now moving on to page 18, we have a version with Yuba, Sutter, the part of Placer with those cities, and the whole county of Sacramento. And this has a total of 2,095,297. Now moving on to our next one, we have, I'm going to zoom in closer here and turn on the cities for you all. So this includes the cities touching that northern Sacramento border with El Dorado and Placer. And this has a population total of 836,025. Page 19, by the way, if you're keeping you up to speed here. And this includes Roseville and Antelope together and got wider here. Now moving on to our next COI on page 20, we have North Sac proper, and this is just another version of that, but taking out these Auburn, Newcastle, North Auburn, and adding in Coloma there. And then moving on, or that's it for that section. So, any questions there?
Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. Sorry, 19 and 20, could you kind of, or I guess here on this one, can you show us what you've taken out of 19? Okay.
Yes, I layered them here, and you can see it's more of the kind of unincorporated area, and then those cities here.
And then you added in up to Coloma and
Up to Coloma here in El Dorado.
and that little bit lower of Cameron Park.
Yes.
Are those cities, or where did that come from?
These are here, and I followed the census block groups that were connected to them. So that's how I added those parts.
Okay.
And you can see the population total differences. And here in the parts of Placer, Sac, El Dorado, it dipped a little bit lower into Sacramento.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. And Kennedy, let me know if we're not there yet. I just don't know the area. There was quite testimony asking about Lemon Hill and Meadowview. Are we there
Yes,
yet?
we will get there the next.
We're not
and
there
we're
yet.
coming in two groups, I believe.
These are smaller areas, and it's so much. I'm trying to see if I'm missing it or not. And same thing for Art and Arcade. Carmichael is still coming? Okay.
Those are all within Sacramento County.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Great. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you. On, let's see, the one for 17,
What is 17? Sorry, no, you're okay.
I'd like to
Placer.
just have Sutter and Yuba, in my opinion, the piece that you took out of Placer is so different than Sutter and Yuba. I'd just like to see what that population looks like. I realize it'll be less than assembly size, but I'm thinking we'll have to go either Colusa or Butte with, oh, actually, you know what? Did we do a Colusa with Sutter and Yuba?
No.
Oh, can we do that then? Instead, yeah, thank you.
Sorry, may you repeat the?
It was such great information. Now I've got to. No, if we could just remove the Placer County edition of like Roseville and Rockland, if we can remove that and then add Colusa, is that?
Got it.
Sorry, could we also just because we're jumping on that, could we get the population of just Sutter Yuba together, and then as well as Commissioner Fernandez?
Okay, so
Thank you.
Sutter Yuba population separate, and then another one including Colusa.
Please.
Okay, and then my other question, I know I had a question. Oh, on 19? Can I have the CVAP for that? I kind of have an
Which one
idea
is
of what it
19?
is, but I just wanted confirmation.
Yes, you may. For parts of Placer, Sac, El Dorado, the CVAP numbers, percent Latinx CVAP is 11.66%. Black CVAP is 3.87%. Indigenous CVAP is 1.41. And percent Asian CVAP is 7.61. And percent white CVAP is 74.62.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Sinai.
I was actually curious to hear from Commissioner Fernandez, since she asked for all of these, what her take was once you see it, because we've all asked for different ones, and then you see it, and you're like, huh, or wow. So just curious what your is for these.
Actually, I don't think I asked for all of them, but I did specifically for Yuba and Sutter. They are, I already mentioned that they are so tied together. And then the other, all of them actually tied back to communities of interest. And I actually was very curious as to what the numbers look like. Again, this is just one scenario, and I know that we'll be adjusting it, because as I look at it now, some of the areas are so far apart that I don't think they should go together, but that's for further discussion. Thank you.
Great. I am not seeing any additional hands. So Kennedy, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Now we'll be moving on to the Butte to YOLO section, and we're going to start with slide 22. I'm going to turn off the cities just because we're going to be, well, I mean, they kind of fade off, but I'm going to turn them off so we can see this a little bit better. So this was a visualization that wanted to see Chico to Davis, and so we have two versions. The first one here just cuts through YOLO where Davis is and goes straight up, includes Sutter, and then just this part of Butte that goes up to Chico. This population is 381,766. And then moving on to the next version of this, I just went ahead and included the counties. So we have YOLO, Sutter, and all of Butte with a population total of 529,400. Now moving on to slide 24. We have a visualization of YOLO and Solano together. This population total is 664,779. Now we have a visualization of just YOLO by itself, and this includes that West Sac portion, so it's all of YOLO together, and this has a population total of 216,922. And then we would be moving on to the next part.
Okay. Commissioner Toledo.
And I know there's some, as we were talking about, and not so much this map, but the map before that, I'm just curious about the Native American reservations that are in in the Yuba, Butte, Yolo area, and if they've been kept together, because I think that was some of the direction was to try to keep the Native American community together. So I was just wondering and curious if that was if we were able to do that,
I will have to verify.
especially the Chico Rancheria, and I know the Auburn Rancheria out in Placer County, and
I will get back to you on
some
that
of
one,
the other
please.
larger rancherias in this area. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Toledo. I really appreciate you raising it. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. And on 23, oh, wait, who was that? No, I don't think that's mine. That's somebody else. I didn't touch anything. On number 23, that was my partner to my side, Commissioner Toledo. $20 for blaming it on me. Anyway, so on this one, if I could see a different visualization, removing view and adding Yuba to this one, please. That's page 23. And on the next one, on 24, can you, on Solano County, can you go to the, I'm directionally challenged, northern part and show some of the cities, please? Oops. Can you go down? Okay. Oops. Further down? Okay. Can we see a visualization, or can I, or everybody, with the same, with Yolo and Solano, but cutting off Solano, Fairfield down? So I guess it would be Vacaville up. Oh, you know what? No, hold on, because Fairfield's right attached to. I've got to talk out loud. Let's see. Okay, can we just show that and remove Vallejo and Benicia, please? Because those are kind of, yes. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Sinai.
On the same one, and Commissioner Fernandez might have been, my understanding is that Yolo is predominantly agricultural, while Solano is more industrial. But I don't know if parts of Solano might be agriculture, and that's why you were doing that adjustment. So yeah, so if we do that adjustment, taking into place what parts of Solano are agriculture and what parts of Solano are more industrial, and connecting, going back to the visualization we did this morning with Contra Costa, attaching the southern part of Solano with Martinez. But it might also inform I know it's a different mapper, line drawer, but it might inform some of our line drawing from this morning where we were looking at Benicia and Martinez together.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Akutagawa.
On this one, I would like to request a visualization that includes American Canyon, because I know that we did receive testimony about that, about keeping them together with Vallejo. Also, it seemed like from the Coy testimony, Rio Vista and Ileton were also fairly close together. So do you see that kind of unincorporated section? That area, right? Not including Bethel Island, but just that where that yes, exactly. And I'll leave it to your discretion as to what the numbers are going to look like if it gets close to, perhaps it might be a little much. I was just thinking if it'll get us closer to like a congressional district or something. So I'll leave it up to your discretion.
Very good. Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. I just see Napa having so much connection to Yolo and to Solano counties. And of course, Napa is predominantly agricultural in nature. So if there was a way to get the agricultural parts of Napa, Solano, and Yolo counties into one congressional district, I think that would make sense.
Very good. I'm assuming commissioners are good to go on. Okay, Toledo is done. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. Yeah, I did actually request the YOLO Solano, but just without West Sacramento. So that's already been requested. But I, again, with Commissioner Toledo and what he's been saying, I like that idea. But what I'd like to see is Marin Canyon, Vallejo, Benicia removed from this, but then include Fairfield up, not West Sacramento, and the area of Napa, which are actually, I don't remember the hillside, but the east portion of Napa County. So it would include the Moscovite's Corner, but not. There's a ridge that goes like kind of right down the middle, which separates the Napa Valley from the further agricultural. Thank you very much. Yes, so right in there, exactly, from that area east. I'd like to see all that in an area and see what kind of numbers those are. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
I think I might pass, but I'm going to second Commissioner Toledo's with. If you drew the ag for Solano, Yolo, and Napa, it would be an interesting drawing, right? But it's so true where you'll have this huge area of agriculture and all of a sudden you've got a city or industrial, and then you go back and so I will be very curious to see what that looks like. And I'm afraid that what it's going to look like is we might leave some pockets in the middle, and we can't do that. So, and then the other part of Commissioner Kitagawa with Isleton, interestingly enough, that's Sacramento County, I believe, right? And I think ultimately what's going to happen is those are agricultural areas as well. So I think round 3, we're going to see a completely different iteration of this. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Commissioner Sinai.
My recollection from the COIs as well is just my experience has been that Sonoma and Napa are very connected because of the wine industry, and so I was curious to and I think it's if we did Sonoma, Napa, Yolo, that might be, we've already asked for that visualization, I believe, but I just wanted to get the feedback from Commissioner Toledo and Commissioner Fernandez on just kind of the relationship between Sonoma and Napa. Based on your experiences and what you've learned as leads.
Certainly, there's a strong connection between Sonoma, Napa, Solano, and Yolo counties. I think all of these communities have strong connection, and I would add a lake to that as well. In terms of, the wine growing regions are, it's not all of Sonoma County, just a portion of Sonoma County, right? And so that might be closer to Napa, and of course, Yolo has some wine growing, and so does the lake counties. And even Solano on some of the closer to Vacaville area, Fairfield area, or more on the rural parts. But so strong connection between all of these communities, and I think could conceivably be a congressional district.
I mean, I would agree. But Yolo County, I would, and I think Commissioner Toledo would agree. I think as we go to the north of Yolo County, it's different type of agriculture versus wine. I would say more of the wine is in my backyard, literally in my backyard. But again, what happens with West Sacramento's prime example is some of these little towns become cities and they no longer want to be considered agriculture, which is where they started from. And that's how we see some of these other major cities like Vacaville and Fairfield that are no longer really agriculture. They are a city, industrial city, whatever you want to call it. So that's why I'm just really curious to see what this is going to look like the next time that Kennedy brings it to us. So thank you.
Very good. I'm not seeing any more hands for these areas that we've just reviewed. Kennedy, before we review any more, I just wanted to take a brief pause. I don't know if Marcy is available, but Director Kaplan shared with us some pretty exciting news, and I just wanted to have a brief moment to make sure all of the commissioners were aware of this, as well as to give a little shout out to the public. Marcy.
Hi, everyone. I've been up since really early because I drank too much coffee yesterday, so I'm a little tired, but I think I know what you want me to go over right now. Sorry. We have now posted on the data tab on the website an additional table where the recent input form that the commission created for feedback on visualizations will now be posted real time. So the feedback for visualizations form is posted on the meetings page for the series of meetings where the public can provide feedback on visualizations. And as those submissions come in real time, they are posted on the data page. So on the left sidebar, you can toggle between the COI input that the commission has received, and there's a second form that lists visualization input. And so it is listed there. So you can see there's been some coming in already. And then additionally, any input that's been received via the Voters First Act email is listed on the public input page as well. And that will transition over to that database as well, I believe. I will follow up on that as well.
Perfect. Thank you. So this is, I really appreciate you and you stepping in to share that update. I think it's really exciting. We're going to get, rather than the delay of having to wait, get an email and upload, this is going to be rolling in real time. So I just really wanted to uplift that for any of the public that might be watching and hoping to get our attention while we continue these proceedings, that we do have that now available as a late breaking addition to the ways in which you can communicate with the commission. So with that, I will hand it back to Kennedy to continue moving us along, but I wanted to at minimum share that update, and we can take a closer look at that tool again, either at the end of the day or early tomorrow morning. Thanks so much. Kennedy?
Now we will be moving on to the Sacramento County within the county visualizations, and starting on page 27, we have our first, which is just the entire county of Sacramento, has a population of 1,584,886. Now moving on, I have added a portion of west of Yolo, which is the West Sacramento city that attaches here, and that makes the population 1,638,957, and this is on page 28. Now moving closer into the county, I'm going to zoom in so we can see West Sac with Sacramento, the city. And that is on page 29 and has a population of 580,591. Then moving on, we have the city of Sacramento with Lemon Hill, the Fruit Ridge pocket area that you were talking about. This pocket is right here, Lemon Hill, Fruit Ridge, and Elk Grove. This has a population of 792,748. Then we have Sacramento with adjacent cities kind of touching that northern border here, and Arden Arcade and Carmichael on page 31. And that has a population of 768,259. And then I have a portion here called North Sac County on page 32. This has Arden Arcade, Carmichael, Del Paso Heights is right in here as well, and then moving out to those northern Sacramento County cities. This has a population of 474,188. And then we have Arden and Carmichael just together, those two cities, and this has a population of 175,171, and this is on page 33. Moving down in Sacramento County, we have on page 34 our South Sac Elk Grove visualization, and this includes the pocket area, Lemon Hill, Fruit Ridge, Florin, South Sacramento with Elk Grove as well. And this has a population of 479,441. 14. And next we have Elk Grove, just the city of Elk Grove standing alone. And this has a population of 176,561. Then continuing to move south into that boot of Sacramento, I'm going to move out so you can see that better. We have the River Delta Unified School District boundary outline, which has that Rio Vista, Isleton in it as well. And this goes into Solano and Sacramento. And this is on page, oh, this is the next part, so I'm off.
Oh, I apologize. I was on mute. Saying thank you, Kennedy. Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay, thank you, Kennedy. Can we go back to 27? That is Sacramento, and I see why our traffic is getting so bad now that our population is pretty high. For us, anyway. From the what do they used to call us? Cowtown. Right. I'm really going to have to play with this one because there are so many pieces. So if I could just have a visualization scenario, if I could just have a scenario that cuts off, I think, oh my gosh, there's so many different ways I can draw this. Let's cut it off from no Clarksburg or Elk Grove. That's my border right there. No Rancho Murrieta. And I know that's still going to be too big, but I'm curious to see what that looks like. And the reason I'm cutting those pieces off is then you start getting into more of the agriculture area from there. So thank you. And then my next one would be, I'm not going to share. I'm just going to keep going to number 33. Commissioner Akutagawa was better at sharing than me, so. On number 33, if we can just add Fair Oaks, Gold River. Oh. And Rancho Cordova. I would like to see what that looks like. And then on the next one, which is 34. If we can just add Vineyard to it, I want to see if that just brings it up to a congressional district. That'd be great. Thank you, Kennedy.
Very good. Commissioner Turner.
Back on page 27, I'd like to see a visualization that removes Galt, Walnut Grove, Rio Vista, down into that area to see how that reduces the number for Sacramento. Yeah, maybe even Clay and Harold. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Sinai.
Sorry, I was going to go back to Commissioner Fernandez and say, are there any of these visualizations that you think we can toss out now that you've seen them? Or I don't know if we toss them out or we just keep them in a different file. But as we're moving forward, ones that we shouldn't be looking at.
Chair, is it okay for me to answer?
Yes, please.
Okay. I guess I think I had asked this maybe yesterday. I don't know what the process is. If we're asked, I thought yesterday I asked the question, do these visualizations, do they get pushed to the side and now we have new ones, or are they included with the new ones? So I think that's where I'm at a loss right now. So the ones that I concentrated on were the ones that I felt we should be moving forward with, because I think we will have the bigger picture and then we can cut it down from there.
Commissioner Fernandez, were you asking for guidance in terms of process?
Sure. And maybe everybody else has a grasp on it. I'm the only one that doesn't have a grasp on the visualizations, but I just thought it was like, this is the first set of visualizations, and then next week we'll have the new set of visualizations. So we won't, if we didn't talk about it today or yesterday or tomorrow, then we won't see them again. Or am I mistaken? That's my assumption.
Yeah, and maybe Karin wants to jump in here and talk about the plan for next week and how that's going to differ from what we're seeing today.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. So you're giving additional feedback, and of course, we're listening to that very closely. There are some ideas on how to make some of these visualizations a little different, and so we're going to work with that. Remember, we have 4 plans that we have to create, and we're going to try to put some of these things together for next week, just bits and pieces just to see how things fit together. So on some of this feedback, we may just see that it doesn't fit in an assembly district, so we may just try to draw this into a Senate district, depending on, of course, in collaboration with the area council and so forth, or maybe show you what it might look like in a congressional district. So there's plenty of choices here, even though you're given a lot of direction, and there are, of course, a lot of visualizations. Let's see how this all fits together once we can actually sit down and sort this all out. Because right now there's a lot of it. We're going to go through the tape. We're going to go through all the direction. And Commissioner Fernandez, that was really good to know that we should be looking at the ones that you're commenting on. So thank you for that. And also thank you so much, Commissioner Sinai, for flagging all of that. Really appreciate it. But we really like all of this input. It's a big state, and we have a lot of work to do. And you may look at some of these next week, and you'll see that we've turned something into an assembly district, and you'll go, that doesn't really work in an assembly district, so let's try to do something with that and move it into maybe a congressional district or so, So we'll just go step by step, and we'll figure it out.
Thank you so much for that, Karin. Commissioner Sinai.
So I know I should have asked these questions earlier, but obviously they pop up as we move along. So if there is a visualization we're seeing and we're like, I don't think this is going to work, should we be saying it out loud so that, what I'm hearing is it's kind of like, it's not puzzle pieces because they don't necessarily fit together yet. It's not paper mache, but it's some type of art form, like, the most complicated art project we've ever done. But some pieces may just end up complicating things more versus, sometimes you just need to throw things out. So should we be saying, okay, go ahead and throw it out, or?
Yeah, I think if you see something that you absolutely dislike, then we will try not to reuse that. But I would also say, as you know, everything has a ripple effect. And we're hearing you and we're seeing you on some of these visualizations. It's pretty clear, that may make more sense, but we may need to pivot based on what we're seeing in a neighboring district and based on what we're getting back from our RPV analyst and from VRA Council. So I think this gives us a little bit of flexibility to incorporate some of, all of the direction that you gave. And if there's some direction that just does not fit because of something else, we're going to be able to walk you through that. And that process is starting next week. And then pretty soon, we're going to be live line drawing, which I think, is really a lot of fun, because at that point you can say, it also takes a while. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. That wheel does spin and all that can be really relaxing also. But coffee helps for some people, and depending on how late it is. And, it's just part of the process. So we'll see what fits, what doesn't fit, and we'll be able to give you more information next time. So every time we're getting together, you're going to get more information and you'll be able to give more specific direction. So I think this is all good.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Karen, for what you just said. I think for me personally, I am enjoying, even though it's very long, I am enjoying this process, because I like that we are able to explore and to really try out all of these different combinations that we're not sure, is it going to work, is it not going to work? I think someone said, sometimes we think it made sense back when we first asked for it, and then it doesn't make sense now. I would just like us to suspend whatever, judgments we may have, because you never know. And I understand that as we're doing this, some of this it is popping in my mind that we're probably not going to make this make sense right now or later on. But hey, it's giving us a chance to really understand and explore what all the choices we're going to have to eventually make. And I think that this has been a helpful process. And Karen, I think like what you said, I think, as you get more detail, especially around the VRA districts and the RPV analysis, I think we're just going to come to the realization on our own right now. I think also I want to say, I think we're also trying to honor as much of the COI input that we've gotten, and everything else. I mean, we've gotten lots of data. So I think that's also partly, I think, to show people we're hearing you, we're trying to honor what you're saying or what you're telling us and what you're writing into us. Nothing's set in stone now, so I think that that's the good thing, and there's still a lot of room for further experimentation and seeing how we're going to put this complicated puzzle together. So just wanted to affirm what you said, Karen, and just want to say thank you to everybody. This has been great.
Thank you so much for that, Commissioner Okutagawa. I think that is so right on. And, this morning I really wanted to uplift that piece as well, right? That we're doing things different here in California. This is innovative and creative and responsive to the desires of communities on the ground. And so I so appreciate that comment. I think I saw hands moving around here. Commissioner
Yes.
Turner, I had you next in the line.
Thank you so much. I was trying to be a very good steward of my button and lower my hand as I spoke, but you started speaking, so I got out of line.
Sorry about that.
Yes. And actually, what I just wanted to say is how much I appreciate and just kind of am in awe of Karen and the line drawers. They're doing an amazing job. The way I kind of visualize this happening and giving all of the feedback that we're doing is that when we come back next week, it'll be almost like going to the optometrist where you're showing us maps and you're like, you've taken, your prescription and you're saying, okay, 1 or 2. Is it 1 or 2? Is it you like this or you like that? And so, I think that we'll get a chance to see it. I do appreciate everyone commenting and moving some things around, and I recognize that the numbers we have are target numbers, population numbers, VRA, all of those other piece parts we know that we need to follow. I just think this process has been helpful to continue to get to know the terrain, to tie in with what we've already seen with the COI input, the public input. All of that does start to come together and make sense. So for me, the process seemed very fluid and ambiguous and all of those things, but I understand the piece parts and it's making sense about why we're going about it this way. Now I'm just trusting the process that by the time we get here next week, you all have captured all of the input. Things that just won't work, they won't, but we will have the kind of like, what do you like now? This is what you've said. Now here's the piece parts. And so we'll get a chance to make some choices and decisions then. So I'm excited about that. Thank you.
That's right. No pressure, Karin and team. Commissioner Anderson.
I also want to say, I really appreciate Commissioner Kudagawa for saying that, because a lot of these visualizations, we've all kind of had, I want to see this and this and this, with a bit of a bit in mind, like that might be a good assembly district or something. And then when you see the numbers on it, it changes your perspective, your whole perspective. But it doesn't eliminate the areas. You might think of them just differently, like, okay, wow, it's huge. That could be a Senate district or, congressional or something. And so it's a shifting. It's not necessarily there's very few that are like, okay, that's terrible, get rid of it. Because they fit together differently, which I think is very, very, very helpful. Then I just want to come back to a different question. Now, in this entire area, we are not talking about VRA areas yet. That information is still coming, I'm assuming. Is that correct? Don't know if any of our legal team is on, but I'm assuming since we don't have any info.
In the Sacramento area?
Yeah, in the Sacramento area. Because there are a lot of COIs that were specifically flagged kind of were discussed for that purpose, and I don't know if we have any information on this particular area yet. And I just want to bring that forward because that will change a lot of the different ideas that we're talking about, I'm sure.
I think I can answer that if you'd like me to. As you know, Dr. Gall is working fast and furiously on this, and we're receiving information daily, and sometimes twice a day, from VRA Council about how to treat these areas. So there will be an ongoing process, and we will keep you in the loop on this. And that's actually how you got that one visualization at the beginning of Kennedy's presentation, and also this morning from Tamina, because that information came up last night. So there will be more forthcoming. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you very much for that, Karin, because I just want to make sure that we're all thinking, we're not done with this area. It is going to change based on when we get theory and analysis on this. And I definitely appreciate Dr. Gall's working, which you can't work the entire state all at the same time. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
I saw Mr. Bicker pop on there. Did you want to jump in and add anything?
I stepped away for a second, so I might have missed a specific question about this, but if you would like to ask it, I'm available.
I think Karin probably covered it. Sorry to put you on the spot there. I think it was just a general question of, will there be additional VRA analysis in the Sacramento area?
I didn't say, what was the CVAP on this? Did we discuss that?
I don't believe so. Commissioner Fernandez, did you want to respond to that?
I did. I don't think that there will be any VRA. The Sacramento area is very diversified. I can't even think of how many, and I don't think we'll have that concentration. But I'm sure Dr. Gall will look into it, but I just wanted to respond that I don't think we'll have that criteria.
She may not if we are in a place, we're always looking at the first shingles precondition first, because it's the easiest one to assess. So if the numbers are just not sufficient for the minority communities to meet the first shingles precondition, in other words, to be sufficiently numerous and compact to form the majority of the district, there's no real point in looking at the second and third jingles preconditions at that point. So my recollection is this did not come up on the maps as a place where the numbers were going to be sufficient for these large statewide maps. Obviously, I mean, there's when we're talking about different districts, that might be different. But we'll just take another look at it and confirm.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. I just wanted to also just give my appreciation to you, Commissioner Sadwani, and to the rest of the commission for the great work that we have done to get outreach, right, to get all of the community of interest input, especially our staff, because I know our staff was so instrumental that, working through the visualization process and figuring out how it might look in these various geographic sectors is interesting, and I think although we've been working as a team for a year, actually being able to come and do these visualizations right before we do line drawing is important because it gives us a way to really learn how to work with one another. It's so interesting to be here in person and to be with most of the commissioners and see everybody's different styles. So it's great to have that opportunity. I know some of the commissioners aren't able to join, but that's, I think it's part of that learning and being able to work through as we get to difficult decisions that we'll have to make in the next couple of weeks. So thank you to everyone and to the line drawers who are just, we're giving them so much direction, some of it conflicting and some of it overlapping, and that's because we are going through this process of really learning and how to work with one another, how to get to equitable maps for California. So thank you so much to everybody.
That is wonderful. And yay us, we are amazing. Let's do this. Let's get back to it. Kennedy, do you want to take us through the next areas? Or Commissioner Toledo, did you have? No. Okay, I think you're all set. Kennedy.
So now we will be moving to the Delta area, and starting on page 37 is where you will find the first visualization in this section. And we have RDUSD, River Delta Unified School District, which again has Rio Vista and Isleton together, which we were talking about those before. And this has a population of 17,665 and goes up to that Sacramento border and a little underneath West Sacramento and curves along that way. Now moving on to the Delta. Here's a visualization we had that said to build on top of that and move out to terminus down and follow the waterways. And I'm going to turn on that layer for you so that you can see where they are. And so follows those Delta areas, and we followed it out west towards this way and went up there, and those cities touching the borderline up here, the top parts of them were put in with there with Bethel Island as well. And this parts, if you're wondering why it cuts off, I was following the blocks that were connected to the Delta and just taking it up that way. And so now I'm going to turn off that terrain layer now that you've seen that, and we're going to move on to Delta version 2, which is smaller and did not want to move out to the Delta that way, but wanted to include Pittsburgh, Antioch, Knightson down to Byron, Terminus, and Rio Vista and Isleton starting there and move out this way to that area. And those are all for the Delta.
And it looks like we've got at least one or two hands. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. This is basically actually, I think I only asked for the first one. So, Ken, if you can go back to 37. So it was just kind of like to emphasize what some of these communities, what we consider the North. Again, this is only 5 miles outside of Sacramento, but it covers over 50 miles of agricultural land. And if you think of 50 miles in LA, how many millions of people would that be, right? And so here we have less than 18,000 population. And again, the reason I wanted this is one, it's a school district, crosses over 3 counties. It crosses over Sacramento, Yolo, and Solano counties. And this will be, I guess, sucked into a bigger district. But a couple meetings back, we talked about splitting up small towns. And here we have an area of 18,000. And if you split that up, it is difficult to coordinate with one assembly person, congressperson, and then to split that up where the neighbors or neighboring towns, all of these towns, and this is replicated throughout Northern California. So it's not just this area. I just wanted to bring it in as an example so that we can remember as we go through the counties that maybe have the lower population, not the big cities, that we do our best to try to keep them together. So these have already they'll be included in others, so thank you so much for bringing it forward. I don't have any changes at that point because I know that we're going to have to add more, so thanks.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, and actually, I'm on to page 38 and adding more. Because there is a lot in that area, and it has a lot in common with other areas around it, all of which get overshadowed by the bigger cities or the bigger, sort of bigger concerns, and it kind of gets ignored. And that's why I did ask for, I think, page 38. And again, because I had no idea population. I might even put 39 together, I don't quite know. But what I'd like to see here is starting with 38, but then adding, because, it's kind of like getting to 39, except not, we lost all of Solano County in this one. And I'd kind of like to stay with 38, but then starting to add, the Knightson, Discovery Bay, Byron. I don't know if I want to do parts of Pittsburgh or Antioch. But kind of play with that area to add and to see, can we actually get enough population in there to get to an assembly district? So if we kind of, starting to add parts of Contra Costa. I don't think we can really go further east in San Joaquin because that's just not Delta. And I don't know about up into Sacramento. What I'm trying to do is get a really full Delta county, but I know that portion of Solano County a lot of that is Delta. So thank you very much. If you could, I'd like to see that as a visualization.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Actually, I'd like to go back to page 37, and I just want to note that I think, Kennedy, there was a visualization that we saw. I think it included Solano and Yolo counties, and I think I might have asked to have that little piece where on here yeah, there you go. Yes, where I was asking if you could add that one and all that. So, and whether or not that would get us a little closer to a congressional district, but clearly it does not. But thank you for doing that because that helps. I just wanted to see what it would look like, but it is helpful to know too that is partially incorporated in, and that's helpful. Also to what Commissioner Anderson just said about, and I think it was page number 38. It's the Delta map. I think it's the one after this one. Yes. Yes. And she was mentioning, trying to make it more of a Delta district so that, and trying to get it to an assembly district number. She mentioned, I think, Knightson, Discovery Bay, Byron. I think based on some of the other testimony or inputs that we had heard, perhaps Commissioner Anderson, I don't know if you'd be interested in this or if it could just be a separate visualization. I would also ask that we include maybe Oakley and Brentwood and giving the line drawers the discretion to add as you need to reach a number that is appropriate for an assembly district. For me, I think I would stop at Antioch. I know that they were pretty vocal about, being a Delta community, but it sounded like also Delta and Pittsburgh are also pretty tied together. There was some mixed testimony in terms of whether Oakley, Knightson, Brentwood, and the others, some mentioned them, some did not. So perhaps it would be good to see it without Antioch and Pittsburgh included. And I know that they are much more rural in those areas, or agriculture.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Sinai.
Building on that, I think I liked 38. Now that on hashtag redistricting road trip, I saw a lot of this area. But I would like to continue to keep Pittsburgh, Antioch, Martinez kind of separate from this, and just because I think those are areas that really see themselves, yes, they identify as, parts of the community identify as Delta, but parts of the community identify themselves in a different kind of a different area. And I'd like to know kind of if we are doing a VRA analysis of those three cities, counties, if that's one of the areas that's popping up in the analysis.
Okay. My sense is I think they'll probably get back to us on the VRA analysis in this area, if that's, I think that was kind of the general prevailing wisdom at this point. Okay. Seeing no other hands, Kennedy? Actually, just as a quick time check, I'm wondering, Kennedy, if you have a sense of how many more visualizations you have to do. We are up against our next break at 6:15.
We have 20 more slides.
Got it, no problem. So we will see how far we get. Thanks, Kennedy.
Okay, next we'll be going into the mountainous counties, and next we will be moving on to slide 41. So I'm going to go ahead and turn that on. This here was encompassing the parts that were east of that ridge we talked about. And this part that isn't put in there is, I did not do that, but that is also just the Lake Tahoe. So I can turn that on for you to see that. There's no population that I was taking out there. This is the lake. But I can fill that in so it's contiguous when we do that again. So here we have all the way down to Fresno, parts of Madera, that the mountainous sides upwards, the mountainous parts of Fresno, and I should have left the terrain on so I could show you that as well. And you can see the Sierra National Forest, and here it is, and the city parts here. So this part of Inyo was put in to have the Inyo forest kept together as well. This population is 217,266. And I'm going to turn off that terrain layer now. And we're going to just see a few more versions of this moving down south. And our next one is on page 42. And we have it now going down following the 395 highway and including parts of Tulare, that is the Sequoia parts down to the Kern County border of Inyo and Tulare there, and then the same following north. This population is 224,794. Then we are moving on to a further extension. And this is on page 43, and this goes down into the mountainous parts of Kern County, Lake Isabella, and including Ridgecrest as well. Population is 274,380. And then we have a visualization where we go up to Sierra through El Dorado, and it's following that ridge line as well and keeping everything east. And then here we have the parts of Madera that follow the Stanislaus River and include Devil's Postpile into Inyo. This population is 248,849. And that concludes this section.
Great. Thank you so much, Kennedy. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you. I'd like to start at map on page 41, and on that one, I would like to see, ultimately, I think I guess I'm gonna ask for a visualization that may end up being all the same for all the other maps. I'd like to see perhaps two visualizations. I would like to see this map with Mono County and Inyo County all included. And I suspect that we may need to also add Amador County for population. And I am going to ask, or I will, in my request, I will say I'm going to ask the line drawers to use your discretion, but I would like to also suggest that we include El Dorado as well, also to also fill out some population so that we may be able to get to possibly at least an assembly district on that one. And I'm going to ask you to just use your discretions because I know that part of El Dorado does go a little bit into Sacramento, or it's a Sacramento bedroom community, so I'm going to ask you to use your discretion. But I also know that there is and I don't know if you could show the terrain. I do believe that because of its proximity to Lake Tahoe and also the Sierras, it'd be helpful to know that, whether or not it makes sense to include all of El Dorado County or just that sliver of the portion that is next to Lake Tahoe. Because we heard loud and clear from a number of callers about the difficulties in crossing over, and you have to go down and around. So that's why essentially I think my visualizations are going to be just that one. There's one more, though, that I would like to, just out of curiosity. Well, okay, maybe I take that back. There's 3. There's another one. The next one includes part of Tulare, and would that also help pick up some of the population that may be needed? And on that, I would just say, again, line drawer's discretion. If you include a visualization that would include Mono, Inyo, and Amador, would that get us to a number that would create an assembly district? And again, if you need to use your discretion to look at El Dorado and include El Dorado, excluding maybe the part that is closer in alignment to Sacramento. And then one more. Going to page number 44. And on that one, I would like to just include, I don't, okay. On this one, okay, the eastern, I guess this is Supervisorial District 5, I think is what Commissioner Kennedy had said for Placer County, as well as El Dorado County.
This is actually east of the ridge, Sierra Crest Ridge. That follows those mountains there. That's
okay, so the other part is okay. That's actually the mountain area.
Yes,
right?
these are the mountain areas here, and then those parts of these counties to the east of the mountains.
Got it. Okay, so then crossing over is that's the dividing line then for crossing over.
Not
sense.
necessarily right here, because there are some no population areas within, or, very little population areas here as it goes into the city. But the crest line, even to a little bit of the west of the crest line, still, I would just say not this line.
Not a whole
Yeah.
lot there. Okay. I mean, in terms of it's not going to add a lot in population then.
Adding just a little bit more won't add too much
Thank
population.
you. Yes, that's what I'm trying to
Okay.
understand. Yes, that's what I'm trying to understand. Okay. I guess even with that, and I guess I will ask this of perhaps Commissioner Fernandez. I know that there are some people who choose to live in the more remote areas of the mountains. Would they prefer to be more on the eastern side, or do you believe that they would prefer to be more on the western side, closer to Sacramento? Eastern. Okay, so can we create that as the dividing line, include all of the mountainous areas, and then put them all into the same district as this Eastern Sierra district? Okay, thank you. I would like to see that visualization.
Very good. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Good to go. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, I think, I actually wanted to start on page 44 and add all of El Dorado County, and also the supervisory district, whatever it is, 5 in Placer. And then the 2 portions we have that are east of the ridge line up in Nevada and Sierra, depending on the population, once you add El Dorado and the Division 5, with District 5 of Placer, add all of Nevada and all of Sierra into that. and see if we get the Assembly District. Because we got a lot of comments from this area about we don't want Madera and Fresno County in our area because then that's where this representatives live and we cannot get to them. And so that's why I know it looks mountainous and stuff, but it is mountainous. It's really mountainous and you can't cross over. So that's why I prefer going with page 44 to all our COI input. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy, I know I saw a hand earlier. Did you want to jump in there?
Thank you. Just to say that, yes, I think in some of these places, it may be useful for us to take a look at, excuse me, at what's going on as far as county redistricting. I was, sorry, I was just checking the El Dorado County redistricting page, and they've got 4 different maps up with different considerations, and it just might be interesting for us between now and next week to take a look at that and see what supervisorial district boundaries might be being considered in these counties, particularly El Dorado, Placer, Nevada, and Sierra, to help us decide where some good lines might go. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Any other comments while we're in this area? If not, Kennedy, I think we can continue on. And we are going up till 6:15 as our next scheduled break.
Okay, now we will be moving on to page 46 into the Central Valley region, and I'm going to zoom in closer and turn on some of those cities for you to see as well as we look at our next visualizations. So here we have San Joaquin, and this population is 777,312. And this is the entire boundary of the San Joaquin County. And now we will move on to Lodi and Stanislaus, and this was created to exclude these cities here of Manteca, Mountain House, and Tracy. Goes up to Lodi, touching that Sacramento border there and going down and including Ripon and Escalon at that border there. This has a population of 682,262, and this is on page 47. Now we are going to move on to San Joaquin and Stanislaus together, both of those counties. This is on page 48. It has a population of 1,332,042. Then moving a bit south, we are going to move on to page 49, and we have Merced, the entire county of Merced here. This has a population of 281,098. And then we are going to move on to Fresno, which wanted to be looked at as a Senate district here. And you can see the population is at 1,008,530.
Was that the end of that section?
No, we
just
dropped
got-
again,
yeah, we got
internet
dropped.
issues again.
Just
Oh, okay.
just a moment.
Sure.
I'm online, but you're saying the Wi-Fi disconnect?
Yeah, maybe we can take a 5-minute break.
It just came back up.
Sounds like people are reconnecting here.
Is the live stream still going?
The live stream is still going. And I'm still connected to the Zoom meeting, clearly.
Okay. Christian, I'll look for guidance from you.
Just a second. Let me read the room.
Sure. No problem. Commissioner Toledo, also, as vice chair, you're in the room, so if you think we need to go to a break.
Maybe we can take a 5-minute break because we have a couple people disconnected.
Sure. No
Yeah,
problem.
it'd be good to take a break, Chair.
Perfect. Do you mind if we actually just go to the 15-minute break at this point? Does that
That
work?
sounds great. Thank you.
Sounds
All
good.
right.
Bathroom
Great.
break.
Caffeinate, everybody. All right.
Go ahead, Chair.
Are we live?
You are live.
All right, great. Thank you. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. Thank you for bearing with us. For those watching out there, we were experiencing some technical difficulties and had a planned break in any case. So we are back and ready to resume our conversation. We were just looking at visualizations in the Central Valley, in the Fresno area in particular, and I saw Commissioner Akutagawa had a hand raised. Commissioner Akutagawa?
Did you want to just go through all of the remainder of the Central Valley visualizations?
Yes, are there more, Kennedy?
Yeah, there are several.
Oh, perfect, great, thank you. Very good, thank you very much.
I had separated Kern, and I can do all those Kern ones as well. If you want me to just go from Fresno down to Kern, I can do those all in one chunk, if that's what you meant.
I think that would be great. I think that would be great.
Okay.
Okay, so now we just were on this Fresno one, and we're going to now move into, let's move us closer here. This is on page 51. We have a North Fresno and Clovis. This encompasses all of Clovis. It comes up here, so that's why it goes a bit above. And this follows the 99 here to the west, and here is East Shaw Avenue, and it includes Tarpey Village as well in this visualization. This has population of 310,626. And then next we have the northeast. We separated the east from the west of the north and put that with Clovis as well. And this follows North Fresno Street going up this way, the eastern border, and this is still East Shaw to the south and Tarpey Village as well. This has a population of 218,102. Now we are moving out of Fresno and into Tulare, and I'm going to zoom out so you can see this better. This is the entire county border of Tulare. This has a population of 475,058, and this is on page 53. And now moving into Tulare, we have the Three Rivers visualization, which encompasses Three Rivers to Visalia and that 198 corridor. This has a population of 200,087. Now we are going to move into Kings, into Lemoore and Hanford. And we have those cities as well as any area that was in between them. And this has a population of 99,125. And then we will be moving into Kern. First in Kern, we have our Kern Mountain Community Koi. I will turn on that terrain layer because... So this is on page 57, and as you can see, the mountains are following underneath here, and so we have those cities and those areas that go along there. They exclude this desert area and exclude these parts of Bakersfield as well. This has a population of 48,320. And then moving on, we have an extension of this that has this area that goes into the mountain range over here as well of Pine Mountain Club. And this has a population of 56,427. This is on page 58 as well. And now we are going to look at Eastern Kern. This is excluding any areas of Bakersfield that has the mountainous region and the desert region together. This has a population of 129,138. And then again, I put in that extension because I didn't know how much of those mountains you wanted in there, so I have one with that and without. And this extension has a population of 137,245. And I'm going to turn off this terrain layer now. And we are going to move on to our next visualization, which is Kern and San Bernardino without Rosamond. So it goes over here and it stays above, I believe, the 140 highway. And this has a population of 157,354 and 45. I'm getting all my numbers mixed up here as I keep reading them. And now we're going to move on to Kern, Eastern Kern with Apple Valley, and a little bit into San Bernardino as well, including the cities of Adelanto, Victorville, and that area. This has a population of 928,956. Then we have Kern with a portion of East Bakersfield here, and this has a population of 266,541. Then we have our Desert City Coy and Coy visualization, and that includes from Ridgecrest down to Rosamond, and this here that excludes the mountain communities, and this has a population of 80,758. And our last visualization from me tonight is East Kern with parts of LA, that Lancaster Palmdale area, and this has a population of 481,096. And that concludes the visualizations I have for you today.
All right, Kennedy, thank you so much. I received a really great suggestion from my my vice chair here to perhaps begin with the leads for this area, though I do know that Commissioner Akutagawa has had her hand raised since before the break. So perhaps we can start with Commissioner Akutagawa, and then we'll go to you, Commissioner Turner, and then I see Commissioner Kennedy as well. Commissioner
Thank you.
Akutagawa?
Thank you, Chair. I guess just on the Central Valley, I guess if you want to start with the others, you could go ahead and do that. That's fine.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Turner, did you want to kick us off here?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Chair. Under, if we can go back to map number 46 for San Joaquin County, and just looking at that for congressional district, that'll have to be reduced somewhat to get to our numbers that we need. I'd like to see a visualization that removes Lodi and going north. So those areas, Woodbridge, Dogtown. I had to look up 2,000 population total, but anyway, let's see what that, if that gets us closer to this, closer to the 760,000 on this visualization. Keeping San Joaquin whole. Then I'd like to go to 40. Let's see what's the best depiction of it. What I'm looking for, Kennedy, is the best we can build from that with Stanislaus County, keeping San Joaquin. Where's the one page that had San Joaquin with Stanislaus? 14? No, not 14. What number?
That would be page 48.
Okay. So, yeah, 133. No, 1,332,000. Okay. So for this one, can you zoom in so I can see? Oh, there we go. Okay, so here, San Joaquin with Stanislaus. Let's remove. How do we want to carve this up? I got to get rid of. Okay, so here, for let's take away straight down where the lines. Following, what's that line between where it separates valley and home? Going up a little bit, going up a little more, there. Okay, so that line going straight down. Is that the county line for San Joaquin County? Yeah. So let's cut straight down and remove Knights Ferry, Orange Blossom, Oakdale. And matter of factly, let's see what happens if we split Rouse, Ceres, Keys, Turlock. Let's try that first. And I'd like to go into Fresno on page 52 to see, there was a lot of testimony about, what is that, West Fresno, Old Fig Garden, that area. I'd like to see CVAP in that area. You don't have it now, so that'll have to be a follow-up later. Yeah, so the visualization would just look to see what it would look like to have Fresno that excludes, what was the area? Tracy, yeah. Please hold. I guess just letting let me see the Old Fig Garden with the Fresno totals there. And then a visualization, though, that would have Merced, Fresno, and Madera. Madera, yeah, what would that look like? So let me stop there and gather my thoughts where a couple of other folk come in, and I'll be back.
Okay, that sounds great. So just keeping with this theme, if you don't mind, Commissioner Kennedy, I'm gonna pass it over to Commissioner Vasquez, who is also one of the co-leads for these outreach areas, and then we'll come right back to you.
You know, actually, I'll pass. I'm still coming up with my visualizations. Thanks.
Got it. No problem. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. So I'd like to see two things next time. One is San Joaquin excluding Tracy and Mountain House. The second is the Kern Desert Koi adding in that northern part of San Bernardino County out to the Nevada border, I guess, and Inyo County. So you had one just one or two before that, I think, that had the Kern Desert, yeah, that one. So adding Inyo to that is not going to add that much population, but yeah, if we could see that. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. Commissioner Kitagawa.
Thank you. Fortunately, Commissioner Kennedy said one of the ones that I wanted to mention. I'm looking also at page 48, and I wonder if it makes sense. Just looking to see, does it make sense to put Stanislaus and Merced together so that potentially they have a better chance of staying together in either a single assembly district? I think the numbers are such that it could either be an assembly district, maybe, the two of them together, excluding San Joaquin. And I know that we've gotten some coy testimony around Stanislaus and Modesto and just feeling like they are carved up often, and perhaps as much as possible seeing if there's a way to explore that. And then another question. This is for the Tulare one. Does it make sense to extend this visual, or I would like to see a visualization that would extend into including Hanford? So the part of Kings County, yeah. And also to give discretion to the line drawers that if they need to also extend it to also include Lemoore Station as well too. To get up to a number that may potentially reach a assembly district. And there is one more. This is for the East Kern, LA visualization, which is page number 65. And would it make sense to also include Acton to pick up a little bit more of the population to reach an assembly district size for that particular one? And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Can we just stay on that one? Can you zoom in a little bit more, Kennedy, please, on Acton? Oops, down below. I was going along the same lines as Commissioner Kitagawa. I was thinking of those other little towns too, like Lake Hughes. Yes, those. Just to see how that would impact the numbers. So maybe in conjunction with Commissioner Kitagawa's
Yeah, you could just,
visualization.
yeah, you don't have to create a separate one with Acton.
Was that it for you, Commissioner Fernandez? Yeah, okay, good.
Yes, I was just putting my hand down. There we go.
Oh, perfect, got it. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, thanks. I am just not loving, particularly for assembly districts, crossing any county boundaries. And I think we've heard a lot of conflicting testimony about whether the Antelope Valley sort of belongs with Kern County or with San Bernardino County as well. So I'm wondering if I could see a visualization that includes as much of sort of this Bakersfield area in Kern County with eastern Bakersfield to try to get to an assembly district. Is that, yeah, so I'm guessing there's a lot of population in like Shafter, Rosedale, Bakersfield. Is that enough direction for the mappers? Great.
Great, any more, Commissioner Vasquez?
Not right now.
Okay, perfect. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. In that same area, I know that West Bakersfield, I'd like to just know the standalone, and maybe this is what I said earlier, I don't remember, but the West Bakersfield, the Delano, McFarland, Lost Hill, Wasco, Shafter, Oildale, Stebbins, all the way down to the county line. I'd like to know what that is as a standalone to be able to see what we can do outside of combining it with East Kern. So I'd like to know what the numbers are there. And then I'm wondering what it would look like to combine Tulare, the whole of Tulare County with East Kern, that with this visualization here, and Inyo perhaps. On what was the, moving from there, can you go back to page 60? What was the CVAP there? Particularly interested in the Edwards Air Force Base, Mojave, all of that, but the whole of page 60, it's the East Kern, EXT, yep, that one. What's the CVAP?
One second, please. Sorry, I was just looking for those numbers, and I have them for you. The percent Latinx CVAP is 12.54, percent Black CVAP is 1.14, percent Indigenous CVAP is 2.69, and percent Asian CVAP is 1.92, and percent White CVAP is 81.68.
And did I ask for? Costa, Tracy, Island, and keep all Stanislaus, split San Joaquin County. Did we look, let's go back to San Joaquin County. For assembly districts, can we look at a split east to west, the Ripon, Escalon, Fireball, not Fireball, wrong area, Farmington. Show me on there with your hands. There, yeah. Okay. Somewhere through there as a 682, 494, and see what the numbers are to see which is closest for us in assembly district there. No, I was actually looking for that split on the whole of the San Joaquin, Stanislaus. Yeah. No, wait a minute. I'm getting confused. Too many counties in this one area. Lodi, Linden, Lockford, Farmington. Lodi, Linden, Lockford, Farm. Yeah, that's it. That's what I want. So there, put that separate, and let me see what that is. Okay, thank you.
Was that it for you, Commissioner Turner? Or
Yes.
did you have additional? Okay, great, thanks. Commissioner Kutagawa.
I have a question about Kern County. I recall one of our presentations that we had noted that there were, I don't, whatever, anyways. This is now for Mr. Becker if he's able to hear. I am interested in knowing about the Kern County as a VRA district. How much of it could be a VRA district? Is it a good majority of, if not all of Bakersfield, for example? I know that there's been some changes, and so that would be one interesting to hear from you in terms of your assessment around that. And secondly, Kennedy, I don't know if you could tell us the CVAP for the entirety of at least, if not Kern County, then at least that part that includes Bakersfield going west.
I do not have that currently, but I can have it for you next time.
Okay, thank you.
Could you actually?
And we've looked at this. We've looked a little bit at this data. It does appear there are some concentrations there. We're looking further to see whether they satisfy Jingles 1. As for Jingles 2 and 3, that is an ongoing process. I know that has been begun by Dr. Gall, so you're going to get some of that. But absolutely, we'll confirm whether or not VRA could be implicated in this area.
Thank you.
If I might add, thank you, Mr. Becker, for staying with us. I'm assuming it's close to 10 o'clock your time, so really appreciate you sticking with us today.
Pardon me.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry, Chair
Yeah, no,
Sadwani. Commissioner Akutagawa, could we please get some clarification on the direction you just gave previously? Just one second.
I think it's just more a request for data, not necessarily a visualization. I was just interested in knowing, one, could we understand the CVAP for the entirety of Kern County, but also if you're able to specifically separate out Bakersfield as well as anything east of Bakersfield. So where you have that visualization where you have Eastern Kern, let's just say the CVAP for that entire remaining portion that we didn't see a visualization for, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Great. And with that, I think we'll go to Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Back on page 53, Tulare, it's the whole county. Could we get the CVAP for that one, please? That's slide, or page 53, slide 53.
Yes, one moment.
Thank you.
Okay, I now have those numbers for you. The percent Latinx CVAP is 51.26. The percent Black CVAP is 1.85. The percent Indigenous CVAP is 1.47. Percent Asian CVAP is 4.14. And percent White CVAP is 40.86. And I realize you're writing those down now, and if I said anything too fast, you can let me know.
Sorry,
Thanks.
this is for Kern County?
This is
Tulare.
for Tulare.
Oh, Tulare. Okay.
Thank you. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. There's one other county that you had whole in this. I think it was Merced. Yeah, on page 49. Can we get the CVAP for that one also, please?
You may.
Thank you.
Merced's, the percent Latinx CVAP is 46.27. Percent Black CVAP is 4.28. Percent Indigenous CVAP is 1.12. Percent Asian CVAP is 8.29, and percent White CVAP is 39.2.
Great. Thank you. Oh, we did get Fresno, didn't we? I'm sorry, did we also get that for Fresno? Oh, it's on page 50. Can we have that, please?
Did you, I'm sorry, you asked for Fresno's?
Correct.
Okay. We have that, and the percent Latinx CVAP is 42.3. Percent Black CVAP is 5.88. Percent Indigenous CVAP is 1.2. Percent Asian CVAP is 10.34. And percent White CVAP is 46.71.
Great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm almost wondering if it might be helpful if we can just get a county by county breakdown of population and CVAP totals moving forward. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. I'd like one more visualization if you would show counties Merced, Mariposa, and Madera together.
Very good. Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Anderson, did you have a hand raised or?
No, actually, took it up and down a couple of times
Okay.
there, sorry.
No problem. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Could we see this current map with the terrain overlay on it? I'm particularly interested in seeing Mariposa because I recall some of the testimony and conversations that we've had. Yeah, that's what I thought. So, oh, what happened? Could we see the county lines also? What you had
I will make them a bit thicker. There you
Thank
go.
you. Okay, because I do, I would be interested in seeing what Commissioner Turner said, but I also wanted to just visualize. I think there is that mountain ridge there that includes Yosemite as well too, and I recall some of the testimony that did speak to that as a difference between those who are in the mountains and then those who fall into the valley floor. So, just keeping that in mind. Thank you.
Very good. Any additional thoughts, comments, questions, directions? Speak now or forever hold your peace, at least for this week. All right. I believe.
Wait, sorry, I do have one more, sorry.
I knew it was coming.
Yeah, exactly. It was that mountain area that we were just looking at. Could we get the terrain back on, please? Could we see and I don't know if we've already seen that. Essentially, from Yosemite Lakes east in Madera, as well as in Fresno, keeping going down. Essentially, I'm looking for the mountain area, but in Madera, Fresno, down into Tulare. If you keep on going down, the Tulare all the way down to Kern, in those areas there, in those counties, that whole mountainous area. Did we get a population on that?
We can get that to you next time. We had it with more counties north.
Yeah, I didn't know if we did Madera in that stuff. So if we could just have a, and actually popping all the way down into Kern, grabbing that, the mountainous areas through that. Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Ackman.
Thank you, Chair. Just clarifying question for Commissioner Anderson. Are you asking about the east or west side of the mountain range?
West side.
West side, okay. And then, I don't know if we're almost done with feedback on maps, but I just had a question kind of related to this, but not really. I'll wait until further direction from you, Chair.
I think we are nearing completion. So if you want to ask your question, I can say go ahead.
Yes. So I really want to appreciate the statewide database. I have been live mapping while my colleagues have been asking for various variations of the visualizations. I just wanted to ask if there is a representative from the statewide database in earshot. What is the difference between the mapping that the line drawers do and the tool that is available for the public and everyone to use?
So there's nobody from statewide database here today, but I happen to know the difference between the tools, so I will give you that answer. And that is that the tools that are available, they're just basically not professional, consulting level tools. All these consulting level tools, they have more bells and whistles than anybody really would need, and 90% of them you don't use. So I think what statewide database has made available is tools that are much easier to use, and it's just lower entry. Kind of, what am I looking for? It's been late. It's late. I'm sorry. Burden of it. Thank you, Andrew. Yeah. So that's, I think, what they were shooting for, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does.
But
Awesome. Thank you.
Same data and
Yeah.
same everything else.
I was fact checking the CVAP data that we are getting from the county level.
There you go.
It's accurate.
I'm also wondering, if anyone happens to know, I did see a public comment come in through our new public comment live tool about the availability of the mapping tool for Macs. I haven't tested that myself, but I was wondering if the mapping tool is available in a Mac compatible format.
Well, again, I just happen to know the answer to that, and coincidentally, and none of these mapping tools that I'm aware of are redistricting mapping tools are available for Macs. They basically are all PC tools. So sadly, our friends on Macs will not be able to download the QGIS tool, but everybody can use the online tool, as far as I was informed by the statewide database.
Very good. Thank you for answering that. With that, any additional comments, questions, final directions for mappers? All right, we were able to go later till 8 o'clock, so I don't know if anyone really wants to stay on any longer, but we could keep going. If not, I think that we have had a really productive day. We covered a whole lot of the state of California. We will be back at it again tomorrow morning.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yep.
Will the staff read back what they've received?
Yes. So my question to you all, my thought was that perhaps staff could send their direction via email to you to read, to review If you would prefer them to read it, however, we could do that. Is
I
there a
prefer
preference?
they read it.
Chair, if I could make a recommendation, it would be
Yep.
preferable to get it on the record during a meeting.
Okay, fair enough. Marcy, is your team prepared to do that at this point? I think Sulma took over for the second half of that.
Yeah, I think Sulma may need me to read it off. So let me pull up the document now.
No problem.
So apologies if I mess some of these up. I'm reading off the notes that staff had taken earlier. Okay. So starting with the afternoon when we began with zones B, D, F, and G, for the Fresno Kings visualization, Commissioner Sadwani wanted to see a congressional district would potentially come out of this area as well. For the National Forest visualization, Commissioner Kutagawa wanted to see a visualization that would remove Del Norte, Humboldt, and Mendocino, and using your discretion if you need to remove Trinity. For the Shasta Yolo visualization, Commissioner Fornashari noted a visualization, please remove Roseville and Rockland from Placer County and add El Dorado County. It would be about a congressional district. Also from Commissioner Fornashari, remove Shasta County and add Lake. From Commissioner Sinai, visualization, the first one was Del Norte, Humboldt, Siskiyou, Trinity, Shasta, Tehama, Modoc, and Lassen. Also from Commissioner Sinai, visualization of Mendocino, Lake, Glen, Butte, Plumas, Sierra, and Colusa. Also from Commissioner Sinai, Sonoma, Napa, and Marin. Commissioner Anderson, visualization, Siskiyou, Modoc, Shasta, Lassen, Tehama, Plumas, Glen, and Butte. From Commissioner Anderson, visualization backing out all Placer, all Nevada, and Sierra. And Commissioner Fernandez, visualization that adds Siskiyou, Trinity, and Lake, and then removes Yolo and possibly Sutter and Yuba if needed. For the Sierra El Dorado visualization, Commissioner Anderson noted visualization adding Sierra. Commissioner Okutagawa noted a visualization without El Dorado and with Yuba and Sutter added for a potential assembly district. For the Nevada El Dorado visualization, Commissioner Anderson noted on page 10, please add Yuba and Sutter. Commissioner Anderson on 11 adds Sierra, Yuba, and Sutter, all of that area, all of Placer. Commissioner Kennedy noted don't cut out Placer. I think up in this area, as much as we can, keep counties in the same district. For the Placer El Dorado visualization, West Placer El Dorado, Commissioner Fernandez noted a visualization, remove Grizzly Flats, Pollock Pines, and Alta Colfax. I'm sorry for butchering some of these. I don't know any of Northern California geography, so if some of these are incorrect, please let me know. Commissioner Fernandez also noted to combine Sutter and Yuba. Commissioner Toledo, visualization adding Yuba and potentially some of the Nevada County if we need the population. Commissioner Kennedy, visualization adding Yuba plus Nevada, but cutting Nevada, Placer, and El Dorado at the ridgeline. For the Placer Yuba Sutter visualization on page 17, Commissioner Fernandez, remove Placer County and add Colusa. And Commissioner Fernandez also noted visualization of Sutter and Yuba. For the Davis Chico visualization, Commissioner Fernandez noted adding Butte and removing Yuba, Yolo, I'm not sure if this is another one, Yolo, Solano visualization. Commissioner Fernandez noted Yolo and Solano, cutting off Solano and remove Vallejo and Benicia. Commissioner Sinai, visualization of agricultural parts of Solano and Yolo. Commissioner Akutagawa, visualization to include American Canyon, keeping together with Vallejo, Rio Vista, and Iselton. Commissioner Toledo, visualization of agricultural parts of Napa and Solano and Yolo County into one congressional district. Commissioner Anderson, visualization of agricultural parts of Napa and Solano and Yolo County into one congressional district. I'd like to see Canyon, Vallejo, Benicia removed from this, but then do include Fairfield, West Sacramento. And Commissioner Toledo, confirm if reservations are kept together in visualizations. For Sacramento visualization, Commissioner Fernandez noted cutting off from Elk Grove, Clarksburg. For the Arden Carmichael visualization, Commissioner Fernandez noted visualization to add Fair Oaks, Gold River, and Cordova. Commissioner Fernandez noted visualization page 34, add Vineyard. Commissioner Turner noted page 27, remove Galt, Walnut Grove, and Rio Vista, maybe Clay and Harold. For page 37, RDUSD, Commissioner Kutagawa noted a visualization adding unincorporated areas for congressional district. For the Delta visualization, Commissioner Anderson noted a visualization add the Knightson, Discovery Bay, Byron, parts of Pittsburgh or Antioch. Commissioner Kutagawa noted a visualization including Oakley and Brentwood and giving the line drawers the discretion to add as you need to reach a number that is appropriate for an assembly district. For me, I think I would stop at Antioch. Commissioner Sinai noted keep Pittsburgh, Antioch, and Martinez. For the Placer Fresno visualization, Commissioner Kutagawa noted a visualization adding Mono and Inyo. Commissioner Kutagawa noted a visualization adding Amador County. For the Placer Tulare visualization, Commissioner Kutagawa noted visualization adding Mono, Inyo, and Amador. I have Placer Kern. I'm not sure if that's part of that or if there was another visualization and there was no input on that. Sierra Inyo visualization, Commissioner Kutagawa, visualization include supervisorial District 5 in El Dorado County, include all the mountainous areas and then put them all into the same district as this Eastern Sierra district. Commissioner Anderson, visualization to add El Dorado and also supervisorial District 5, add east of the ridgeline up in Nevada and Sierra. I think this, I have some notes on Kennedy the mapper giving a summary of visualization of maps before the commissioners gave input for.
Actually, Marcy, on that last one, you just said Commissioner Anderson. It was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that what you're clearing up right now?
No, I'm not sure. I have some notes on just the pages and the description. I think these maybe are just the notes of what Kennedy went over for the San Joaquin and Kern.
Okay, because this is still about the Sierra Inyo, page 44. You said El Dorado, supervisorial district 5 in Placer. Then it was all of Nevada and all of Sierra, not just east of the ridge. Right now it's east of the ridge, but add all of that.
Can you say that again? Add
El Dorado, the supervisorial district 5 in Placer, all of Nevada, all of Sierra.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. For map on page 46, San Joaquin, Commissioner Turner, reduce congressional district would like to see visualization that removes Lodi going north. So those areas, Woodridge, Dogtown. I'm hope that's a town. If not, I'll have to have if you can. We pulled some of this from the closed captioning, so if that's not
It's
a town.
Dogtown.
Just let me know. It is okay. For page 46, from Commissioner, I'm sorry, page 48, Commissioner Turner, Stanislaus County keeping, hold on. I think I'm going to read the notes, but I probably will need a little bit of clarity here. Let's take away straight down where the line's following. What's that line between where it separates valley and home? Go up a little bit, going up a little more there. So that line going, I'm sorry, straight down.
Okay, Marcy, okay. Okay.
Hold on. I think we just need a little, I gotta turn my video off.
County line.
Yes, okay. Thank you. So can you just clarify, let's cut straight down and remove Knights Ferry, Orange Blossom, Oakdale.
Yeah, I was following the line straight down from San Joaquin County line going straight, yeah.
Okay. And then, so cut down the line for San Joaquin County and then straight down and remove Knights Ferry, Orange Blossom, Oakdale, and as a, and split Rouse, Ceres, Keys, and Turlock. Was that clear?
That was clear. I don't have the cities in front of me anymore, but that was clear.
Okay, great. And then on page 52, Commissioner Turner, West Fresno, Old Fig would like to see CVAP. Then the visualization was C Fresno that I think that, hold on. We could see Old Fig with just Fresno. Is that the?
Yes.
Was that the, okay. Let me bold that. Okay. Also from Commissioner Turner, a visualization of Merced, Madera, and Fresno. Commissioner Kennedy, visualization number 1 of San Joaquin, excluding Tracy. A second visualization, Kern Desert, adding northern part of San Bernardino County out to Nevada and adding Inyo County. From Commissioner Kutagawa for the Central Valley visualization, Stanislaus and Merced in Assembly District, excluding San Joaquin. Commissioner Kutagawa. I think we might need a little bit more clarity. This is the one with Tulare County, to include Hanford and give discretion to line drawers to include Lemoore Station to a number that may reach an assembly district. This was Commissioner Kutagawa. Do you have a little bit of clarity on this one? If not, I can.
Yes, I think that's the one that for Tulare I was asking. I think that's the one that I suggested adding or extending to Lemoore, Hanford, and also Lemoore Station to see if we could reach the assembly district population numbers.
Okay, great. Also from Commissioner Kutagawa on page 65, a visualization to pick up Acton. From Commissioner Fernandez, the visualization with Lake Hughes to see how it impacts numbers, maybe in conjunction with Commissioner Kutagawa's comment. Commissioner Vasquez, not loving the assembly districts crossing boundaries. Does Antelope Valley belong with Kern County? A visualization that includes as much as Bakersfield area and Kern County with East Bakersfield to try to get to an assembly district, include Shafter, Rosedale, and Bakersfield. Commissioner Turner also noted a visualization of standalone with Bakersfield. Commissioner Turner, a visualization combined the whole of Tulare with East Kern, perhaps Inyo. Commissioner Turner, a visualization with Edwards Air Force Base and Mojave. Commissioner Turner, an assembly district split of East and West Essalon and Farmington to look at the numbers. Commissioner Turner, visualization with Lodi, Linden, Lockford, Farmington. Commissioner Kutagawa had a request for data to understand the CVAP for the entirety of Kern County and separate Bakersfield. And let me just try and make sense of this. Hold on. She noted, let's just say the CVAP for that entire remaining portion that we didn't see a visualization for. That would be helpful to see a visualization for that. Commissioner Anderson asked for CVAP for Tulare, Merced, and Fresno. Commissioner Turner, a visualization with Merced, Mariposa, and Madera together. Commissioner Kutagawa, interested to see what Commissioner Turner said and recalls Yosemite as well, but remembers the difference between mountains and valley. Commissioner Anderson, could we see essentially from Yosemite Lakes, East Madera, Fresno, Tulare, all the way to Kern, and asking for population for those areas and mountain areas. And Commissioner Ahmad, clarifying question for Anderson, asking for the east or west side of the mountain range. I don't know if you have that clarity. We can add that in the notes.
That was west side.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then there was actually a question that Ashley had this morning for Commissioner Kutagawa, and I'm trying to find where that was. I think Commissioner Kutagawa, you maybe were out. It was the Sun Mar Nap district or visualization. Commissioner Kutagawa, there was a note to remove Napa to create a Sonoma Napa congressional district, and there was a need for clarification.
Yes, I recall that one. I do believe that was to remove Napa. I had it open earlier and I closed it down. Let me go back to it real quick. Yes, hold on. Yes, it was to remove Napa and add Lake. And it was page 7 of the North Coast visualization slides.
Okay, thank you. So it was to remove Napa and add Lake.
Yeah, so yes. To see if, yes.
Okay. Okay, those were all of the notes. Sorry, hold on. Yes, those were all of the notes that I had. Sorry, everyone, just reading off of what staff did. So you can see how great of a job they've all been doing this week, because I definitely didn't do so well reading off their notes.
No, you did great. And thank you to you and to the whole staff for taking notes and following along throughout this process and being such an integral part of it. With that, any final comments or questions from commissioners? Anything else I've forgotten? With that, we'll just review very briefly. Tomorrow we will be back at 9:30 a.m. We will continue on this agenda item, which again is why we have not yet taken public comment. So we will continue on agenda item number 2. finishing, beginning and completing Southern California with the mapper John. We're going to start, I believe the plan is to start with Orange County and then move on throughout the other areas. We have reserved at least two 90-minute blocks, but certainly we can go longer if need be into the afternoon. When we finish, we will move to public comment. So for those out there looking to call in and let us know what you're thinking about these visualizations, please plan accordingly. That's all from me for tonight. We will stand in recess until tomorrow morning. Thanks, everybody. Have a great night. Get some rest.